We are live at Coletco. It is Friday, September 19th. I got to go get my other phone. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. I am up here getting my phone, and now I'm going to get my computer. All right. Here we go. Here we go. My phone is on. Comments are coming out. We got a little bit of new vinyl in. About time for us to change up our puzzles. I think I'm gonna go get some new ones. These have... Here we go. There's that, there's that. Otis has brought me his duck. Okay. Otis, I'm trying to run the show, buddy. He's like, I could care less. Jay could go play with you. Laura. Well, I fed him some food from the counter earlier. Oh, Tanner's whistling. There better go. There he goes. That did it. He knows that whistle. All right. So, in the group, there's actually a couple flip videos of additional auctions. Flip videos in the group. I posted a video of Japanese, which I see right there. And then there's another crate over here next to me. So we'll do those as well. And of course, there's tonight's turned into extension of Metal Night. Part 2, you almost could say. We are here and selling. And a lot more Metallicas tonight. Now, excuse me, I want to let you know that I'm hitting the like button on Facebook, and the share button, and the group button, and here, and there. And I'm going to hit the copy link button. Holy moly. I just looked at the Guns N' Roses picture Laura sent me. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one. Holy moly. Okay. Yeah, we got some serious stuff. It's only 6:40. It's only 5:42 right now. The heavy hitter stuff will be soon, but don't worry because we're about to start rolling with auctions. We got plenty of surprises. Somewhere there's Japanese, and David Johnson just fell out of his recliner. Diet Mountain Dew went all over the floor. He's screaming. Cats are running around. Sorry, David, I use you for an example every night. All right. Here we go. Is Tanner listening to me? People's guy already listening to me. I feel very important. Getting everything shared. Facebook. All right, now our story. Bye. Bye bye, baby. Bye. All right, so what we're going to do, I'm going to go up front and grab something. Something in the way she moves attracts me like music. And I'm going to grab a few new puzzles. We need a few new puzzles. We need these two. Let's do some. Yeah, let's do scared. Walk. Walk. Respect. Otis. Walk. Don't. Okay. So, I'm going to try this one more time to sell these. I got 3 puzzles here. Iron Maiden Live After Death, Iron Maiden Killers, and Iron Maiden Run to the Hills. Wow, that looks so much more bland. I'm glad we've come up with the idea of putting puzzles back there, right? And we're going to replace it with Pronounce Lynyrd Skynyrd. Pronounce Lynyrd Skynyrd. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood. And we're going to replace it with Def Leppard Pyromania. Okay, there's some new decor. Still got to sell Megadeth, which we did sell some in the video this morning. And we still got the Dio box set. Okay. There will be Hatchet Ed crates. There's 1 crate of new vinyl. There's 1 Hatchet Ed. There's new John crates. And we're going to go through some discount. I've got to leave for Knoxville at 6:15 in the morning. I'm going to try my best to get some sort of rest between now and then. So if we're here until 10 or 11, that would be good for me. And hopefully good for y'all. But in the meantime, we're going to try to sell as much as possible and get all this stuff sold. First thing I have is sealed Aretha Franklin. Aretha with Jumpin' Jack Flash she did with Keith Richards. That is sealed with Hype sticker with the Andy Warhol cover. Aretha Franklin is a $10 start. How much is the Elvis album? It's going to go up for auction. It's a sealed copy. Elvis Gold Records Volume 4. Also a $10 start. Also a $10 start, okay? Those are sealed copies there. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments before we grab the first crate. And then there's that. And then those are now for bid. All the puzzles are $24.99. All the puzzles are $24. Now we got some new ones. Lynyrd Skynyrd, Motley Crue, and Def Leppard Pyromania. Def Leppard Pyromania has a cut in the shrink wrap. It has a cut in the shrink wrap and a cut on the box, just FYI. All right, let's go get the first crate of new vinyl that was shown this morning. Let's go get that. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on this wonderful, wonderful Friday night. John just delivered some crates. He's got 4 crates of loot here. And I've got our first crate of new vinyl from this morning. Thank you, Jake, as always. Let's go over here. All right. First thing we're going to do is grab this empty crate. Okay, I'm looking for Rolling Stones, Foster the People, Die Spitz, Foster the People, Beastie Boys, Death Grips, Arctic Monkeys, Lord, Deftones, Halford, 21 Pilots, Fall Out Boy, Foster the People, Charlie XCX, Slayer, Jethro Tull, Amon the Sniffers, Arctic Monkeys, Halsey, and let's do that right now. Okay, so Elvis Presley, I think, has 3 $10 bids. The first bid was with Topographic. Everybody else is out. Tom Moran, your bid came in second, so that's a final call to him for 10. And then Aretha Franklin is sealed with Hop Sticker. That's a $10 start. Just FYI, we're about to get some Japanese stuff rolling in just a second. I'm about to get this crate a little bit closer to me. Just a little bit closer. That's a song. Tommy, no, it was, I think it was written by Tommy James, but it's that other, you know, The Thing. All right, let's get this crate of Japanese a little bit closer to me before I show the first record. Let me go ahead and do this. We got a Japanese pressing of Mr. Mister, and Mr. Mister is called Welcome to the Real World. It is near mint minus and pristine. It is a final call for a starting bid, final call. It's a starting bid for a $35 start. Starting bid of $35, Mr. Mister, Welcome to the Real World. I do have one copy of Kate LeBon, Pompeii, $29.99 for Kate LeBon, Pompeii. And I still need to scan this to figure out, is it Ninja? Might be called Ninja Tune. I still got to figure out the name of this one, Laura. I think I've been calling it just the name of the album title for the longest. I think it's Ninja Tune. Yule, maybe. Is that right? What is this called? Yule. Y-E-U-L-E. Yule. Y-E-U-L-E. And it's Evangelic Girl is Gun. That's $33.99. Aretha Franklin has a bid for 10 with Kevin J. Reitz. And then Elvis Presley is a final call. I never did hear back from Tom Moran, so we're about to sell that. Also, we have Best Coast, and this is Crazy for You. $24.99 on that, Best Coast. Also, we have Citizen Youth, and Citizen Youth is on yellow vinyl. $24.99 on that. And we have Parquet Courts, Wide Awake. Parquet Courts is $29.99. And 100 gig, 1,000 gig, 100 gigs, 1,000 gig. That is $29.99. Also, we have Halsey, and Halsey's on colored vinyl for $33.99. If I Can't Have Love, I Want Power. That's on colored vinyl for $33.99. All right, so Topographic, you do get the Elvis Presley for $10. Thank you on that. And now there's a final call going on for a starting bid on the Mr. Mister Japanese pressing, which is a $35 start. $35 start. Janet, you just missed the Elvis Presley. It was sold to Topographic for $10. And then over here, oh, my bad. Janet had already asked. Hold on a minute. She had asked earlier, Chad, is that Elvis Presley record sealed? My bad. Janet, it is sealed. My bad. Topographic, I have missed like 2 questions about this record. This is a sealed copy. of Elvis Gold Records Volume 4. And she had asked twice, and I think somebody else asked what it is too. It's Elvis Gold Records Volume 4 sealed. Okay, and there's one bid for $10 to Mike Bartlett. It is catalog number LSP 3921. Also, we have Ninja Girl and Ninja Girl, or excuse me, Ninja Girl. I've got the wrong thing. Wolf Girl. This is a 10th anniversary edition of Machine Girl, I believe, or is that the label? Some of these I get, no, Future Classics is the label. Some of these that I'm not familiar with, I end up calling the artist the name of the label. Wolf Girl, $39.99. That's why we have her on deck. Topographics back in at 15. Janet, you've been outbid. Mr. is a final call for 35. And Joseph Ellis, you're out on Aretha Franklin. Guy Shard does want Yule, and that is so to Guy Shard. Yule, thank you on that, Guy Shard. Also, we have Lebanon Hanover, Sky-Fi Sky, limited edition of 1,000, black vinyl. That's $38.99 on that. And we have another Parquet Quartz, and Parquet Quartz is Human Performance, $29.99. Machine Girl's the artist, and Wolf Girl's the album title. There we go. Machine Girl, Wolf Girl. There we go. Machine Girl, Wolf Girl. And Wolf Girl is spelled with no vowels, just consonants. Just consonants since this. All right, now Elvis Presley sold to Topographic for 15. Sorry, Mike, I'd already called that saw and put it back. And sorry, Janet, that I missed your question, but we got that figured out. Over here, we got Mr. This is Mike Quadrini, and that's sold to him for $35. Mike Quadrini gets that for $35. Thank you, Mike Quadrini, okay? He was the only bidder on that. And then over here, Aretha Franklin is officially sold, and this is officially sold to $12 for Kevin J. Reitz. All right, let's keep rolling right ahead. Already 3 auctions down. We got about 3,000 more to get to, okay? 3,000 more to get to. Here we go, here we go. Thank you. And next thing we have here is Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Megadeth is a 2 LP, $34.99. Also over here we have the following. We have Elton John, and this is Elton John, and this is Mama Can't Buy You Love. This is their three-lay love affair. Are You Ready for Love? This is called the Tom Ball Sessions. The Tom Ball Sessions. $10 start on that one. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Night Ranger Dawn Patrol. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. That's a sealed Elton John, a $35 start. $35 start, and there's the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi, and there's Megadeth, okay? And then we got 2 copies of John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. That's an acoustic sound series from Verve. $38.99 on those. Gatefold jacket. Very well made pressing of that. Beastie Boys, this was our last copy, and it actually did get sold. Beastie Boys is $34.99. This is sold to Craig S. Honeycutt. Thank you, Craig S. Honeycutt. That's sold to you. Black Flag, My War. Black Flag is $29.99. And we have Elvis Presley Sings. That's a double LP. Music on vinyl, $56.99. A new compilation they've put out of Elvis doing cover songs. So sealed Elton John, $10 start. Night Ranger's the $35 start. And then over here, we got plenty of Japanese pressings to run. David Johnson wants me to go ahead and put up the Jim Croce. This Jim Croce is now going up for auction. It's called Jim Croce Applause. Jim Croce Applause, which is a 2 LP compilation of Jim Croce music. Jim Croce Applause. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $35 start. Does have a little bit of discoloration on the back jacket. $35 start on that one. Next over here is Rolling Stones Bridges to Babylon. This is sold to Danny Thomason, $34.99. Thank you, Danny. And we got Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, which is the 2 LP remastered with a bonus disc with bonus tracks. That's $44.99. And we got 2 copies of Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson. Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson. That is now $34.99. And now Chad has to straighten up his records that just fell over in the crate. Let me fix that right quick. Let's see here. There we go. Why is this all wobbly? Okay, there's that. Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson, $34.99 on that. What's up for auction? Sealed Elton John, Tom Ball Sessions, $10 start. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol. This is a Japanese pressing, $35 start. Sealed 10, Japanese 35 near mint. Jim Croce live. I don't think so. No, I think it's just a compilation. But it doesn't say either way. It doesn't say either way. So I don't think it is. I think it's just a compilation. Next thing in here, we got 2 copies of Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum, $33.99 for Brenton Wood. Neil Young and Crazy Horse live at Shoreline Amphitheater. Neil Young is $24.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Rush is $34.99. A Farewell to Kings. And we got 2 copies of Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. Slayer is $34.99. Also 2 copies of the Rolling Stones, Some Girls. And that's a live Rolling Stones concert from Texas, 1978, $34.99. Yeah, I'm almost positive the Croce's is the compilation. I've never seen a full concert unless they've took compilation. If he did a concert, it was like, I've never seen a show where he did more than maybe like 10 or 12 songs. This has got like 24 tracks on it. So yeah, I don't recall seeing those. Teddy Swims. I'm trying to figure out who asked for these Black Sabbath or these Slayers the other day. I was about to go through my waiting list. We hadn't got to that part yet. Tanner just went home, took the records with him so he could watch from the house and get some stuff tagged. Neil Young is sold to Kevin J. Reitz. Thank you on that. Also, we got 2 copies of Godsmack, $39.99 for Godsmack. Also, Dead Boys, Young, Loud, and Snotty was $34. And then this REM Live, Santa Monica, $29.99. All right, Jim Croce does have a bid for $35. Sealed Elton John is just a $10 buy it now, and Night Ranger is a $35 buy it now. Jim Croce will sell, though. Scentless Apprentice has it for $35, and we are about to sell that. Just FYI, all of a sudden I'm talking like a robot. Don't ask me why. Night Ranger, $35 buy it now on that, and then the Sealed Elton John Tom Ball Sessions was a $10 buy it now, okay? Let's just put this away. There's that, and let me go ahead and put Elton John in a sleeve. And we got a lot of Japanese. So every Japanese pressing that's going to be sold tonight, the video's posted in Whole Lot of Records. There's like a gallery. It says everything is fair game for tonight, Friday, September 19th at 5:30. That's the video I'm talking about. There's a video of those auctions. There's a videos of the other supplemental auctions. And over here, we have Night Ranger sold to Ron Burns for $35. Elton John is a $10 buy it now, if anybody wants that. And the Jethro Tull Christmas album. The Jethro Tull Christmas album is $39.99. Yep. I've replaced our puzzles. We got Skinner, Motley Crue, and Def Leppard. They're all $24.99 each. All right, Jim Croce is sold to Scentless Apprentice for $10. That's sold to Scentless Apprentice for $10. Thank you on that. Excuse me, for $35. My bad. Shh, back up, $35. Jim Croce is done. That way we can go ahead and put up all new auctions. And let's do that right now. Let's put up all new auctions. First thing we have is this. One of my favorites, Elton John's Greatest Hits. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. You know, I'm not one of those that... Okay, you get what I'm saying? That's your song, literally. $35 start on Elton John. That's now for bid. Still got an Elton John over here as a buy now. And next thing is this. Let's go ahead and put up an auction from over here. And that auction from over here is going to be Motley Crue, Canceled. And this is their newest EP from 2024. It plays at a 45 RPM. And Motley Crue's on red and black splatter. $15 start on Motley Crue. There's Elton John. I think I got another sealed record or two over here. I have a sealed... See what else I have. We might do a lot of some stuff here. Let's do sealed Judy Garland and sealed Dusty Springfield. Wow. Probably sealed Dusty Springfield could be by itself. Dusty Springfield, A Brand New Me, and Judy Garland, At Home at the Palace. Both of those sealed LPs, $15 start for both of them, okay? If anybody else, let me make sure I didn't miss anything in here. If not, I got to go get the other crate. Deftones White Pony, that's coming up. 21 Pilot Foster Slayer. Yeah, Chris Sheridan got the Jethro Tull Christmas album. Chris Sheridan got the Jethro Tull Christmas album. Thank you, Chris Sheridan. That was our last copy. And then Slayer was sold as well, Haunting the Chapel. Okay, that's coming up in another crate. All right, and then over here, and then Let's see here. Let me make sure. Okay, I think that's everything from that crate. Yeah, let me go get the other crate then. Everything in the back are jigsaw puzzles. Leonard Skinner's a puzzle, Motley Crue a puzzle, and Def Leppard's a puzzle. Craig McDaniel, you're not going to be the last person who asked, and you hadn't been the first person who's asked. Those are jigsaw puzzles, Ed. He puts them together every night. They're jigsaw puzzles. Let me go get this other crate. Ed, I'll see you back here at 5 a.m. He's like, yeah, I'm gone, buddy. Thank you as always. See ya. Let's go get this other crate. Hatchet Ed is gone for the day. He's gone for the weekend, everybody. So let me make a big announcement. Hatchet Ed has left the building. That means there's no more messages that's going to be replied to until probably Monday afternoon. So you've sent CollectCo a message, an email, a telegram, a letter. The office is closed until Monday, okay? The office is closed until Monday. Hatchet Ed just left the building with his big, thick sunglasses on because he just had cataract surgery. So, he's gone. The messenger, CollectCo's inbox is closed until Monday afternoon. All right, let's go back to the top and figure out what's going on. Motley Crue has one bid for 15. The two sealed albums, Jamie Wills is in at 15. And then over here we have the puzzles are $24.99. I've got Down, NOLA, $44.99 for Down. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. I've, of course, got plenty of these in stock. $39.99 for Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. Also, Seraphim Gold, that's on fall-colored vinyl, $39.99. Warbringer is on green vinyl for $39. Seraphim Gold Half Past Humans, $29. And then Stevie Nicks Belladonna. This is a limited edition numbered copy from the Rhino Hi-Fi series. Stevie Nicks, $39.99, okay? $39.99. Now into some of the newest stuff. Rob Halford Crucible, $44.99 2LP. I know we sold at least one to Scott Markheim. Yep, there's one to Scott Markheim. Thank you, Scott, on that. And we have 4 copies left. It is a 2LP limited edition 500 on Ghostly Purple. George Jones wants a Stevie Nicks, and Cindy Yarborough wants a Down NOLA, okay? What is the Motley Crue? First thing is I'm going to sell these 2 sealed records. What a great buy. Sealed OG Dusty Springfield from Atlantic Records and Judy Garland. Those are both sold to Jamie Wills for $15. Let's get those in new sleeves for him. Those are going to be sold and sold over here. Thank you and thank you. Let's get this done and done. Dusty Springfield, and just put those in for $7.50 each. Brand new vintage OG sealed records. Belladonna was numbered. Yep. Limited edition of 5,000. Yep. And then over here we got Elton John's Greatest Hits. That's a no bid. $35 buy it now for Elton John. I'm a Rocket Man. Rocket Man. Do da do da do da do da da. That's now up for bid if anybody wants that. Up for grabs. Now we have 2 questions on Motley Crue and a new bid. 2 people have asked, what is this? And then somebody has bid $16. It's called Motley Crue Canceled. Limited edition red and black splatter vinyl. 2024, 45 RPM, EX condition. EX condition on that one. I only had JG. Jamie, those were sold together. That was one lot together. You got both of those. You got both of those for $15. They were being sold together. Now, if you don't want one, I'll still charge you $15, and we'll try to sell Dusty Springfield. But you're going to get both of them for right now. I have a feeling you won't turn that down, but if you do, let me know. Elton John, $35 on that. And then we have Kevin J. Reach on Tom Jones. Kevin J. Reach on Tom Jones. Or TJ. What was TJ? TJ was for something. What was TJ, Kevin? Motley Crue's at $17. Also, we got Korn self-titled for $49.99. Motley Crue is at $16, and now it's at $17. Have you ever gone to the doctor? You've had that cold for 6 months. Do I sound sick, Jill? David Johnson says, I'm sick and I have a cold and I need to go to the emergency room. We have our next Japanese auction. This is the story of Star Wars, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is absolutely perfect. $35 start. This is the original Japanese pressing with book. Very cool here. Obi, gatefold, and book. The book is detached in the centerfold, and this is a $35 start for the story of Star Wars. $35. I have not been sick for months. Maybe you just hear me breathing abnormally because I breathe through my nose and out through my mouth. That might be what you hear. You may be hearing me breathe. This right here, when I do that, that's me breathing because I've talked for 30 seconds straight and I don't have any oxygen left. So if you ever hear me do this, David, that's me trying to get in oxygen because I'm talking and I'm not breathing properly because I'm trying to talk really fast. So I'm doing this right here and I'm breathing through my nose and my mic is right next to my mouth. So you're hearing everything that I ever do. We have a 1984 USOG, Arista, near mint minus. This is Crocus, the Blitz, $15 start. This right here, this is me talking. See, I start talking really fast, and then I start breathing through my nose, and then it sounds like I'm out of breath, and David Johnson thinks I'm having a heart attack. All the puzzles are $24.99 each, sealed, firm price, $24.99. Craig, you know you want it. It's only $24.99. Motley Crue over here has a high bid of $17 of Janet Gray. Robert Barnett, you're out. Star Wars is at $40. Star Wars is at $37. And Crocus is at $15. Next thing we have is Cinderella still climbing, $38.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. Also, we have Tool Opiate. This is $24.99. $24.99. Tool Opiate, $24.99. Over here, we have the Elton John, buy it now for $35. The Elton John was sold to Joseph Ellis for $35. Kevin J. Reitz was second on it, okay? Next thing over here is Deftones White Pony, and Deftones White Pony is sold to Joy Fino. That's sold to Joy Fino, $39.99. Joy Fino, $39.99. And Cinderella Night Songs, $38.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. And Slayer, Diabolus and Musica. Slayer, Diabolus and Musica is sold to Chris Sheridan. Thank you, Chris Sheridan. That one is sold to you. All right, so the last thing we have is Motley Crue out, and that means this is officially sold. This is officially sold to Janet Gray for $17. Paul Vihar is a first-time buyer, and he wants a Tool Opiate. And thank you, Paul Vihar. Hope I'm saying your last name right. Thank you. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. I greatly appreciate the business. Welcome to the world of Coletco. And then over here, we got Star Wars. The most recent bid is Aaron Andrus at $40. Is this really going to sell for $40? Final call on that for $40. And then Crocus is with D. Kong at $20. Crocus is at $20 with D. Kong, $20 on that. All right, and here we go. Let me adjust my neck and back. Ooh, that felt pretty good. Welcome everybody to Coletco. We got some insane stuff to put up for auction between now and whenever I say good night tonight. So one of the first things I'm going to put up right now is Whitesnake, this 1987 U.S. Club copy. It's a Columbia House copy, VG++. Here I go again on my own. VG Plus, a $15 start on that. Craig McDaniel says he'll take the Leonard Skinner jigsaw puzzle. Awesome. I have 0 left of that one, I think, but if anybody else wants me to get one, let me know. Chad, can you give the Elton John to Kevin? I've got it already. Joseph Ellis wants to put back the Elton John, so go ahead and give this to Kevin J. Reitz. Kevin, it's your lucky day. You are, in fact, actually getting that Elton John after a lot of confusion, question marks, complex, me having abnormal breathing, almost having a heart attack. This is officially sold to you for $35. Now Crocus is at $21. Now Crocus is at $22. Now Crocus is at $25. Now, these are auctions up here. Please be sure you bid in the comments. One puzzle down. We finally broke the ice with some puzzles. Let's replace that with Iron Maiden the Trooper. That is $24.99, okay? James McGuire, if you want to bid on Whitesnake, make sure you put Whitesnake and now $15 bid, okay? And here's what's left in here very quickly. Not much, because half of the crate are downs, $44.99 for NOLA. We also have Megadeth Countdown Extinction for $39. Serathon Gold is on fall-colored vinyl for $39. Warbringer's $39 on green vinyl. And then Half Past Human Serathon Gold dark red vinyl. And that is over here, $29.99. That is $29.99. Halford Crucible, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. Korn, self-titled, $49.99. Cinderella Still Climbing's $28.99. Tool Opiate is $24. Deftones White Pony is $39. Cinderella Night Songs is $38. No Pearl Jam puzzles, unfortunately. No Pearl Jam puzzles, unfortunately. All right, let's finish up the rest of this video here. And Aaron Andrus gets Star Wars for $40. Thank you, Aaron Andrus. That's so due for $40. Appreciate that. Let's try to get up some of the other auctions. I'd like to welcome everybody to Friday night at Coletco. Big night ahead, as always. If I said it's going to be a terrible night ahead, I would be lying. It's always a great night ahead. Crocus is now at $35. James McGuire has Whitesnake at $16. Mark Pierce is at $16. And for our first-time buyer from a moment ago, thank you and welcome. Make sure you have reached out to us and you have contacted us. We just need your email address and mailing address. Thank you. And let's go up here to the front and let's grab that last crate of new vinyl, which I think is some stuff that Laura had marked. And let's get the show on the road with these. Let's knock out some of this and a little bit of that. Okay. Let's put this right here. Yep, we sold several things out of here, so let's go ahead and knock this out. Here we go, here we go. Let's bring these right over here. And let's knock it out. About to get into our first advertised auction. Hope everybody's ready for that. Here we go. We got Whitesnake 16. We got Crocus at 40. Whitesnake 17. Chad's out on Crocus. And let's go ahead and do this. Boy, look at all the Metallica stuff for tonight. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. All right, we got some big stuff to sell. Let's go ahead and put up Motorhead right now. Motorhead is No Sleep Till Hammersmith. It's a 1981 UK original. Motorhead, $35 start on Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. That's an 81 UK OG, $35 start on that, 81 UK OG. Let's see what else I've missed here. Croak is the final call for 40 and Whitesnake's at 22. All right, and the first thing we had in here was Panic at the Disco, Fever You Can't Sweat Out on silver vinyl. Panic at the Disco is $29.99. Panic at the Disco, $29.99. No claim for this, so it's still available at $29.99. Grimes Art Angels, I think this one's still available as well. It is. Grimes Art Angels is $33.99. And over here, we have two copies of Charlie XCX True Romance. Charlie XCX is $29.99. This is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchek. That's sold to you. It looks like we have at least one more left. John's heading out. Thank you as always, John. Crocus over here is sold for $40 to D-Kong. Thank you on that one. And then we got Whitesnake, and the last bid on Whitesnake was James McGuire at 17. Mark Pierce, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Mark Pierce bid 22, and then James McGuire 25. Crocus is already sold. Motorhead's a $35 start. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Bad Company, Run with the Pack, which is an awesome copy because it's got the foil cover, which is beautiful with the Obi. Bad Company is going to go up for a $35 start. Whitesnake has a new bid for $30. There is Bad Company. Gatefold Jacket also has the inserts. Really well made, $35 start on Bad Company, okay? Next thing I have is two copies of Arctic Monkey, My Favorite Worst Nightmare. Arctic Monkey's My Favorite Worst Nightmare. And this one, I'm going to make sure it didn't get claimed. It didn't. These are still available. Gatefold Jacket, Arctic Monkeys is $29.99. We got Melanie Martinez. I think both of these are still available. This is a deluxe edition. Melanie Martinez is $39.99. Yep, I still got both of these as well if anybody decides you want that one. Bad Company has a bid for $35. Whitesnake has a bid for $30. No bid on Motorhead, looking for a $35 start. Lord Pure Heroin. The first one here is this is sold, and this one is sold to, let's see here. This one is sold to Dan McCauley. Dan McCauley got Lord Pure Heroin. Thank you on that one. KG Elephant, Melophobia. KG Elephant is $24.99. And 2 copies of Halsley Badlands. And I'm pretty sure there's a claim for this. Halsley was $36.99. Halsley Badlands. Let's go up and see what's going on with that. That's sold to Caesar Thomas. Thank you, Caesar Thomas. I think that's C-Note. Thank you on that one, Caesar. Halsley Badlands. And we have Arctic Monkeys AM. Now, I think these are already sold out. We're going to have a waiting list. The first person who got Arctic Monkeys was Dan McCauley. Yep, Dan McCauley on this one. And then the other person who got one, was also Caesar Thomas, okay? So both of those are sold. If anybody else wants another copy, let me know. What is the Motorhead? Brad Waits. Motorhead is an 81 UK OG original. 81 UK OG original, near mint minus, $35 start on that. Whitesnake is now at $35 with Chad Thompson. And Chad Thompson, you have the high bid on Whitesnake at $35. And Bad Company is at $46. Bad Company is at $46. Yeah, it's pretty blocked off. I'm going to change that hopefully on Sunday. So Foster the People, we're immediately going to have a wait list for this. This is Foster the People torches, okay? We got one for Kelly Gabney. Let's put Eric Fisher on a waiting list. And then let's put, there was one more person. Let's put Kelly Vlodarchek on a waiting list. So the first person was Kelly Gabney on Foster the People, Eric Fisher on a waiting list, and Kelly Vlodarchek on a waiting list, okay? The next 2 is Fallout Boy. We have 2 left, and this is Fallout Boy, Folly I Do. And this is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And we have 1 left. Those are $44.99, okay? Bad Company, $47, Whitesnake, $37. And then Nobody Been on Motorhead. This is a $35 buy it now for Motorhead. No Sleep Till Hammersmith. No bid on that one, okay? Also, we have, tonight, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We've got 20 Metallica auctions to run tonight, plus some Grails, some really big stuff tonight. Let's go ahead and try to slip in 1 Metallica here early tonight. This is Metallica with Dave Mustaine and Ron McGovey, 1982 in San Francisco. It's an unofficial, the old Waldriff, 1982. VG, mostly just pressing issues, but it didn't skip when Laura played it. Let's go ahead and run that for a $25 start. Metallica is now up for bid. Whitesnake's at $40, Bad Company's at $47. Also, we have 2 copies of 21 Pilots Vessel. 21 Pilots, 1 copy here sold to Kelly Vlodarchek at $29.99. I have another copy if anybody else decides you want one. Lord Melodrama, and this is $36.99. Metallica already has a bid with Dan Davis for $50. Bad Company's already at $50. And then Whitesnake, James McGuire has it for $42. Next thing is XX, and that's $33.99. I'll see you in the morning, 6:15. I'll be in Lancaster. I'm going to text you again. I'm going to text Mama too. Make sure you wake up. Okay. I know you will. I'm joking. $33.99. See you in the morning. XX is $33.99. That's sold to Robert Vlodarchek. And we have Marina and the Diamonds, $39.99. Electra Heart. Marina, $39.99. And that's a Gatefold 2 LP. And we have 2 copies of Death Grips, No Love, Deep Web. I think is that what that's called? Death Grips here. The 1 copy with the very sensitive cover they've blacked out. That is sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's sold to you. And we have 1 copy left if anybody decides you want that, okay? There's also 1 XX left. Vlodarchek got 1. Let's go over here. And Metallica already has a high bid with Dan Davis for $50. Bad Company has 2 $50 bids. Clifford Umstead and then Sandy Villa. You tied them. And the last bid on Whitesnake was James McGuire, 42. Chad Thompson, you're out. I've got 2 copies of Panic at the Disco, Pretty Odd, $29.99. And then Aim on the Sniffers. We did sell 1 to Caesar Thomas. Thank you, Caesar. That's so to you. And that one was called Cartoon Darkness. Thank you, Caesar. That's so to you. And there's 1 left. And we got 1 copy left of Die Spitz. Never mind. This is sold to Darren Johnson. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And we have this Marua Pain to Power, which both Laura and Paul highly regard and give their thumbs up. $29.99, okay? Sell me something good. And Chad, that was awesome to hear about your sister. That's who I was just talking to. I'm taking her to her very first Tennessee Vols game. She's going to Neyland Stadium to her very first college football game and her very first Tennessee Vols game tomorrow morning. She's going to go with our crew. We had an extra ticket. And Seth, even though he gets fired and we give him a bad rap, we can thank him for that because it's actually his family's ticket. So he asked if I wanted to buy it. I said, absolutely. I'm taking my sister Jill. So Jill's going to her very first Tennessee Vols game tomorrow, and we got to leave at 6:15 in the morning. So if I stop the show tonight at 10 or 11 o'clock, don't be mad because I've got to film 4 videos and get them uploaded. I got to get everything cleaned up and ready for Paul because he'll be doing the show tomorrow night, and I'm going to try to sleep for a couple hours before I go, before I try to go up to Knoxville. Luckily, Seth, he'll be asleep in Seth will be asleep in a few hours probably, so he'll be rested and he can drive back. But about five or 6 of us go up there, and I have a ticket, a season ticket through their family that they've had season tickets since the 70s, and then there's actually some people in their kind of family. Scott, his uncle, sometimes he doesn't go when there's an extra ticket. Sometimes Seth's sister doesn't go when there's an extra ticket. So that's what we do. So yeah, so there's that, the hi-fi version. Over here, Barron says, according to Rhino and Warner Music, Buckingham Nicks delayed until November 28th. Well, we already got some delivered, but they shorted us. So I think they're going to push it back is what I'm hearing. They're going to push it back until like another shipment in November. But we already have some hi-fis in, and I'm going to explain that here in a minute when I go through new vinyl, okay? Because if you got shorted on pink, I've got blue in stock, and I've got to show those to y'all. So give me 1 second. The first thing I'm going to do is I've got a few new bids and a few claims to do. Metallica got a new bid for 60 and then 75. What are the unsold? And then we got Metallic at 80. Guy Shard wants this one right here. Guy Shard on Marina and the Diamonds. That's so to Guy Shard. Thank you on that. Metallic at 85. And then let's go over here and update these. So first of all, this Metallica bootleg is an early show. That's still with Mustaine and McGovey, 1982. Dan Davis has that for $82. $82 on that one. And then Bad Company, Run with the Pack. Bad Company, Run with the Pack. What do I do with the pink one? It's over here. It goes to the next person in line. I'm about to figure that out in 1 second. We're about to spend a few minutes to get all the Buckingham Nicks situated. So right over here, Bad Company, Sandy Villa, you never did say out, but you're tied with Clifford at $50, okay? I want to make sure you know that. Aaron Andrews has this for $85. And then the last bit on Whitesnake over here, the last bit on Whitesnake that came in, WS, was a new buyer, I think, James McGuire. James McGuire, are you a new buyer? This is sold to you for $42. I need to make sure you're a new buyer and we get you registered. James McGuire. Let me verify your YouTube account. Yeah, you've had a YouTube account for 21 minutes, James McGuire. So I don't know if I can sell this to you because you have a brand new YouTube account, which is a red flag. But if you want to go ahead and fill out a first-time buyer form, and if we get a legit email and we get a legit address, I'll sell it to you. But right now, no, not picking on anything, but your account has a big red flag on it. You've had a YouTube account for 22 minutes. So I don't know if I can sell this to you or not. But if you go ahead and fill this out, I'll look at it. I'll try to figure out if you're real. And if you're not, then I'll sell it to the backup bidder. Or to be fair for everybody, we might just need to re-auction it, okay? Let me go over here to, we also had a new buyer on YouTube. Did they reach out to us yet? We had a new buyer on YouTube. He did. Paul Vihar, who bought the tool. He did. Thank you, Paul Vihar. He reached out to us on that one, all right? So we'll put this over here in pending and make sure he registers. Sounds like maybe somebody who has a brand new account. It's always a red flag. Let's go ahead and show the no bids. We have Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. Motorhead is an 81 UKOG near mint. A UK copy, no bid for $35. And we have Elton John, the Tom Ball Session sealed, and that is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Elton John. 850 Johnny on the Motley Crue puzzle. There it is. Somebody asked for Motley Crue puzzles last night. That's why I grabbed that. That's sold to 850 Johnny. So that leaves us Iron Maiden, the Trooper. That leaves us Megadeth and Def Leppard. Let's go ahead and replace that one with Megadeth, okay? We have Carl Berger on Motorhead. Carl, if you want this, yeah, it's yours for $35. Scott was second making an offer, and Shakedown gets Sealed Elton John for 10. All right, great Laura crate here. Great Laura crate here. This was stuff from this morning, and let's look at these one more time. And they'll see if Sandy Villa bid on this. And we got plenty of cool stuff still to run. As you can see, there's already been some auctions slipped through. They got very little activity. Already some great deals handed out. I don't mind handing out great deals, but it's also sad when a $75 record sells for $35. Bad company here. Let's see what's happening. And Clifford did bid 51. Sandy bid 52. So Clifford, you're back out on this. Sandy is leading right now at 52. Okay, and now over here, the Metallica, the last bid on the Metallica over here was Dan Davis at 105, okay? I would take the White Snake for 40. I think that's my last bid. Let me give them a time to at least prove themselves to be real. If they're not, then I'll sell it to you for 40, which sounds about right. Acid Bath is $39.99. Acid Bath, $39.99. All right. All right, let me cross-check this address right quick. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. Okay. All right. I think he's good. Let's go ahead and sell this to him. So this is sold to James McGuire. That's sold to James McGuire. And James, we'll keep it at a couple purchases tonight until invoices are sent on Monday. But thank you. And this is sold to you. And James McGuire. Let me figure out. What was that last bid? $45. Okay. I got to find it. $42. Yeah, $42. Okay. All right, there's that, and there's that. All right, yeah, it's going to be a while before we run Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses is going to be at like 8 o'clock. By the way, it's about $1,000 starting bid. So I want to go ahead and get that out there to let some people know financially. It's probably going to be one of the most expensive records we sold this week. It's extremely rare, and it's sealed. And let's keep going. We have Bad Company at 65. That's still getting bids. And Metallica's at 110. Yeah, it's like a Metallica night tonight. Again, we got some crazy stuff. Let's go ahead and put up Burning Witches, The Dark Tower. I'll put up the Nightmare in just 1 second. Burning Witches is a 2023 Austria OG Napalm Records. It's a mail order exclusive limited edition red, black, and blue vinyl with slip mat. So it also has a slip mat with it, and it's a double LP. And we're going to put up Burning Witches for just a $35 start. $35 start. One reel to reel. I don't know. Let me see if I can find any over here. I don't know if I have any. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Let me see what's in this tub here. A reel to reel. Brent Robley wants a reel to reel. Let me see if I can find this for Mr. Robley. Here's a poster of the Averitt Brothers. That's not reel to reels. And that's boxes of Tool t-shirts. So, yeah, no reel to reels tonight. Check back in Monday. I don't have any over here. I got 8 tracks and Beanie Babies, though. Okay. That will also be closer to 8 o'clock, yes. All right. What happened? There's been so much happening in the last 10 seconds, I'm not even sure. Let me remind some people about their waiting list. Sorry. I've been throwing about 5 fast pitch fastballs right on the outside. Let me remind some people about waiting list. Okay. That's a waiting list for Eric Fisher on the Foster the People. And of course, Kelly Volodarchek knows she's on a waiting list for Foster the People. Didn't have enough of those. Everybody else got what they wanted. So for what's left in the lower crate is Marua, or something of that nature, Aim on the Sniffers, Panic at the Disco, Death Grips, Marina, XX, Lord, 21 Pilots, Fallout Boy, Halsley, Cage the Elephant, Melanie Martinez, Arctic Monkeys, Charlie XCX, Grimes, and Panic at the Disco. The last bit over here on Metallica was Aaron Andrus at $110. Everybody else is out. Aaron Andrus has Metallica for $110. Everybody else is out. Bad Company, Japanese Pressing, Near Mint with Obi, Carl Berger, $65 final call. And Burning Witches is a $35 start. Burning Witches is a $35 start. Okay? So, with that being said, let's go through our crate of new vinyl tonight, okay? Let's go through our crate of new vinyl tonight. Here we go. So one of the first things, I'm going to move these to the back so I can go ahead and figure these out right now. Honestly, I am craving a monster right now. I mean, it is... I am craving a monster right now. my mouth is like, Chad. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna go Buckingham. Okay, here's the status on Buckingham. Pink. All right. The next person in line for pink was George Jones. And he saw this yesterday. He knew it too. George Jones, you're getting a pink one, sir. Okay? Now, I have in stock Stacy Brown, Tracy Yother, Fred Cardinale, Darren Wallace, Jamie Butler, Brent Robley. But Brent, I think you commented a couple times. You may have already got one. Let's see if you commented further down. Okay, no. All right, so if any of these people are watching, pink is limited edition, sold out, but I have them in blue now. And hopefully I have enough to go around this time. So Buckingham Nicks in blue. I'm going to go ahead and reply to these people right now and see if they want one, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, because I don't know when they're coming in, I'm going to say we've sold out of pink, but blue is available. Please let me know. Sold or pass. All right, that's how the only way I can do this to make this simple and get this order taken care of. I'm going to copy and paste this. So the first person was Stacy Brown. All right, there's that for Stacy, and then Tracy Yother. I'm going to send that to Tracy Yother. And then if you hear your name and you're watching live right now, let me know. Fred Cardinale, same thing, Fred. I have sold out of pink, but I have blue. Darren Wallace, same thing, Darren Wallace. I've sold out of pink, but I have blue. Jamie Butler, same thing. I've sold out of pink, but I have blue. Brent Robley, I've sold out of pink, but I have blue. If you're watching, Cheryl Potlis, I've sold out of pink, but I have blue. And we have Philip Holt. I've sold out of pink, but I have blue for Philip Holt. Okay. So that was it. There wasn't too many people left that didn't get a pink, luckily. And then we had a waiting list live, okay? So Stacy Brown, I got at least hold one for Stacy Brown, Tracy Other, Fred Cardinale, Darren Wallace, Jamie Butler, Brent Robley, Cheryl Potus, and Philip Pope. I need to hold at least 8 off to the side. Brent's watching right now, so he can let us know either way. So Brent, let me know on that. What happened over here on Metallica? Metallica is officially sold then to Aaron Andrus. Aaron Andrus got Metallica for $110. Okay, that's sold to Aaron Andrus. I don't know. I didn't think Pink was supposed to be limited edition. That's what confused me. I didn't know any of them was supposed to be limited edition. But evidently they've ran out of hi-fis and they're making more. And then over here is the waiting list Tanner took down, okay? Here's the waiting list Tanner took down. And let's put up some new auctions. They're still battling over Bad Company. It's already up to 115. And I'm going to check right now. Actually, Laura, can you check for me so I don't have to move my devices? Can you make sure blue is still in stock in large quantities? Okay. So we don't need George Jones. I've messaged them, and then Jamie Butler, he's watching live right now, right? I think Jamie Butler, he is. All right, so Jamie Butler is watching right now. We can go ahead and knock him off. Jamie, I just knocked you off, okay? And then Brent's watching. He said he'll take one. We can go ahead and knock off Brent, and there's that, okay? And then Cheryl's watching. She said pass, and she wants on the wait list for the hi-fi. Okay, she wants on the wait list for hi-fi, so we'll mark off Brent. He's got one. Jamie's got one. Cheryl doesn't want one. And Tom Harris and Chad Schneider was watching live, and they said they wanted one right then, okay? So that also means that Rebecca Barber's getting one, and that means Tom Harris and Chad Schneider's getting one, okay? We can still get blue in large quantities. Okay, great. All right, that tells me on that. Let me start a new crate. All right, so we got the blue and pink figured out. I'm just waiting for some answers for some people, and that's good. So the only thing that's kind of a question mark right now is the hi-fi. They could be in next week. It could be the end of the year. They're not supposed to be limited edition, okay? But that also tells me, let me pull up the pre-order for the hi-fi, okay? So Tom Harris got one. He was on a wait list for last night. And we have Chad Schneider. He was on a wait list from the other night. He got one. And then we had one person buy one live tonight. So let me set off enough for the people in case they say yes, which is Stacy Brown, Tracy Other, Fred Cardinale, Darren Wallace, and Philip Holt. Okay, so technically, if anybody wants a Buckingham Nicks, you could get this one, because I bet at least one of those people is going to pass. No, wait a minute. Philip said, I put in for hi-fi. Can I cancel this one? Okay, so never mind. There's at least one available right now. So never mind on Philip Holt. We don't have to wait for his. Let me just delete my comment. That's going to confuse him. Let me just delete that. Okay, and sorry for all this confusion. That when they start doing 3 different colors, 3 different versions, and over here, so we have one in case Darren wants one, Fred, Tracy, and Stacy. All right. So if you want one live right now, I have this one available because I don't need this list anymore, right? I don't need this list anymore. I don't need this anymore. Yep. All right. So I've got this taken care of because these people are already on Facebook. All right. So I don't need that anymore. I've got my own list on Facebook. And then hi-fi. Let's pull up the hi-fi and see what happened with that, okay? And let's update this. Carl Berger has Bad Company for $138 right now. Now Brent's at $140. Folks, we're in a war. Did Burning Witches get a bid? Burning Witches is a final call. Let me just reintroduce this. This is a 2023 Austria OG Napalm Records with slip mat. With slip mat on colored vinyl, near mint, a $35 start. $35 start. Let's also go ahead and put up Possessed for Justin Deckelman. Possessed for Justin Deckelman. Maybe. Possessed, Revelations of Oblivion, limited edition 500, red and white swirl. There's definitely some black in this color variant, but Hype Sticker does not mention it. $55 start, okay? Ivan R is on Burning Witches for $35. They're still bidding on Bad Company. Okay, now here's the deal with Hi-Fi Buckinghams, okay? Here's everybody that got a Hi-Fi Buckinghams so far this week. We already got some in. Bill Samus got one. Thomas Baumhart got one. John Griffin got one. Alvo Dabney got two. Adrian Wimmer got one. Jason Walraven got one. George Jones got one. Rob Fordham and Andy Lewis. Brandon Lack, Letty Collier. That was it. I've got 55 still on back order, and I went ahead and ordered 55 more from another distributor just to see who would ship them first. Here are the people still on the wait list for the Hi-Fi. It's this version right here. It's this album, but it's the Hi-Fi edition, okay? And that is, here's the people still on that list. Scott Smith, Autumn Betts, Carol Puckett, Jerry Stone, Paul Oakley, Scott Corcoran with 2, Record Guy, Brent Robley, Fred Cardinale, Mike Bartlett, Tom Sullivan, Phil Freeman, Scott Markheim, Jake Perganson, Michael Carpenter, Marsha French, Sean Holford, Richard Davis, Heath Norman, Shannon Mashaka, Ron Cornwell, Darren Wallace, Scott Beebe, Romulus C., Michael Nath, Jamie Butler, Kathy Webb for 2, Lily McCurry, Blaine Zapnick, Brent Robley with another one, Randy Klein, Kevin Wills, Rob Bobby, Colette Whitworth, Tim Graham, and Sherry Darnell, Manny Ray, and Philip Holt. And the Hi-Fi edition, which looks like this, is $39. Plus, the other night we took down Steve Mason and Paul Bryan, and Kevin Voitosh, and we took down Cheryl Potlis tonight. All right, so we're definitely short on that one. No guarantee when they'll be in. So, and I'm sure somebody might ask later tonight. If so, I'll just have to pull up that list and check for them. But I've got it all figured out now. It took me about 10 minutes right there to sort all that. But if you want for sure a blue vinyl, we have them in stock right now. If you know the story on that, Paul Brothers on Hi-Fi list. I don't think I mentioned your name right then, Paul. I'll look right now. Paul Brothers. I don't think so. I don't think I read you off as getting one. I don't think you're on the list. So we probably need to add you, right? Yep, probably need to add you. Yeah, I don't see you on here. Don't see you on there. All right, Burning Witches, it's got one bid, right? Ivan R, that's sold to you for $35. Thank you on that one. The blue one is $29.99. $29.99 on the blue one. I have one available right now tonight, and I'm going to go ahead and order 10 more so we have them in stock, okay? Supposedly sometime for November. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying now. If you want to wait till November, it looks like November before these are going to come back in, okay? Demand superseded pressing. They're not limited edition. They're not limited edition. Dave Dreamer says, Flag, I got Burning Witches for $35. Okay, let's just put this back up. Because two people said they bid $35, and then David said he bid $35. Let's just run this auction again. We're going to start this all over. We'll start it from the top because 3 people have told me they've bid $35. I was waiting for more bids. Nothing ever happened. This is a 2023 Austrian OG Napalm Records mail order exclusive limited edition red, white, and blue vinyl with slip mat, a double LP near mint. Burning Witches is going to go back up for bid for a $35 start. Let's restart this auction. $35 start. Probably a lot of that's on me. I've been trying to figure out the Buckingham Nicks, but Fandonkel, okay? Bob Riger on blue, okay? Bob Riger wants a blue. Now Burning Witches has a bid with Cindy Yarborough for $40. David Baber and Ivan R., y'all have been outbid. This is at $40, okay? I'm sure I've missed a bunch of activity because I was trying to figure out Buckingham Nicks. What happened on Bad Company? Brent Robley, you're out. Carl Berger has it for $155. And Possessed is a final call. Possessed is a final call. And the most recent bid was Deckelman at $61. Jim Cooper, it's up to you, okay? Now, this is all new vinyl. We got the Buckingham Nicks. These are possibly spoken for. There might be at least 2 or 3 people pass. And so if they do pass, guess what? You might get one this week. So if you want to go ahead and get a blue vinyl, I have right now technically 0 available, but there might be 1 or 2 open up. And then we're going to have more on Monday. Okay, or Monday or Tuesday. I'm going to go ahead and order 10 more. Bad Company has a new bidder. George Samberes at 170. Burning Witch is 45. Here's more new vinyl. Here's another copy of Lord Pure Heroin, which was available earlier in Laura's crate. Here's another copy for $38.99. Also, we got 2 copies of Janis Joplin. And I wanted to go back and look this up. It is still pressed at RTI. They used to come in a perforated baggie with an RTI sticker. This is an amazing record, of course. Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company, $33.99. We're going through new vinyl here tonight. Jethro Tull, Aqualung, the Steven Wilson Stereo Remix, $29.99. Does Burning Witch have a cloth patch? It has a slip mat. I don't have any mention of a cloth patch. It has a slip mat with it. Bad Company's at $185. Jim Cooper's out on Possessed. Deckelman has this at $63. That's a new bid, and that's a final call. And then Thelonious Monk, Monk's Dream. Monk is $24.99. Clifford Umstead wants a new Big Brother in the Holding Company. So does Andrea A. Jen Cast on Jethro Tull. Bad Company's at $190. And we got 2 copies of 3 Days Grace, which I did have a waiting list for. Let me get my laptop open, and let me also grab a Monster. I said that about 10 minutes ago. So if you're on a wait list, if you didn't get a thumbs up on your hi-fi, it looks like November for the restock. So they're not limited edition. You just have to wait a little bit longer. And like I said, blue's available, relatively available right now if anybody decides you do want one. So I'm in dire straits. I am thirstier than the devil that's been putting cotton balls in his mouth all day. That would be hot. That would be thirsty. Devil putting cotton balls in his mouth. Oh my gosh, that's how I feel right now. Cotton mouth. Copperhead Road. Copperhead Road. Yeah, let's also add 2 people to the hi-fi, Joe Delgado and I think Chris Martin. Yeah, Chris Martin and Joe Delgado on the Rhino hi-fi, okay? Rhino hi-fi. Mike is sounding choppy, new battery. No, I just walked halfway across the store. No choppy on the mic. I had to walk up front and get a fridge. That's why I was sounding choppy. I literally walked up front and moved an entire refrigerator back here, which I've thought about doing. I'm thinking about putting one here next to me. I'm tired of having to walk all the way up front to get ice cold Monsters, you know? It's getting kind of annoying. Waste of time. Think about how much time I waste doing that. Dang, I need to text him back. Oh my gosh, I got to pay insurance. Flood insurance or something that's not on auto draft, of course. These people. AJ Clark gets 3 Days Grace. 3 Days Grace. This is sold to AJ Clark. Wow, that's a lot of money for flood insurance. AJ Clark, you was on a wait list for 3 Days Grace. There's 1 left. Wow, Bad Company's at $254. Burning Witch is $61. And then Possessed. Possessed here is sold to Justin Deckelman for $63. $63 on that one. Okay. Over here, Burning Witch is at $61. And over here we have, there was one more thing, Philip. Philip, we are out of hi-fis, okay? They won't be back in possibly until November. They won't be back in possibly until November, okay? Chad, you drink beer at all? Just wondering. No. Hate it. I do not drink alcohol whatsoever. I don't smoke anything of any kind. Never have, never will. No. No. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $39.99. Gatefold 2 LP. And then we had 2 people left on this pre-order, which was Demon Hunter. There was a lot here. Demon Hunter, there was a lot here. And there was 2 people left on a pre-order. Demon Hunter, and what we need to do, I need to make somebody aware of a very, very light sing split over, or not a sing split. Scott Smith, are you watching? What we're going to do, this one goes to Adam Bullock. Okay, and then Scott Smith, let me snap a picture of this. There's got a little bit of a crease right here. I'm going to send that to Scott Smith and make sure he's okay with that. But that's the last copy I have, and I think he was next on the pre-order. So Scott, give me a second, and I will let him know after that. There was that cigar after the Alabama game. That was not mine. I borrowed that from somebody. No smoke enter my body willingly, okay? No smoke enter my body willingly. There was cigars being passed around so people could take pictures with them. Matt Nichols on a Jethro Tull. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's so to you. And then Bad Company's at $264. Burning Witches is still getting bids. Wow, $62 on that. Who had it before that? Ivan R, $62. And then we got Jethro Tull Stand Up. Jethro Tull Stand Up 2016 Stereo Remix 180 gram, $29.99. So I think, let's see, I think when I turned 21, I was in college, of course. I was like, I'd never tasted anything, not once. And so I was like, I don't know. And so, of course, you know, had friends that definitely consumed alcohol. Not Tanner or Seth, other friends that I lived with. I had good friends and bad friends. And I was like, let me just, I want to like taste something, you know. And it was just like disgusting. I was like, "Well, people drink beer? This is disgusting." And then I think the only thing I've ever really liked is like a strawberry, like fruity, girly drinks, like a daiquiri or something, but it's like half sugar. I was like, yeah, put about a cup of sugar in there and I'll try it. Jethro Tull, let's put Carl Berger on a waiting list. Carl Berger on a waiting list, so yeah. And I've never smoked cigarettes, weed, pot, marijuana, nothing. I've tried a cigar one time with an uncle. And dude, it almost died. I literally almost died. I have an uncle that's a big cigar guy, so I tried one time, and at a wedding maybe one time. I think I lit one up at a wedding for some photos or something, but yeah, that's yuck. No, I've never even. I'm straight as an arrow. Okay. So yeah, never inhaled a cigarette or any kind of devil's lettuce or anything. I'm all new to that. Would be an all new experience for me. Never in my life. Bad Company 63. I even hate taking Tylenol. I'm like, of course, Burning Witches. I think what it was, y'all probably just seen my sister just got sober. She just went through drug recovery court. We posted that on Facebook today. Very proud of her. So I think growing up, I saw like what she went through. She started with cigarettes, and then this meth, and then prescription medication. So she's went through this. I've seen her go through everything, and I guess I was just so focused. Like I've always been like running a business and trying to do this. I was like, I don't want to do any of that. So luckily she's sober now and clean, but I think growing up, I saw her do all that stuff. And I just like, whether it's good or bad, or you can recreationally do it or not, I was like, I'm not going to do anything. So I was like in my room listening to music and putting stuff on eBay. Burning Witches, I did that in college, and I'm still doing that now. Burning Witches, Cindy's is out. This is sold to Ivan R. That's sold to Ivan R for $63. So I use her. I think I've told her before, and she knows that. So I was like, I've seen what happened to you. I don't want anything that happened like that happened to me. Bad Company is a George Sambaras. Did Carl Berger go out? He's out. This is sold to George Sambaras. Thank you, George. $264. Okay, $264. Big thank you. A big shout out to my sister. I'm taking her tomorrow. You probably heard me say this earlier. She's going to her very first Tennessee Vols game tomorrow. She's going to her very first Tennessee Vols game tomorrow. So we're leaving bright and early in about 11 hours. So, all right, we got plenty of crazy auctions to put up. Yeah, every time I go to a concert where they're passing doobies around, rolling doobies, I get sick. I have to go to the hospital. I'm highly allergic to tobacco. And obviously marijuana too, because I get around it, dude. I am sick as a dog. Tobacco, anything. Metallica, Walmart exclusive blue vinyl. This is amazing. $25 start on that. This is Metallica Ride the Lightning electric blue vinyl. $25 start tomorrow, okay? $25 start. There's that. And then we have 2 copies of Jethro Tull left, which is Stand Up, Steven Wilson. Somebody claimed one of those. Somebody claimed one of those, and that was Carl Berger. Thank you, Carl Berger. That's so do you. And this is all the new vinyl tonight. And if I've missed anything at all, let me know. Waiting list, reclaims, or questions. We should be good to go now for the rest of the night, okay? We have Jethro Tull Stand Up, $29.99. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $39. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. We have Thelonious Monk Quartet, $24.99. And Lord Pure Heroin, $38.99 for Lord. Let's put these over here. And that's all the new vinyl. Let's go through the Hatchet Ed crate. Metallica's up for bid, a $25 start. $25 start on that. Were they passing around a mirror? Oh my. What does he say on Master of Puppets? Chop your breakfast on a mirror. All right, next auction is Disturbed, 10th Anniversary Edition, limited edition Coke bottle clear vinyl, Disturbed, Decade of Destruction, Down with the Sickness. That's a $35 start. Unfortunately, no more, dang it, what am I trying to think of? No more, Zeppelins, I just read it. Zeppelins have come in. Sorry, I walked away from the screen. And yeah, Nightmare. Here we go. And a Japanese pressing. Take a look at it. Well, it's sealed. I don't think it's Japanese. It came from Japan, but it's a U.S. sealed copy. Nightmare on Elm Street. Boy, look at that. $35 start. $35 start. Let's get going, okay? Hatchet Ed's coming up right now. I'm going to try to get through the Hatchet Ed crate, all of tonight's new arrivals, all of tonight's auctions and some discount crates, and then it's going to be a wrap for Friday night, okay? So if you hop back on here maybe at 11 o'clock or midnight, you may not see me. You may see me here, but I'm going to be working on some videos. So when y'all wake up in the morning, there'll still be videos, and when y'all wake up on Sunday morning, there'll still be videos. And that usually takes me an hour or two to clean up and get all that ready. So there's that. I did get you for Stand Up, yes. And Carl, you're also on a wait list for Aqualung, right? Nightmares at 35, and Disturbed has a bid for 42. Sealed Walmart exclusive Ride the Lightning. Really cool. It's on blue vinyl, $25 start on that. Nice monster. All right, here we go. Thank you. And let's go back to the top. And George Sabera's got Bad Company. We took care of that. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Here we go. Nightmare Ride and Carl Berger. All right, so we had to put back on a Ghost puzzle. Ghost prequel is $24.99. Ghost prequel, $24.99. I've got that available. Also, Overkill Under the Influence, $33.99. So this is a Hatchet Ed crate. Hatchet Ed crate stuff is stuff that got put back or not paid for. And there's going to be new vinyl in here. There's going to be OG stuff. And there's going to be unpaid auctions. And that's the worst. But right now, this is a Hatchet Ed crate, $33.99. We have one copy of Creator Violent Revolution, 2LP yellow vinyl, $36.99. And we have Saxon Unleash the Beast. Saxon's $38.99. Solid red vinyl, music on vinyl pressing, okay? Metallica got one bid, so did Brian Thurman for $25. That's done. Disturbed over here. This has a bid with Vladercheck at $45. Brad Waits is out. Now Mike Quadrini's at $47. And this sealed copy of Nightmare on Elm Street soundtrack, Andy Lane has that for $40. Testament, The Legacy, purple, blue, and red marble vinyl, $29.99. And KK Priest, Sinner Rides Again. I think somebody asked for that the other night, didn't they? There's one I didn't know that was coming in the Hatchet Ed crate putback bin. Folks, we got a ton of cool Metallica stuff to sell tonight. Let's get rolling with this. Metallica, welcome back. Oh, wow. It's a live concert from Gothenburg, Sweden, 2004, VG Plus condition. Metallica is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Also, Exodus, Tempo of the Damned. Exodus is on yellow with red splatter, $36.99. And Suffocation, and this is Pinnacle of Bedlam. Suffocation is a limited edition 10th anniversary yellow and black Corona colored vinyl, $29.99 on that. Disturbed is a new bid with Mike Quadrini for $47. X-Wing, you're out on Nightmare. Andy Lane has it for $40. And next thing we have is how much is KK Priest. KK Priest was $34.99. $34.99. Metallica 35, Metallica 40. This is still a tough album to find. Nightmare on Elm Street soundtrack. Sealed an 84 U.S. original, it appears to be. I don't think I've ever had that, but a couple times ever. Also, we have Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, live at Nijmegen, Holland, 1981. It's numbered on the back, 73 of 500. Iron Maiden's $38.99. Dean Tedford on Exodus. That's so to Dean Tedford. Thank you on that one. Also, we have Grateful Dead Dead Set. Nice. An 81 Carrollton press, near mint, Gatefold 2 LP, $49.99 on Grateful Dead. And Genesis Invisible Touch. Genesis is $19.99. Jason Thomas on Maiden. X-Wing has Nightmare at $41. And then we have Disturbed, so to Mike Quadrini for $47. Metallica already has bids for $35, $35, and now $40, $37, and now $40 with Mitch T. Maiden's at $41. What year's the Nightmare? I believe it's 1981. Okay, then we've had some other requests. So right now, in my auction bin, I've got Mastodon, Testament, Godsmack, Sleep, Primus. Then I have a whole stack of Metallicas. And then we've got probably more high-end auctions tonight than we did last night. We've got Guns N' Roses. We've got Metal Massacre. We've got Creed, Godsmack, Alice in Chains, Smashing Pumpkins, Mad Season, Rob Zombie, In This Moment, Linkin Park, The Sword, Sleep Token, In This Moment, A Perfect Circle, Mudvayne, Baroness with Autograph, and In This Moment. That is the tab that we call the high-end tab. All those are going to have a $50 or higher starting bid. Some of them, one of them has a $1,000 starting bid. Just FYI. Yeah, these are definitely near mint. We've already sold the Star Wars Japanese pressing. It's already sold. I'm going to go ahead and put this up, though. Let's go ahead and put up this Mastodon. Mastodon is going to go up for bid. This is Blood Mountain. It's on custom colored vinyl, which is blue, a Record Store Day exclusive. They did 1375. It does have the insert shrink and hype. Mastodon is a $35 start. Nightmare is sealed. It's at 55, now 60. And the Metallica bootleg, the last bit on Metallica that came in was Mitch T at $40. Wow. Metallica bootleg. Genesis is so to Sean Bailey. This is a Hatchet Ed crate, so yes, everything in here is sticker price. I also have Smashing Pumpkins, Machina, the Machines of God, 25th anniversary. Y'all remember that was long out of print, now back in print. Smashing Pumpkins, $44.99. And Billy Joel's Greatest Hits 1 and 2, $38.99 for Billy Joel. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. I also have John Hammond, Country Blues. That's a 1976 U.S. reissue, EX condition, $17.99. Also, we got Aaron Andrus on Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Aaron Andrus. Right now, Mastodon's at $35 and $40. Nightmare on Elm Street is sealed at $75. And this is Roy Buchanan, In the Beginning. The cover does have a little bit of wear, $17.99, red Polydor label. Now Nightmare's at $80. Also Carlos Santana and Maha Vishnu, John McLaughlin. A little bit of cover wear on that one, especially up here at the top. Vinyl's nice, $14.99. Neil Young, On the Beach, VG Plus, $29.99. Neil Young, On the Beach. Let me send this message right quick. Okay, Mastodon and Metallica has new bids. Mastodon's at 41, Metallica's at 41, Mastodon's at 43, and of course Nightmare's at 80, which means Sean David, you've been outbid. Next is Peter Tosh Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh is VG $19.99, and Billy Idol Charmed Life. Billy Idol 2 LP. $39.99. Also, we have Chevelle. That's Bright as Blasphemy. $33.99 for Chevelle. And then Avenged Sevenfold 20th Anniversary Orange and Red Swirl of City of Evil. $36.99 for Avenged Sevenfold. And Stevie Ray Vaughan live at King's Ed, Norfolk, Virginia. Stevie Ray Vaughan $24.99. Let me guess, Travis Bateman is Star Wars. No, actually, I think I sold it to Aaron Andrus. So Metallica has new bids. Mastodon, Sean David, it's up to you on Nightmare. Andy Lane has it for 80. I'm going to have to start a fourth auction. As y'all see, we have plenty to put up, including new Japanese stuff. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing. Let's do one of the Obi-less ones, but a very sweet one at that. Yes, close to the edge. Japanese pressing, no condition notes on the vinyl. Beautiful, $35 start. You get the quality of the Japanese pressing, just not with the Obi. Has the inner sleeve, awesome Roger Dean artwork. Does have some of those humidity spots inside of the gatefold. Does have humidity spots inside of the gatefold. $35 start. Neil Young, a new version. No, Neil Young is an OG pressing. This is OG VG Plus, $29.99. Yep, highly regarded album of his. Sandy Villa got Stevie Ray Vaughan for $24.99. Next is over here, Nightmare on Elm Street. This is a sealed copy. It's on the Verace Sarabande label. Veranes, that label. STV 81236. Barcode 03026823-16555. I don't think I read that correctly, but it's sealed. Nightmare on Elm Street. The last bid on that one that came in was Andy Lane at $80. We pulled Stevie Ray Vaughan. Condition of PT Peter Tosh. The cover is like VG minus. It's got quite a bit of wear and sticker, and the vinyl's VG. So it's a lower third grade, lower third grade on that one. VG $19.99. Robbie Wood's got the Santana with Vaha Vishnu. Chad Smith wants Peter Tosh if Paul Verheer passes. And then over here, Yes is at 35 and Nightmare's at 90. Okay, Jamie Butler does want Neil Young on the beach. That leaves me with Metallica at a final call. Mitch T's out. This is Brad Waits at $43. Metallica, welcome back. A live unofficial 2004 in Gothenburg, Sweden. Gothenburg, Sweden. There's Lars drinking some water, or maybe something else. That's at 43 of Brad Waits. And then over here, Mastodon. Mastodon's on blue vinyl, the Record Store Day Essential. I hope we're done on that. Dustin Whitaker, 43, okay? Next thing in here is this, the Doobie Brothers Stampede. The Doobie Brothers is $12.99. The Cult Sonic Temple 2 LP, $38.99 on the Cult Sonic Temple. And Iron Maiden's, ooh, this got damaged somewhere back in time. Iron Maiden somewhere back in time. That got damaged, so we'll knock, it feels like it's just right there on the cover. It's an expensive record, though, $69.99. I'll do it for $60 if anybody wants it. $10 off. It's got quite a bit of a ding right there. It's a double picture disc. It's originally $69.99, so we'll do that for $10. Nightmares at $95. And we have Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh then is so to Chad Smith. Thank you on that one. Metallica has a new bid for $44. So, Brad, we're not done on Metallica, but we are done on Mastodon. Mastodon is so to Dustin Whitaker for $43. And then Yes has one bid for $35. And that bid for $35 is now a final call. And that's with Mitch T at $35. Blues Image Open. This has the great song Ride, Captain Ride on Your Mystery Ship. VG, $9.99. Klaatu, $24.99. An album some people said was the Beatles, secretly known as the Beatles. Klaatu, $24.99. And we have Tim Harden 2. Tim Harden 2 does have cover damage on the bottom. EX condition, $12.99. So Brad Waits, it's up to you on the Metallica. Kevin J. Reitz has it for $44. Yes has a new bid. Mitch T at $40 with Darren Meyer. We're not done on that. And now Nightmare's out. Final call to Andy Lane for $95. Also, we have Leo Kottke, The Best. Leo Kottke The Best, that's $19.99. Robbie Woods on Blues Image, that's sold. Metallica has a new bid for $45. And Chuck Berry Bio, VG Plus, $29.99. Chico Hamilton, $19.99. Also, we have Jack DeJohnette Pictures, 1977, $24.99. Metallica getting new bids. Mitch T, you're out on yes. Nightmare on Elm Street is sold to Andy Lane for $95. Let's put up some new stuff, okay? Now, the probably really crazy stuff, we're not too far away. I mean, it's 7:12. Already got quite a few people watching, but I want to make sure I did tell some people like GNR and Mad Season would be a little bit closer to 8 o'clock. We're already starting Metallicas. I couldn't wait much longer on those. We got so many of them. Let's put these right over here. So Metallica 45, Diego Sanchez on Chico Hamilton. This is sold to Diego Sanchez. And then next was Bill Samus on Chuck Berry. That's sold to Bill Samus. And then Metallica's at $46. Mitch is out on yes. And Matt Nichols said he claimed the Cult. Really? Oh, you did. My bad, Matt. Sorry. Wasn't ignoring you there. Matt Nichols on the Cult. Thank you on that. Got that taken care of. And now he's done. So Darren Meyer, I'm going to go ahead and sell you, yes, close to the edge, round by the river, so far away, so far away. Close to the edge, round by the corner. All right, that's sold. And now Metallica is at $46 with Kevin J. Reitz. Kevin J. Reitz, okay? Next thing is this. We're going to go ahead and put up another auction, and that's Primus Pork Soda. My name is Mud. I can't do that sound. 2009 US. Primus is VG Plus, a $25 start, okay? Also, we got Roy Buchanan's second album, Roy Buchanan, $19.99. Now, Fonzo Nakai, you're throwing out random stuff here. Oh, he's claiming the Iron Maiden. Okay. I was like, what Iron Maiden? He must be watching the wrong feed. He is buying the Iron Maiden for $60. Okay. Also, I think you're a first-time buyer. Sorry, I was like, what is he bidding on? Fonzo, right? Fonzo Nakai. Thank you, and I need you to go ahead and message our page. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? This is damaged. It is sold to him for $60, and if you could just go ahead and fill out that first-time buyer form, I would greatly appreciate it, okay? Metallica is sold to Kevin J. Reitz for $46, and Primus has bids for $25, $25, $26, $26, $27, $30, and $30. $26, $30, $30, and $30 here, all right? Let's go ahead and put this over here. Scott Smith on Roy Buchanan, and Primus is over here at $31. All right, so thank you. Welcome, first-time buyer. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I was like, what is he trying to bid on? So let's take care of that for him. Let's also go ahead, one Metallica down. Let's put up another one. And this one here looks really cool. Appetite for Destruction. Awesome. Looks like a vintage one here. First thing we have is Metallica Appetite for Destruction. This is an unofficial 1990 German pressing, live in Cologne, Germany, 1988, VG Plus condition. Another vintage Metallica bootleg. How cool is that? $55 start on Metallica. $55 start on Metallica. That's now up for bid. That one should do very well. Primus is at $36. Here's our first unpaid auction. No, this was an offer I took. So Van Halen was marked VG Plus $34.99. I took an offer of $28. It is a nice OG pressing, VG Plus condition with inner sleeve of Fair Warning. I'll do it for that same price if anybody wants it for $28. This was an auction maybe. Yeah, this was $20. This was $20. It's a 1977 U.S. Pitman with a Casablanca inner sleeve. It has heavy cover wear. Heavy cover wear. Kiss is a 77, $20 on that. So Primus is at $36. Metallica already has two $55 bids. And now let's go ahead and put up Godsmack, which is called Awake. And Godsmack was the first time this was ever pressed to vinyl. And they did it on this really cool green-black kind of swirl with etching. Look at that. Very cool. Godsmack is going to go up for a $35. So Luke Sheldbauer, you tied Brad Waits. His bid came in first, so you're out technically. Another unpaid auction is this. Maybe it was an offer I took. Is this Japanese? This actually may be Japanese. Yeah, this is a Japanese Nobi emotional rescue for $20. $20 on Emotional Rescue. Scott Dwallow said he'll pick up the Kiss for 20 bucks. And we have Muddy Waters for $25. There's some writing on the cover. It is a 79 Terre Haute OG. It got minimum bid for $25. Muddy Waters. And Rolling Stones condition. Probably, if I were to bet, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. $20 on that, okay? And then the next unpaid auction was Nuclear Assault. Wow. Game over. $100. An 86 USOG. Combat green labels. No barcode with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. Nuclear Assault. $100. Testament. $120. 1988 USOG SRC pressing with the original inner sleeve. EX Plus condition. $120 on Testament. And Hate Eternal, King of All Kings, $60. A 2015 US limited edition sealed. There were no copies for sale on Discogs. Hate Eternal, $60. All right, so moving over here, Primus got a new bid for $38 Vandy Lane. This is a 2009. Let's go to the top camera right quick. This is a 2009 Pork Soda. Okay, VG Plus condition. And the most recent bid on this was Andy Lane at $38. This is a vintage original Metallica bootleg. Appetite for Destruction, which is Cologne, Germany, 1988. This record was made in 1990. Very cool. That's got a high bid right now of $60 with Luke. Chad, you're out, and Brad just came back in at $65. And Godsmack just got a new bid for $40. Okay? Now, let's try to get some of these unpaid auctions sold. Hessen offered $90 for Nuclear Assault. I'll sell it to you. That's probably what the backup bidder was at. That's sold to you for $90. Godsmack just got a bid for $40. Metallica's at $65. I'll take offers on these two higher-end auctions. I hadn't pulled this for John Durden, did I? No. The other stuff I'll just re-auction at another time. These I'm going to keep at price. Of course, John's already claimed out at $20. I mean, what I've seen on stuff like this, if no one buys it for $20 or makes a fair $120, I've re-auctioned these before and they've sold for more. I've had some sell for a lot less. I've had one night that sold for $120. No one bought it. We put it in the next metal rotation and then it sold for almost twice as much. Okay, so this is sold to John Kaiser for $110. John Kaiser's already got that one. That just leaves two unpaid auctions. Muddy Waters, which was minimum bid of $25. Probably keep that one at $25. And then Hate Eternals at $60. And John Durden already got Rolling Stones, okay? I think we're done on Primus, though. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. Primus was a final call for $38. Godsmack is still getting bids. And Metallica's at $75. I had a feeling most of these Metallica bootlegs are going to bring close to $100. Just about every one of them. If not, I'll be surprised, especially the vintage OG ones. You can't get these on Discogs. They're blocked. You can't get them on eBay. They're blocked. And so collectors obviously chomp at the bits. Bootlegs, but there's really very limited places you can get them. Stores here. If you get lucky, maybe in some other Facebook groups, but they're kind of tough to come by. And as y'all know, most people's not wanting to sell their Metallica records right now. We got lucky with this local guy on this one. Has Sword or Sleep. Nope, but I'll get them on deck, okay? Paul Vahir said ME for $25. He probably meant Muddy Waters. Sell that to him. He did for $25. Thank you. And this is a Hatchet Ed crate. And let's sort the vintage from the new, and let's read through all this one more time, and then we're going to go through a new crate. Let me show you all the new stuff that was in here, and let's read through these in here one more time, okay? But first, let's go ahead and sell that Primus then. Primus over here is sold to Andy Lane for $38. We're moving Metallica to a final call. Metallica's at $75 with Chad Thompson. Godsmack has just hit $70, and now we're ready for another auction. Somebody just asked for Sleep. Here it is. Oh, Dope Smoker. Sleep is a 2012 US limited to $3,500. on translucent green vinyl. It does have the poster. Sleep is on green vinyl. A $35 start on that. I've got new and sealed Overkill, Half-Speed Master, yellow marble vinyl, $33.99. Creator, Violent Revolution, yellow vinyl, double LP gatefold, $36.99. Saxon is Unleash the Beast, and that's a limited edition 1500 numbered on red vinyl for music on vinyl, $38.99. Testament, the Legacy, purple, blue, and red marble vinyl, that's $29.99. And Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam, limited edition 10th anniversary, yellow black Corona, $29.99. Metallica 80, Metallica 85, Godsmack's at 70, Todd Hill and everybody else is out, and now Sleep's up for bid. And then the question was RB info. What was RB? Let me figure that. Oh, probably Roy Buchanan. Give me 1 second. I know I just grabbed a monster, but I definitely need some water too. If I don't get some water, I'm gonna keel over. Okay, here we go. RB, and then we have KK Priest, Center Rides Again, $34.99. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits is at $38. Billy Idol, which had been long out of print, Charmed Life, $39.99. So now Metallica's at $85. It's up to Brad Waits on that one. Okay, what's the Sleep record? Dope Smoker, it's on green vinyl, and Sleep has a high bid with Kevin Granger. He's the only bidder for $35, and Godsmack's at $83. Now it's at $85. And I have not found that Men at Work. Mitch, one of the last things I'm going to try to do tonight, because we don't have a ton of new stuff to go through, and we just got mostly auctions, I'm going to try to go through like our entire new vinyl inventory and half off crates. That's going to be the theme tonight after we go through our new stuff. We're going to go through all the new stuff, and then we're going to go through our entire new vinyl inventory for two reasons. One, hopefully we sell a bunch, and two, it helps me with my memory, because over the weekend, I think Saturday night, I actually will have, probably by the time I get back from the game and actually sleep, I'll probably wake up and Paul will be finishing up the sale, and I'm probably going to come here and order vinyl, and because I have a ton of ordering to do. We're out of stock of so much stuff. So yeah, and when I run across that, hopefully I do, I'll sell it to you. And that might interest some people, because y'all are probably going to see every new LP we have in stock. I'm going to go through them quickly, okay? I'm going to restack them, and I got to figure out, because I'm out of stock of just like basic Metallica, Black Sabbath. You know, we have about 4 or 5 artists we keep in stock, all the Zeppelins, all the Iron Maidens, all the Pink Floyds, there's like 4 or 5 artists, and I got to get it all sorted and figure out what we have. Here's our 4th auction. Tonight's going to be an auction heavy night. So there's going to be a lot of activity on the auction block, 3 or 4 going at the same time. We have the Runaways, Queens of Noise, a beautiful Japanese pressing. I love this insert here with the Elton John pinball machine. This is a $45 start for the Runaways, Queens of Noise, okay? That's up for bid. Next thing is Metallica's at $90 with Chad Thompson. What is the starting bid on DS? For Dope Smoker, this is a $35 start, and Ivan has it for $40. Godsmack is a final call to Randy Tabor for $85. Chevelle's $33.99. And we have Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 20th anniversary, orange and red swirl, $36.99. And now the vintage or OG stuff. John Hammond was EX $17.99. Roy Buchanan, here it is. It's called In the Beginning. It is OG, no condition notes, mastered by Bob Ludwig. There's an RL right there next to Sterling. It does have a little bit of cover wear, $17.99. Brad said he already bid $90 first. He did. Chad, you're out on Metallica. Brad already bid $90. Nice catch there. We're about to sell Sleep for $40. Runaways is a $45 start, and Godsmack is a final call to Randy Taborin for $85. Doobie Brothers Stampede does have some cover wear, no condition notes on the vinyl, $12.99. Klaatu's $24.99. Metallica's hit $100. I'm not surprised. Don't forget, we got some huge Grails to sell here in about a half hour between the hours of 8 and 9. Some crazy stuff to put up. There's already crazy stuff up right now. EX $12.99. EX 12.99, and we have Leo Kottke, The Best. This is a 2LP 19.99. Jack DeJohnette Pictures is 24.99. Grateful Dead set and 81 Carrollton 49.99. Van Halen's $28. OG VG Plus and Hate Eternal is $60. King of All Kings 2015 limited edition sealed. No copies for sale on Discogs. All right, so Godsmack is officially sold. Randy Tabor Jr. for $85. And then over here, Chad, you got any more? Kaiser rolls. Yeah, that's in the stock room. That's in the stock room. Fred, this is Sleep, Dope Smoker. The name of the album is Dope Smoker. It has one bid for $40, 2012 green vinyl. The Runaways did not get a bid. It's a $45 buy it now. Any more $10,000 guitars? Sure. I got some I'll sell you for $10,000. I don't know if you want to buy them, but I can price them for $10,000. I probably still have 5 or 6 autographed guitars in the building. I've got one signed by Kid Rock. I've got one signed by Creed. I've got one signed by a bunch of random people. I've got another one signed by a bunch of random people. I have one signed by Carly Pierce. I have one signed by John Lennon and one signed by Jim Morrison. I'm joking about the last two. Those would be absolutely insane. Josh Brown on Van Halen. That's sold to Josh Brown. And then Dope Smoker has a new bid for $45. Dope Smoker has a new bid for $45. Brian Thurman has the Runaways. That's sold for $45. And Grateful Dead. We have some offers. I'll take offers on the pre-owned stuff because we're close. Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead, Chad Smith, $40, Klaatu, $20, Mitch T, and Metallica is sold for $100, Chad Thompson, $100. Sleep is at $45 for Dope Smoker. Anybody else? Creed, we're going to run that one next week. That's probably the best one we have right now. It's got a full letter from JSA. I can see it, but we can't get to it. Tanner climbed over some tubs the other day, but he was worried one or two things. He was gonna fall and be a disaster, or he was gonna damage it trying to get to it. I said, well, let's not do that. Let's just wait and get it out next week. But yeah, it'll be run next week. And then Kid Rock is signed on the pick guard, but it's still a cool item. So I'm gonna, and then we've got a couple that's signed. It's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. They're signed by all kinds of different people. Tanner sent me, I think y'all remember them. I need to just get them priced to sell. But yeah, Spanky McFarlane, Eddie Ponder, Denny Diaz, Jim McCare, Chris Mathos. It's like some Stratocasters and stuff. But I just really need to get them priced to sell because they've just been laying around for a while. We got to get cases for them. Most of the cost when y'all buy them is going to be in the case and the shipping. I mean, I've got a few that I'll take just a couple $100 for, but we got to get them in case and ship, you know. So we got to get all that up front so they're ready to ship. Same thing for Creed, you know. But yeah, we got several signed guitars. Unfortunately, no more signed by Taylor Swift, and probably not for a while. That would be absolutely incredible. All right, so here is a next Metallica bootleg. This is Live in London, 1990. It's a double LP. Wow. $65 start. Metallica, Welcome Home, Sanitarium. That's now up for bid. A $65 start. Would I take $48 on Hate Eternal? Sell this to Bradley Smith for $48. $48 on this. And I got my he says he wants the $60 one. Well, it just sold for the $60 one just sold for $48. Somebody just bought it. Tell your son I'm sorry, but it's gone. And then over here we have this. We're going to put this up right now. The Sword, Low Country. The Sword is a 2017 Record Store Day exclusive, limited edition 1500 on blue marble vinyl with poster, $95 start on the Sword, Low Country. Metallica is a $65 start. That one should bring $100 as well or more. Sleep is at $50 right now. Sleep is at $50 with Ivan R. Everybody else is out. Who was the next bidder? Paul Verhaer. Paul Verhaer, let me know if you want back in. If you're done, just say out. Anybody else? We sold all the auctions. We got a few OG and we got some new stuff there. And let's go ahead and get into something new. I woke up this morning feeling fine. There's something special on my mind. John's blocked us in. Nobody can move around. There we go. That's a little bit better. All right, let's go through a crate of buy it now or best offer. I think you're going to like this one. Holy camole. Let's start right there with that. Some of these shouldn't be best offer, but let's do it. New stuff, never shown. Awesome looking stuff in here, never shown. Let's get started. All right, let's flip through this. Yeah, great titles in here. Looks like he's found some high-grade stuff, too. I like it when they're new and they're clean and they're high-grade. It makes everything so much easier. They're great titles. They're in great condition, and they're priced where you can buy them or make an offer, okay? Here we go. That was Herman's Hermits, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for Chad's 101 The Beat Hits. Woke up this morning feeling fine. There's something special on my mind. I met a new girl in the neighborhood. Oh yeah. Something tells me I'm into something good. Okay. Here we go. Next is Sleep. And Sleep is sold. I lost Paul Verheer on this one. This sold to Ivan R for $50. That is sold. And then over here, Metallica. Brad Waits has this for $90. That's going once and a going to twice. Do you know if the Sword was play tested? Sword is near mint minus and pristine. So I bet just based on condition, they probably wouldn't test play this. This is near mint minus and pristine. The Sword Low Country. A 2017 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to $1,500 on blue marble vinyl with poster. And we're looking for a $95 start on that. Metallica, 95, 100, 100. Next auction is Testament, The Formation of Damnation. Testament's a 2008 OG. 2008 OG on green vinyl, limited to $2,500, $35 start on Testament. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Right off the bat, Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. $39.99. She is censored. 84 OG, $39.99 on Roger Waters. Also, Do It Yourself, Ian Dury and the Blockheads, $19.99. Ian Dury and the Blockheads. Also, A Bridge Too Far. That's a really cool soundtrack. World War II movie. A Bridge Too Far, $19.99 on that. Metallica 115, Testament 35, Testament 35. Nobody has been on the Sword. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Also, Culture Club, Kiss and Be Clever, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, $24.99. John Durden on Bridge for $15. That is sold to John Durden. And Roger Waters is sold to Kevin J. Reitz. That is sold. And now we have a full cover. Matt Nichols was going to buy Bridge at full price. John Durden, you owe me $5. I just shot myself in the foot. Over $5. Unbelievable. We have an empty crate. Let me start filling up another one. But that cost me $5. There went my drink tomorrow at Neyland Stadium. There went my souvenir cup down the drain. I was going to get me a souvenir cup, Diet Coke. Those are $8 up there. I just shot myself in the foot over it. We got Testament at $36. Also, we have Grand Funk. We're an American band. OG on gold yellow vinyl with the stickers, $44.99 on that. And Frank Sinatra, Put Your Dreams Away. Yvonne wrote her name right on Sinatra's forehead. It has a gigantic promo stamp on the bottom, $14.99. Are we done on Metallica? The last bit on Metallica, Paul Bryan at $115. Everybody else is out. Paul Bryan at $115. The Sword did not get a bid. This is a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. And Testament now has a high bid of $40 with Jeff Brinley. All right, Chad, I know you've been dying to know that Megadeth Risk cassette with the tape over the recording tabs is in fact Megadeth. There we go. There we go. All right, Ryan Mustaine gets the Sword for $95, so it was Risk. That wasn't a paste over. That was actually the record it was supposed to be. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of what? A Japanese pressing of what? How about we go ahead and do Jimi Hendrix here? This actually, I think we got this one in a collection. We did. We got this one in a collection. I mean, it came from Japan, and we might have even bought it from sold it to somebody then from a collection we bought back because it looks awfully familiar. It's beautiful, though. Jimi Hendrix, The Rainbow Bridge, a Gatefold 2 LP with Obi. Look how sweet this is. Amazing. $35 start on that one. Over here, Frank Sinatra, sold to Ron Bird, Sword 95, Testament 41, Testament 42, Testament 45, Chicago. Just You and Me, Simple and Free. I've been searching so long. $19.99. Bachman Turnover Drive, Not Fragile, Taking Care of Business. $14.99. How about Gold Instrumental? All instrumentals. Wipeout, 1999. Gatefold, or excuse me, not a gatefold, just a 2 LP, 1999. You also get Cool Jerk, 1999. That's a 2 LP compilation. Elton John, Empty Sky, his first album, originally released in the UK, later reissued here in the United States. It's got some great early. Valhalla is a great song. Empty Sky is a great song. This is not Skyline Pigeon's a great song. 1999 for Elton John. That's actually early stuff there. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Gold Stamp Pro Bowl with Hype Sticker, 14. Travis Wants the Instrumentals for 15. And then over here we got Metallica. Metallica is officially sold, Metillicica. And this is sold to Paul Bryan for $115. Thank you on that one. And then down here is Testament. The most recent bid on Testament was Jeff Brindley at $45. Another final call. Hendrix has one bid for $35. Mitch T has first dibs on BTO. BTO is $14.99. You ain't seen nothing yet. This one is a gatefold, no condition notes, $14.99. And by the way, this one does not have Taking Care of Business on it. This one has You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. So just FYI, that's the first song that comes into mind, though, when I see BTO. But if you want it, Mitch, it's yours. If not, it's Mike Conway's. And then Testament's at 50, Jimi Hendrix 38, Testament 52. Paul Young, a 12-inch single, Love of the Common People, Come Back and Stay. Paul Young is $9.99. And Chet Atkins, Teen Scene. Never seen that one before. It's a Pickwick. Chet Atkins is $9.99. The Lounge Lizards, live in Tokyo. Big Heart, The Lounge Lizards, 1986, $24.99. Mike Conway on BTO. OG, Not Fragile. The Gears are embossed. That is sold to Mike Conway. Jeremy Merck on the Chicago. Just You and Me, Simple and Free. Over here, we got Chet Atkins sold to John Durden for $7. Jimi Hendrix is at $40. And we have Testament 52. Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits is $9.99. Folks, we got to keep rolling with Metallica's. What time is it? 7:38. Very excited to put up some of the big stuff. Some of the other big stuff's right here, though. Anybody ever heard of this band? They're called Metallica. Boy, this one looks cool. Holy moly. This is Metallica. Metallica here is a vintage OG bootleg, or vintage original bootleg. It's not a modern one, of course. It is vintage. Very cool. It's an unofficial Lyceum London 1984 and San Francisco 82. Wow, early shows. 82 and 84. 82 and 84, and it is, this bootleg does not have an official title, so many fans refer to it as London 82-84 or Bubblegum. There we go. And overall, it's in VG condition, $55 start on Metallica. That's now up for bid. Sean Bailey on the Paul Young single, that's sold. There's that. Also, Jimi Hendrix is at $40, and next thing we have is Testament, which is a final call. Jeff Brindley, $52. Chris Flynn's out. We're about to sell that. Kansas, Carry On, My Wayward Son. It's on here, $19.99. Clean copy with the original on her sleeve, first label, $19.99. Luke is in on Metallica at $60. ELO 2, Electric Light Orchestra 2, does have a little bit of cover wear, no condition notes, $17.99. And we have War, Peace Sign. War is a 12-inch single. War, $9.99. 1 second, please. This is $9.99 from 1994. Also, Styx, Kilroy was here. Styx is $19.99. And Jethro Tull, War Child, Bungle in the Jungle. Orange Chrysalis label, $19.99. Jackson Browne Holdout, that's $14.99. And we have, don't know what this is, the Young Presidents Coalition. The Young Presidents Coalition. Ivan Neville, Corey Glover, Blondie Chaplin, Adam Azera, 2014 sealed, $19.99. Over here, Testament is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $52. And then Jimi Hendrix, the last bid that came in on this was Kevin J. Reach at $40. Matt Nichols went out. Kevin J. Reach gets the Jimi Hendrix for $40. Thank you on that. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve. Brand spanking new sleeve over here. Songs of War. I think just 1 or 2 songs. It's a 12-inch single. War, Peace Sign over here was Peace Sign, House War Mix, Bold Hyped Up Mix, Album Version Mix, and Single Version Mix. So it's called Peace Sign, 4 different mixes, $9.99. Wow, Metallica just has one bid for $60 of Luke Sheldbauer, and he's about to get that for $60. Final call to him. Mike Conway on Styx, that's sold to Mike Conway, and that was, did I already pull that out? I must have already pulled that out. If I did so fast I don't even remember. Nope. What did I do with it? Sticks. Oh, this right here is back further. Mike Conway, then Melanie Clausen. All right, next auction. Those are all Metallica. Let's put up another Japanese. And this is Duran Duran Rio, Hungry Like the Wolf. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Rio, $35 start. An OG Japanese pressing, classic 80s album, Duran Duran Rio, $35 start on that one. Peter Cetera, that is sealed, a full album, $14.99. Also, we have the Cars, Panorama, that's a sealed copy for $29.99. OG sealeds. Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down, that's sealed for $14.99 all night long. Chicago, that's also sealed, a full album for $14.99. Air Supply, that's also sealed for $14.99. Kenny Rogers, that's also sealed for $14.99. And Frank Sinatra with Billy May and his orchestra, Frank Sinatra Swings, and Sinatra is $14.99. Joseph M. Yakamutsi wrote his name on the cover. Really cool. Frank Sinatra golfing there on the back. First, Metallica has a new bid for $60, then $61, and now $75, and now $80. We're already at $80 on that one. The Cars was sealed. That was Panorama, and that is $29.99. And it's a sealed retail copy. It's an RCA Club copy, $29.99, sealed RCA Club copy. Next is Brad Waits on LR. That was for the sealed Lionel Richie. Can't go wrong there for $14.99. And then What Kenny Rogers? The Kenny Rogers is called Share Your Love. It's sealed, never been opened, $14.99. Joseph Ellis has Duran Duran for $35. And then let's visit this high-end crate and see what else we can put up, okay? Let's go ahead and put this up. Somebody asked for it earlier. Creed, Human Clay. This is big time. This is an OG sealed copy of Human Clay. I repeat, this is an OG sealed copy of Human Clay. Not a reissue, not a remaster. It's a 2LP from 1999, which is limited edition sealed. The real deal in 1999. I can't believe they were even making this on vinyl in 1999. Not 89, 99. Creed is a $225 start. $225. Okay, a 1999 OG sealed copy, never been opened. Duran Duran's at $35. Mike Quadrini gets the Chicago 19 sealed. Tim Graham wants the Kenny Rogers sealed. The last bid on Metallica just came in at $91. The only bid on Duran Duran is $35, so we're still bidding on Metallica. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $14.99. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $14.99. You may know this from the soundtrack to The Exorcist, $14.99. With Arms Wide Open. Pointer Sisters, Contact, a sealed original with hop sticker, $14.99. Also, we have the Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, $17.99. Steve Miller Band. Henry Smink says he'll take Peter Cetera. I think there was a question on it, though. No, maybe there was a statement. Chad, is One Good Woman on the Peter Cetera? I can't remember. One Good Woman's on here. Javi actually asked the question, Hendry, if he wants that, it's his. It's not, it's so do you. And then the next comment was Robbie Woods on MO, Mike Oldfield for Tubular Bells. Nice on that. The last bit on Metallica that came in was Kaysen at $91. Creed is a $225 start, a sealed copy of Human Clay. $225 if anybody wants that one. And then Duran Duran, Joseph Ellis has it for $35. We're about to sell it. Javi does get Peter Cetera. Hendry, he just beat you to that one. Next is Fleetwood Mac Tuss. That's a double LP. $39.99. And Close Encounters of the Third Kind, John Williams, iconic, gatefold original with the bonus 45 that came with it, $24.99. The Air Supply that's in here is an original sealed copy of Self-Titled. It's called Air Supply by Air Supply, $14.99 on that one. And Jump Up Calypso by Harry Belafonte, that is $9.99. All right, so Duran Duran, just one bid. So to Joseph Ellis for $35. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Knocking out all these Japanese pressings, knocking out all the auctions, knocking out this, knocking out that, knocking out you. We got Margaret Gerhold said she would do $15 on the Steve Miller Band. I'll take it. And then I hope we're done on Metallica. I'm going to give it one more chance because there was a lot of activity. Big auction. Kaysen has the Metallica bootleg at $91. We've already sold Tubular Bells, and I'm going to give Creed one more chance. It's an OG 1999 sealed. It's a $225 start. $225 star. Creed, Human Clay. We're about to sell it. Let's run another Japanese. Always a popular one. OG pressings, they should be quite common, but it's just one of those things. They're instant sellers when we get them. And new copies are kind of expensive. They always have been. This is a 2 LP. This is Grease, the soundtrack, an original Japanese pressing. There is a little bit of damage to the obi right in here, just FYI, but everything else looks beautiful. $35 start, okay? First thing we have is Air Supply 10 and then 12. So Larry, it's yours, but you've basically been out offered. I will sell it to you for 12 if you want it. There is a bid locked in on Creed at $225, so that's going to sell. If you was waiting to grab it for a bite now, not happening. It's about to sell for $225. Belafonte for $5. I can't do that, but I will do $7. Javi Soto on PS, and that's for the sealed Pointer Sisters. Grease does have a bid already for $35. How much was Belafonte? I just counted somebody at $7, and then Grease has another $35 bid. And this Great Who's compilation, Hooligans, which is a double LP, $34.99. All right, the Metallica bootleg is sold, and Metallica sold a case in Palamumbo for $91, okay? So that means Brad Waits, you get the out-offered Air Supply at $12. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have Joseph Ellis that's sold, and he got the Belafonte for $7. Janet, you were next in line. Grease is now at $38, and Stevie Nicks, $19.99, with the hit song "I Will Run to You" with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, $19.99 for Stevie Nicks. What do we got up? We got OG this, OG that. How about another Metallica? Oh boy, here we go. Let's do a Walmart exclusive. This one is the really cool colored vinyl from Walmart, fade to blue vinyl, the Metallica Triple LP Garage Ink. Wow, just a $25 start. Hopefully that gets some bid, because this new on black vinyl's like, what, $65? This is colored vinyl, sealed, Walmart exclusive colored vinyl. Metallica, just a $25 start. There's Stevie Nicks, and we have nice Clockwork Orange soundtrack, $34.99. Wow, $34.99. It is the second label, but that is not in print, and something that doesn't come through too often. Stanley Kubrick. Stevie Nicks is Mark 20, it's Mark 19, isn't it? I'll go ahead and sell it to you, Amanda, for $15. Grease 40, Grease 40, Grease 41. Aaron Andrus, nice pickup here. Sealed original Creed, $225. Folks, that's gone. Let's move these down the wire. Let's pull something else from the high-end bin. We're starting to chip away at these now. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with Alice in Chains. Oh boy. Let's not do Three-Legged Dog yet. Let's go ahead and do this one. Live Facelift, the legendary 1990 Seattle show, an official release from Record Store Day. It is official. It's numbered to 5,423 on the back, $95 start, sealed. Alice in Chains. That's now up for bid, okay? We had another offer on Stevie, but I've already sold it. Clockwork Orange is a... So this label, this originally came out on a green Warner Brothers label. So this is a mid-70s pressing. The vinyl's near mint minus and a sweet jacket. Clockwork Orange is $34.99. Jay Giles Band Showtime is $14.99. And the best of Kansas, Carry On My... The Point of No Return, $19.99. $19.99. Now, am I crazy? Is this like one of those things like Bernstein Bears? The Point of No Return? Or is it the point of no? N-O? I could have swore I've seen album covers where this says no return. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Next thing over here is Grease at $45 with Corey James. Grease out, Metallica out. And then Jim Sedal wants the Iron Maiden Trooper puzzle. You got it. We're now, the puzzles are starting to move tonight. That's so to Jim Sedal. Let's replace it with Ghost. If anybody wants the Ghost, that's going to go right back there. Ghost puzzles, $24.99. And then Kansas, we've got several claims. Amanda was first, then Ryan, then Mitch T. And then, so Metallica here, the most recent bid was Jeff Brindley at $55. $55. Grease is at $45. And Alice in Chains does not have a bid yet. We're looking for a $95 start on that. Next is Glenn Campbell, Gentle on My Mind. Jen Campbell, $9.99. And we have Sting, The Dream of Blue Turtles, $26.99 in shrink with hop sticker. Elton John The Fox is $19.99. The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean soundtrack. That is $19.99. And we have Jethro Tull Original Masters, $19.99. Jethro Tull Original Masters, $19.99. Fred, that's a great compilation. That sounds really good too. Original Masters, awesome. It's a Jethro Tull compilation essentially. Fred Cardinale on Clockwork for $29, okay? That's one of those questions. Mandela effect, I know. Yeah, see, I was thinking a point of no return, like the ship has gone too far, you know, like on the other cover, it's like it's gone too far. There's no return, N-O, like it's gone too far off the edge. So anytime I've seen it spelled no return, I'm like, I noticed that the other day, and I was like, wait a minute. I could have swore like on my, like when I've had it streaming, and even like I've always thought it was no. Am I crazy by thinking that? Like it's the ship, it's no return. You can't come back. Like the ship is over the edge. So like, why is it spelled with a K? No return. That's the question, Jimmy. That is the question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. The Alice in Chains is a live unofficial. It's a live unofficial. Excuse me. It's a live Record Store Day. It's an official press from Record Store Day. It is official. Live facelift. The legendary 1990 Seattle. It's sealed, a $95 start. Also, somebody over here asked what Metallica was. A 2022 colored vinyl, blue, Walmart exclusive. The most recent bid was $55 of Jeff Brindley and Corey James. Josh Brown, you're tied with Corey James. He set out. This is sold to Corey James for $45. $45, okay? That's sold to Corey James, $45. All right, that's done. Oh, hold on a minute, I think. Look, yeah, Corey James. Josh Brown went out, okay? There is no return. You know there's no return? The point of no return. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things maybe I just didn't pay attention to it. Because I always thought the no return. Yeah, it's one of those kind of, no is spelled K-N-O-W and no. And I always thought, I don't know, maybe it was maybe on streamings or something. Maybe like when I first had an iPod, or maybe it's on Apple Music one time, they keyed it in wrong, or surely not though. God, I could have swore. Something in my brain, I've seen no on an album. Maybe it was like a foreign pressing. It might have been like a foreign pressing, or I don't know. There's something in my y'all know how many Kansas albums I've shown. I've seen it somewhere spelled an N-O. Or I'm in one of these like Mandela, like I've entered in a different dimension, and then that happened, and now we're over here in a different third door, a fourth door, the fourth wall, or whatever. There's that. So yeah, anytime anybody said that, it's like, man, he's at the point of no return. I'm like, oh, N-O. Let me go call one of my English teachers right quick. Let me go call one of my English teachers. Okay, next thing is Boston. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing. Unfortunately, no obi, but it's real and it's spectacular. It's titled both ways and type on Amazon Music. There you go. So it's a mystery. 35. We need to contact some of them from Boston from Kansas before they die. Here's another CD. We had the state, Kansas. Here's the city, Boston. $35 start on that. Okay, $35 start on that. Okay, Tull. Yeah, I missed an offer on Tull. Todd Cole got Jethro Tull for $16. Boston's at $35. Alice in Chains got one bid. Now another with Calvin. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Boston has two $35 bids, and then Metallica did not get another bid. So let's sell this and let's put up another Metallica. Metallica is officially sold to well, who had it? Brandon, you said Al. It's been so long. Jeff Brindley. Jeff Brindley, $55, okay? $55 on that, okay? There's that. Awesome stuff here. And let's read through these one more time. Boston, Alice in Chains, and next thing is this. No more Hatchet Head crate, no more lower crates. Here's the agenda for tonight. We've got 3 vintage pre-owned crates. We're about to go through best offer. We're going to go through our entire new vinyl inventory and half-off bins until all these auctions are sold. That's the agenda for tonight. No lower crates, no more Hatchet Head crates, pre-owned crates, buy it now best offer, half-off crates. There might be a half-off lower crate. crate, but it's going to be stuff from a previous show. Might be a half-off Paul crate. And then we're going to go through all of our new vinyl inventory until all of this, till all of our auctions are sold. We have Precious Metal, Mad Season, and Guns N' Roses are going to be put up in the next 5 minutes. Here's another really cool Metallica bootleg. This is Metallica live in Sheffield, UK, 1988, VG Plus condition. Another vintage Metallica bootleg, $55 start on that. Fred Cardinale, it's all up to you on Alice in Chains. Boston 35, Boston 35, Boston 36, Boston 40. Alice in Chains is at $97. Judge Roy Bean is $19.99. Judge Roy Bean, $19.99. Okay, let's go through this crate one more time. Great new vintage stuff here. Price is marked. Let's go through it one more time. Ian Dury and the Blockheads. If you need a price, let me know. We have Culture Club in Shrink and Hot, $24.99. Also, Grand Funk, we're an American band. Gold vinyl with the stickers, $44.99. Elton John, Empty Rock, $19.99. Bob Geldof still available. The Lounge Lizards, Tony Bennett, there's Kansas, Leftoverture, $19.99. Carry On, My Wayward Son, that's OG with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. That's Kansas, classic album. Over here, Alice in Chains at 100, Calvin's out. Boston's at 40 with Dustin Whitaker. Hessen's out, that's a final call. And then the Metallica bootlegs at 65. ELO2 is at $17.99. Jethro Tull War Child's $19.99. Jackson Brown, $19.99. Also, the Young President's Coalition. We have War, that was a 12-inch single. Frank Sinatra, Sealed Cars, $29.99. Sealed. We got Ron Mustaine picking up the Kansas after all those many elusive conversations we just had. See, this guy, he can't figure it out either. He's like, do they mean no return or no return? That is so to Ryan Mustaine. Thank you on that one. Kansas, or excuse me, Fleetwood Mac Tusk. I'm calling everything Kansas. Kansas, Third Encounters of the Close Kind, $24.99. Kansas Hooligans, $34.99. Kansas Showtime. I'm joking. That's Jay Giles, The Who. And we got another great John Williams soundtrack, and original Close Encounters, Near Mint with the original bonus 45 there. That's $24.99. Glenn Campbell was still available, Sting, and then Elton John, and then that soundtrack, okay? Hessen wants Close Encounters. I can't believe no one bought that the first time around. Now it's sold, and then over here, we have best price on cars for a sealed copy of this. If you want it, I'll go ahead and do it for $22, okay? Alice in Chains is at $112. Boston is sold, and this is sold to Dustin Whitaker, 40. Are we really done on Metallica? Are we really done on Metallica? This vintage bootleg here, just one bid, and it's with Luke Sheldbauer at $65. We're about to sell it. $65. And then there is Boston, okay? And that's sold for $40. Dustin Whitaker. All right. It's the point of no return. How long? Next thing is this. Mudvayne, yes. Hessen, and then Alice in Chains 112. And then how much was Jay Giles? Jay Giles Showtime, $14.99. At least on eBay, you can see people write no return, yeah. Wendy's Meal. Watching while eating Wendy's Meal of Misfortune. Wendy's Meal of Misfortune. Alice in Chains 115. Matt Nichols said sold on the cars. How much did I say? How much? Whatever I said earlier. I forgot. And then Mike Quadrini gets Sting for $20. And then there's Jay Giles. Anybody else? Glenn Campbell was right here. Gentle on My Mind. $9.99. An original Capitol stereo press. Super clean. $9.99. A little bit of a blip right there on the cover, but nice. Cars was for $22 to Matt Nichols. Okay, who asked first on Jay Giles? Dan Moran asked, and now we have an offer. We'll leave this right over here and see how that plays out. Last bid on Alice in Chains was Fred Cardinale, 115. Calvin Ward, you're out. Okay? Next thing is this. Somebody has been asking for Mudvayne. Let me try to find it over here. Mudvayne, Sleep Token, In This Moment, Perfect Circle, Mudvayne. Here we go. Mudvayne Lost and Found is a 2015. First ever time on vinyl. Limited to 500 on clear vinyl with white and blue smoke with poster, near mint. $85 start on Mudvayne. That's now up for bid, okay? So, Dan Moran, we have one offer on Jay Giles, but it's up to you. It's at $12. I had it marked at $19.99. Wow, so I think we have got a new buyer, and first time a Metallica bootleg has slipped through tonight with just one bid. Luke, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. Luke Sheldon Bauer, this is sold to you for $65. Thank you. And if you are a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get your information, okay? Allison Chains is sold to Fred Carnell for $115, and look at the time, folks. Mudvayne's now up for bid, $85 start on that, and let's go ahead and do the other 8 o'clock advertised record, and I know there's some people waiting for it. One Allison Chains down, another one's going up, and this is an unofficial on pink vinyl. By the way, OG copies of this album are now selling. Some have sold for over $1,000. OG copies of Allison Chains. OG copies of Allison Chains. This is an unofficial 2 LP on pink vinyl. It's an unofficial. This album's also never been reissued, and OGs are rare and highly desirable. $50 start on that. $50 start. If you was record collecting like in 1990, some of the most desirable stuff out there was like Buddy Holly albums, okay? Especially like rare OG first pressings. Well, now those are still pretty desirable. Some of those are still pretty desirable. But now, the new era of record collecting 2025, this is what we get asked about. Record shops across the world will tell you. This is what people's asking for. Alice in Chains. Regardless if they're OG, bootlegs, anything on vinyl, can I get it from Alice in Chains? That's now the go-to. That is up for bid. Good luck for everybody on that one. Over here, Jay Giles is sold to Scott Arnold for $12. And then Glenn Campbell, Peter, I will go ahead and sell that to you for $6. And Mudvayne's at $90 and Mudvayne's at $93. Alice in Chains, let's go through another buy it now best offer crate. Buy it now best offer crate. Of course, if you were like collecting records in that era, if you went to a record show, it would have been like people like up on their wall. They would have had stuff like that, and now it's if you would have went to a record convention in that era, and said, "Do you have any Alice in Chains?" People would be like, "Who?" They just come out. That wasn't they just on MTV? They were just on MTV, wasn't they? It's amazing. Everything's come full circle. All right, I'm trying to figure out the next best crate I want us to go through. Let's see what we got going on in here. Wow, John's put out some, as usual, just a great lineup of records in here. Great titles. Let's knock out this crate. Buy it now, best offer. And here we go. We got incredible stuff to put up. Let's see how some of this stuff plays out. Let's get the show on the road. About time to add some new auctions, okay? Mudvayne's at 100 and Alice in Chains at 55. Here we go. Next Japanese pressings going up right now. Saxon Wheels of Steel. And we got this from a collection, actually. Saxon Wheels of Steel. Let's take a look at this. Saxon Wheels of Steel comes with a sticker. Everything is near minty and minusy. It's very clean, has the insert with it. Saxon's up for bid, a $35 start, okay? Alice in Chains bootleg has one bid for $55. That's surprising, and we're about to sell it for $55 to Janet Gray, unless somebody else bids pretty soon, just FYI, okay? Next thing is this. Kenny Rogers, the Gambler, sealed, $14.99. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain, $19.99. Johnny Cash, The Holy Land, $24.99. Original lenticular cover, Columbia 2i, $24.99 on Johnny Cash. Jerry Lee Lewis, a gatefold 2 LP, excuse me, just a 2 LP compilation, $24.99. And 50 Years of Bluegrass Hits, Volume 3, $24.99. Sade, Diamond Life, Sade's $44.99. And Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Jethro Tull is $19.99. Green Chrysalis label and Richard Pryor, Are You Serious? Richard Pryor is $14.99. Up at the top, Alice in Chains 60, Mudvayne 100, Mudvayne 105, Alice in Chains 60, Alice in Chains 60, Alice in Chains 65. We have an offer on Kenny Rogers for $12. The Gambler, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and that is sold for $12 to Brad Waits. Alice in Chains 65, Mudvayne 105, Alice in Chains 65, Alice in Chains 57. Mudvayne 108, Alice in Chains 70, Alice in Chains 70, Alice in Chains 75, Saxon $35. Brian Thurman got Richard Pryor. Next thing over here is Mudvayne 110. Scott, you were next on Richard Pryor. Alice in Chains 80, Mudvayne 115. Saxon has one bid, $35. The Big Sounds of Sports Cards, $19.99. Well, don't forget, we got Metallica stuff to put up. Our next auction is Metallica Reload. Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire. They're Walmart exclusive, double LP. Of course, these are new, like what, $40, $50. Reload is a $25 start on Flamin' Orange vinyl. Alice in Chains is an unofficial pressing. It's at $80 right now. $80 on Alice in Chains. That's the high bid. $80 on Alice in Chains. $80 now, $82. Mudvayne 120 with Fred Cardinale. Josh MF or Jones, you've been outbid. Speaking of energy drinks, here we go. I think I've had 2 or 3 official real Alice in Chains since I've been selling vinyl. Maybe 2 to 5. I really don't know. I don't think I've ever sold one for less than $500, ever. I think they've always brought between 7, 8, and I think we sold one night sealed for $1,100. What year and country is Alice in Chains? This particular bootleg, unofficial, was made in the United States in 2010. United States in 2010. All in the Family with the booklet insert photo, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Also, we have Humble Pie Street Rats. Humble Pie is $19.99. Jim and Ingrid Croce, Another Day, Another Town. So Jim Croce's first album is really rare. It's called Facets. I've been looking for one my whole life. It's like a Grail, an impossible Grail record, but they come through every once in a while. Jim Croce is $14.99. I think that's a reissue of that album. It's an album him and his wife did. Okay, next thing is this. And we have ZZ Top, Tejas. ZZ Top, $34.99. Julian Renee on Jim Croce. Diego Sanchez on Humble Pie for $15. And right now, we got the following. The last bid on Mudvayne was Fred Cardinale, $125. Josh Jones bid $127. Fred, you're out. The high bid on Alice in Chains is Mike Quadrini for $100. And then over here, Metallica's at $32. Let's go ahead and sell Saxon. Nice pickup on this. Wow. With sticker, just one bid, $35. And that was sold over here, one bid, $35, and that was sold to Jim Sedal, $35. Mad Season's on deck. I was going to knock out Guns N' Roses next and then Mad Season. That was the 8 o'clock primetime slots, okay? 8 o'clock primetime slots. Let's go ahead and sell that, though. Nice pickup for that copy for sure. Metallica's now at 33. Alice in Chains at 110. And Fred Cardinale, it's up to you on Mudvayne. So right now, 3 pretty busy auctions. Mudvayne was the first time ever on vinyl. It's at 135. Alice in Chains is a pink vinyl unofficial. Of course, for 110. Not bad compared to what the dough you would spend on a real one. And then over here, Metallica's at 35 and Metallica 36. 36 over here. Also, bootlegs. The thing about bootlegs is they're super collectible. I mean, I've seen some people I know have official pressings, but they just collect the band and they want bootlegs. I'm talking about not of live recordings, but of albums. Because there's... I mean, I'm assuming eventually Alice in Chains is going to reissue this album, but the question is when. I mean, that's what everybody wants to know. When are they going to do it? Because they say the next one in line is Unplugged. That's what they say. The next one coming is Unplugged. I hope so, but that means if they're doing them, if they're spacing them out as far as they are, it could be a couple years before we see that one, because they've done like, they've only done 3 in 5 years. Facelift was 2020, then they did Dirt, and then the last one they did was Jar of Flies. They've already done Sap, but it was Record Store Day. They've already done Sap, but it was a limited Record Store Day. It's out of print. And then that leaves 2, Unplugged and Three-Legged Dogs. So, yeah, I mean, we're looking at like a couple years before that comes out. So some people's like, a couple years? Heck, I'll take a bootleg. And Rain or Fog, yeah. That's true. I was thinking mostly of the Lane Staley stuff. But yeah, Rain or Fog and, yeah, they have other albums post Lane Staley. I forget about those. But I guess this was the last deal with Lane Staley. And then that Last Action Hero soundtrack, that's another one. That Last Action Hero soundtrack, I think, has 2 or 3 Alice in Chains songs on it, which are really good. So that's out of print too. Big stuff there that's out of print. Okay, so Mudvayne is at 143, Alice in Chains at 120, Metallica's at 47. This is a best offer crate. This is UFO, the Wild, the Willing, and Innocent, $34.99. Yeah, they've never made greatest hits. Nope, that's never been made on vinyl. They haven't released many live recordings on vinyl. We just had one, the Facelift. Most of their live stuff is bootlegged. So, yeah, it'll eventually come out, but they're such a big label. They're definitely going to space it out so they can do big releases. So, okay, UFO. This is a great Bot Now Best Offer crate. The last 3 records were UFO, ZZ Top, and the Archie Bunker level there. We have the Beatnik Flies. No, yeah, the Beatnik Flies is from 1985, $19.99 on that. And the Frank Zappa, Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, $49.99 on that. ZZ Top, it should be an OG just based on the style of the jacket. It should be, yeah, it's got a trifold jacket. It's not. I'm glad I looked. It does have a trifold jacket, but that's actually a second or third label. It's still not a modern, but it's a late 70s pressing. $34.99 on that. What about Mudvayne? Mudvayne was between Fred and Josh M.F.R. Jones. Fred has it for $145. So Josh Jones, you're out. Metallica's at $60. We have Walt Disney Presents Great Operas and Their Stories. So this is a Disney record doing classical stuff here. $14.99 on that one. And Petula Clark, I Know a Place. Petula Clark, $9.99. Green Warner Brothers, beautiful copy and shrink wrap, $9.99 on that one. And we have Deaf School. Deaf School is a 1978 new wave album, English Boys Working Girls, $19.99 on that. Josh Brown does get ZZ Top. That's sold to Josh Brown for $30. Red Strikes Back by Elton John, $19.99 for Elton John. And Elvis Commemorative Album. Now, this was only sold through TV. So this is, there was a commercial, I've been told by many people, in 1978 that would run almost nonstop every commercial break. And it was advertising this record, and it was sold only through TV. This was the first run they did, numbered on yellow vinyl, which they made about 100 million of them. So $29.99 on that one. Larry Smith got Petula Clark for $7. Mudvayne's at $150. Dustin Hodges on Elvis. Dustin Hodges on Deaf School for $15. Elvis is $29.99. They're still bidding on Mudvayne. It's at $150. Josh is back in at $153. And then Alice in Chains is at $150 with C Note. Joseph Ellis, you were the next bidder. So, Joseph, it's up to you. And then Metallica here, Brandon Jones went out, and that was after there was a new bid from Philip for $60. So, final call on Reload, the Flamin' Field colored vinyl. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $22. Also, we have Miles Davis, the Man with the Horn. Miles Davis is $29.99. The Man with the Horn. Simply Bill Withers, a collection of his music. Not for radio airplay. Wow. 1978. It's got all of his best songs on it, too. A promo-only radio station copy of Bill Withers. $39.99. Never seen anything like that before. Metallica, still getting bids. I think. Yeah, okay, Josh and now Philip, now Mudvayne. And I think we're done on Alice in Chains. We got to get a 4th auction going, a Japanese, right now. Alice Cooper Easy Action. A 1972 Terre Haute. So green label, still not the first label, I don't think. First labels are very difficult to get, $36.99. Next auction, we've got a fast car. Shooby-dooby-da, bump. A Japanese pressing of Tracy Chapman. Wow. Don't recall seeing this too many times. It is her self-titled debut album, a OG Japanese pressing. $75 start on Tracy Chapman. Wow. Don't recall seeing that too often. $75 start, a Japanese pressing. First thing we have is Stephen Free You on Bill Withers. No Metallica box sets tonight. No Metallica box sets tonight. So Alice in Chains is sold, this bootleg here, $150, and this is sold to C-Note for $150, okay? Michael Church, second on Bill Withers. So Mudvayne, Josh Jones is out. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $160. And right now, Metallica's at $72, and Metallica's at $75. Tracy Chapman, speaking of $75, that's the starting bid. on Tracy Chapman. And let's do a Grail. So Laura sent me pictures of this earlier today when she looked it up. She said, this is definitely going to be an air horn. Let me give y'all a look into a really rare Guns N' Roses record, okay? This is another album. Speaking of out-of-print stuff, this has never been reissued. This is real and it's spectacular. With hop sticker. Look at the stats on this one. A 1991 USOG sealed with the hop sticker. $995 start. You may say, whoa, but look at this. The last sealed copy on Discogs was May of this year, and it sold for $1,411. So I'm starting this one more than $400 below market for the last one sold. Very rare Guns N' Roses album here. A sealed copy of Live Air, 87 to 93. This is a prime example of a sealed record I would not open, okay? This is highly collectible based on the fact it's still sealed. The era it was manufactured, it's a huge band, and it's a $995 start. $995. $995. Let's see who's watching. Let's see who might. And based on the last stats, that's a great price. If no one buys it tonight, sounds like I need to put it on Discogs for $1,500 or best offer. So there it is. We're going to let it roll tonight for $995. Hopefully it gets more than one bid, though. Tracy Chapman getting new bids. Metallica getting new bids. And there was no other activity since Bill Withers. Here we go. ABBA's Greatest Hits. $19.99 for ABBA's Greatest Hits. Paul Simon, Graceland. $29.99. You can call me Al. Paul Simon, $29.99. And Elton John, $11.17.70. Elton John is $19.99. $19.99. Kenny Rogers and Dottie West Classic sealed, $14.99. And Stephen Stills 2. Stephen Stills 2 is $19.99. GNR is from 1999. GNR is from 1999. Paul Brothers is in at $995. He's in. We do have a bid. It is going to sell. $995. Metallica's at $85 and Tracy Chapman's at $110. How the heck do you get some of this stuff, Chad? We have to spend a lot of money advertising, and we have to hunt, okay? This stuff came from a guy in Nashville who I saw him post he had some stuff for sale. I said, Paul, this guy's moving or something. Go buy his collection. And Paul went out there last Sunday and bought his records. So there's that. And by the way, if anybody watching does want to sell their collection, we buy record collections. If you have $500 worth of records, we'll come buy them. If you have a record collection you're thinking you need like, $75,000 for, we'll come buy it. If you have a record collection you think you might need $25,000 for, we'll come buy it. If you have a record collection that will take up 2 semis, we'll come buy it. If you have a record collection of nothing but metal and it will fit in the back of Paul's car, we'll come buy it. If you have a record collection you want $125,000 for, we'll come buy it, as long as we can make money on it. So we're looking for the rarest and best records in the world. That's what I want to buy. I want to buy the rarest and best records in the world and sell them here every night. Tracy Chapman 130, Tracy Chapman 150, Metallica still getting bids. We got Moody Blues Octave, $14.99, and I also want a lot of $10 and $20 records too. So we have everything in between. We got to have stuff for our crates, and we got to have stuff back here that goes, holy heck, how did you get that, Chad? That's what I'm looking for, okay? Also over here, we have Led Zeppelin. This is a Columbia Clubhouse copy from the mid-70s, $44.99. This is 75 Rockefeller Address, but it's super clean, $44.99, okay? Also over here, Frank Sinatra is $14.99. Next thing, Metallica. The question is, Chad, can I get this in Metallica if I can bid higher? This is a 2022 U.S. Walmart exclusive on Flamin' infield colored vinyl. And the most recent bid right now on this is Josh Jones at $87. It's a 2022. Tracy Chapman's at $165. Aaron Andrus, Mike Quadrini was next. What is the GNR? The Guns N' Roses is Live Era 87 to 93. It's a 1999 USOG sealed. And the most recent bid, this is a most recent bid on this of $995. If it's sealed and you don't open it, how can you authenticate it's real and not a good counterfeit? Well, there's a couple reasons. There's a couple ways. The way the jacket's made, the barcoding, the font, the weight of it, the hop sticker, just our experience with handling these. You can tell a bootleg from a non-bootleg. This is something really hard to replicate. This is something really tough to replicate, okay? Very tough to replicate. So you just got to handle as many as we have. I've had several of these. So you have to scan the barcode. Discogs has entries for everything, if it's a bootleg or something like that, but no one's going to be counterfeiting something like this. The stuff I've seen counterfeited lately are like really expensive Beatles albums, shrink wrap, pop sticker, stuff like that. But you can usually, based on it, the cover, the way it feels, and shrink wrap, like Laura said, there's multiple check marks. You've got to handle a lot of records like we do on a daily basis, but there has no entry of that ever being counterfeited. So, a lot of times if you get on Discogs, you can pull up entries and you can see any kind of bootleg or counterfeit that's ever been made. And typically, if they bootleg something, there's a bunch of them and you can compare them one or the other. So, that's how you know. That's how you know. Just like any sealed records. So if we have something sealed, typically if I think it's skeptical, we open it up. I've done that a lot. I'll open it up because I'm like, well, I don't know. So there's that. Okay, let's go back to the top and see what's going on. First thing is Tracy Chapman is at 150. Tracy Chapman 160. Tracy Chapman 165. Ron Mustaine got Led Zeppelin 1. Tracy Chapman 170. Is Metallica sealed? Yes, it is. Tracy Chapman 175. Tracy Chapman 200. Laura says that barcode only matches that pressing. So there has not been any other ones made like that. Tracy Chapman 210, Metallica 90. And then over here, we have Metallica 93, Tracy Chapman 225, and Metallica 100. Time for Love, Tony Bennett, $9.99. It's the same people who authenticate art. You got to be around enough art to be able to look at something. Same people that authenticate autographs. You got to be able to look at something and be like, yep, that's good. But yeah, this is worthy of being graded and slabbed. I agree too, because you're never going to open it, I wouldn't hope. UFO, The Wild and The Innocent, $34.99, Melanie. Right now, we're going through a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $34.99. But Mark, to answer your question simply, when you handle hundreds of thousands of albums like we do, when you just hold something, you just have a feeling for it. You can just kind of know. It's like holding a fake this or a fake that. It's just really it's really easy to tell. 2001: A Space Odyssey. This is $19.99. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I'm going to make sure Philip Holt is done on Metallica. He has bid 100 and Josh has bid 105. Also, we have George Jones, Poor Man Riches. This is $9.99. $9.99. George Jones, Poor Man Riches. Orange RCA label, $9.99. And 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong, which is technically Elvis Gold Records Volume 2. Elvis Gold Records Volume 2, $19.99. Very nice there. Okay, so Metallica's a 108, Tracy Chapman 240. Now, Paul Brothers probably really wishes I would sell this, so I'm about to. There's been several questions. There's a lot of people probably wanting to bid. There's some people thinking about bidding. However, it's a very expensive item, and they're like, should I bid more than $995? If you want to, I've got to sell it really soon to Paul Brothers. He's like, any day now. He's sitting on it. There's been a million questions. There's been authenticity questions. There's been pressing questions. There's been hop sticker questions. There's been year questions. There's been price questions. Everybody's calculating. They're calling their bankers. They're calling their lawyers, their accountants. They're calling their wife. And they're thinking, oh my God, should I bid on this? Should I bid on this? That's a final call. We're going to have to sell it pretty soon, okay? Next thing is this. We have Tracy Chapman 240, Metallica 108, Mega Blast got George Jones for $7, Tracy Chapman 250, and we have Led Zeppelin, excuse me, I was reading a comment. Yeah, somebody got Led Zeppelin. Elvis Presley, I Was the One from 1983, $24.99. Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, 1971 Hollywood, $24.99. The Righteous Brothers, Soul and Inspiration, $9.99. And Yes, Fragile. Yes is $9, or excuse me, Yes is a 4-digit OG. Wow. George Piro's cut, $19.99. No discount. No discount. That's way too nice. $19.99 for Yes, Fragile. All right, Guns N' Roses is done, $995. Paul, I think you got that about $500 below market. So, Paul Brothers, thank you on that one. That's so do you. $999 million. Sorry, 9,000, but not 903,000, $1 million. No, 995. And I've got to blow the air horn, which we've got a new one. We've got a new one up. I probably should let Linda know over here. I'm about to blow this very loud air horn. Are you over here, Linda? I'm about to blow this air horn. It's about to get really loud. She's over here with earphones in. Got Linda here tonight watching last night's sale. I didn't want to like absolutely scare her to death, so I went around the corner and said, hey, I'm opening this air horn, and we're about to blow it. Okay, here we go. Thank you to Mike Massey. He sends us I've got like 20 air horns over here. I'm not joking. I've got like 20 air horns over here. Let's get this thing good and tight so there's no leakage. That could be taken out of context. Sold, Paul Brothers, $995. Minimum bid. Here comes the air horn. All right. Thank you on that one. Nice. I think I've had this. That's the second or third time I've had that. Maybe. So, hate to see it go. That's one. That's a eye opener there. All right, let's update this other stuff. We still got some sick stuff to do. We still got a whole crate over here. I knew that one was going to take a while. I knew there was going to be a lot of questions. And right now, Tracy Chapman's at $310. The last thing I had was Metallica, and Metallica over here was Josh Jones at 108. Sold to Josh Jones for $108. $108. Josh Jones. Okay, and then. Over here, Tracy Chapman 300, Tracy Chapman 310, and Yes is sold. I saw this when I walked away. Broken Sconce. Yeah, Broken Sconce got Yes. Okay. Broken Sconce got Yes. All right, 1 second, please. All right. Good to go. All right, next auction. First thing I have is this. Next thing I have is this. Mad Season. This is a big one. Mad Season. Seattle Symphony, Sonic Evolution, January 30th, 2015, Bonnaroo Hall. A 2015 USOG limited edition, exclusively released through Pearl Jam's fan club, the 10 Club, with book and the original inner sleeves, still in shrink and hype, near mint top copy. Mad Season's a $250 start. Tracy Chapman, Gabriel Chavez has it for $330. And now auction number 3 is a Japanese pressing. We had one earlier of Boston, no Obi. Here's another one. And this is Boston, Don't Look Back, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the shrink and hype, and there's the cover. Now, Melanie, did you make an offer earlier on UFO? I'm sorry, there was so much going on. Melanie wants UFO. I wasn't ignoring you. It's just one of those things. I'm locked in. We got a $1,000 record up. There's about a dozen questions. There's concerns. There's this. And then Melanie offered UFO $29.99, and Melanie, I'm going to sell it to you for $29.99, okay? $29.99. That's so to Melanie, okay? Sorry about that. We got that all worked out now. I wasn't ignoring you. Mad Season, Tracy Chapman. There's an Obi-less Boston, and that's a $35 start, okay? All right. Got some heavy hitters up for a bid right now. Let's just read the titles in this crate one more time. We're going to do another one, okay? Let's do another one. And, or we're going to do another one after this. Let's read these titles. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. Johnny Cash, The Holy Land. Jerry Lee Lewis, 2 LP compilation. 50 Years of Bluegrass, including Rocky Top. You'll Always Be My Home, Sweet Home to Me. We have Sade, Diamond Life. This maybe got overlooked. Sade, Diamond Life has Smooth Operator on it. It is an OG copy. Has a little bit of a crease there on the jacket, but super clean vinyl. $44.99 on that. Jethro, Minstrel in the Gallery. The Big Sounds of the Sports Cars. All in the Family. The Beatnik Flies. Frank Zappa, Mothers of Invention. Walt Disney Presents Great Operas. We got Mad Season at $275. Richard Yeager on Sade. Richard Yeager on Sade. And then over here, Elvis, I Was the One for $15. Sell this to Levi Hilton for $15. That's so to you. And let me pause at after Elton John and Miles Davis. Let me pause on Mr. Miles, the man with the trumpet, because my crate's full and we're about to fill up another one. All right, now let's start another one. Awesome. Sold a lot of vinyl tonight to have not all that much new vinyl arrivals. We're already working on our 4th full crate. However, we have sold several puzzles. That helps a lot. All right, Mad Season 30, and then Mad Season 300, now 3 1/4, and now Tracy Chapman's at $275. Gabriel, you're out on Tracy Chapman, just FYI. I still got Alice Cooper, Easy Action, a 72 Terre Haute, $36.99. Green, Warner Brothers label. Some of those earlier Alice Cooper albums seem to be the hardest to get OGs of. So big companies have subsidiaries, big label companies. So the big umbrella is Warner Brothers, okay? And then they have subsidiary labels where they maybe put out artists that they don't want to spend maybe as much money on, or they have kind of their own label because they're a unique kind of music. Well, one of the few things I've ever seen on Straight, which is a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, is this right here, Alice Cooper albums. At least his first 2 was on that label. So they're on like a pink label. Very tough to find. Very tough to find. And that's the second label, which it was on the main Warner Brothers, because I think they reissued after, he got a lot of success. Then they started putting them out on their main label. That's still an earlier pressing to be green, because they only used green up until about 1972-ish maybe. There's that, okay? So Aaron Andrus, you're out on Tracy Chapman. Gabriel has it for $360. Alice Cooper is sold to Mark Steele. Now Tracy's at $375. The Mad Season, which is at $325, now $350, is on black vinyl. 2015 limited edition black vinyl. Nobody bid on Boston. This is a $35 buy it now, and that's a Japanese press in Obi. Don't forget about the Metallica stuff we have. It's time for another Metallica record, and this time we sold an OG copy of this last night for $400. Green vinyl, really cool Walmart exclusive, a $25 start on the sealed Metallica and Justice for All. Pergy's going to get Boston, Don't Look Back. It's been too long since I felt this way. That is so to Pergy. Thank you on that one. $35. Tracy Chapman and Mad Season still taking big jumps over here. Over here, straight label with Alice Cooper and Frank Zappa under Warner. There we go. So Zappa, yeah. Same thing for Zappa. He was on all kinds of different stuff there. Bizarre. What was the one? Bizarre. You can get down some rabbit holes studying labels, but that's how, if y'all know, sometimes I can look at something really quickly and tell you if it's an OG. It's basically the label design. All kinds of labels. Some artists started on subsidiaries and then they got picked up by main labels. Some labels were first custom, then they went to a standard after they were having to make a bunch of them because it was selling quickly. Paul Simon's $29.99. Elton John, same thing here. This was on a Uni album. This was a Uni press. Then it went to a black MCA, and then they went to this one for a while in the mid-70s. So this is like a mid-70s. You can look at this immediately and know it's not a first press, second press. It's actually a third label, and it even mentions it up here. It was originally on Uni. So this is $19.99. The Uni pressings for Elton John's first album, Madman Across the Water, this one, maybe one other. Those are tougher to find. Kenny Rogers and Dottie West, that's sealed, $14.99. Stephen Stills, he's pretty much always been on Atlantic, just like Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Two-tone label, they use that for many, many years. $19.99 for Stephen Stills. Moody Blues Octave is $14.99. Frank Sinatra, speaking of labels, this one's really collectible because there's a lot of variants. Reprise, you've probably seen two-tone, one-tone, tricolor Steamboat. This is the custom Sinatra label. That was his record label, Reprise. His face is on the label because he owned it. $14.99 for Sinatra and something. It's Frank Sinatra and Frank and Nancy, Something Stupid. Tony Bennett's $9.99. He was on Columbia, many different labels here. 6 Eyes, 2 Eyes, No Eyes. That's a 2-eye label, $9.99. Joan Jett, $34.99. These are all buy it now best offer, by the way. I Love Rock and Roll. Still got 2001 Space Odyssey. Folks, this has the Ric Flair song. This has the Elvis Presley song. And, of course, it has the 2001 Space Odyssey song. $19.99. Tracy Chapman, $425. Mad Season, $450. Metallica, $26. Thomas Hujar gets Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. It's the Beatles. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. This is a Japanese pressing, UK Flag Series number 30, and this is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has this insert, has that insert, has this insert, has this cover, has a gatefold jacket. $35 start on the Beatles. Are we done on Metallica? Jim Cooper, 26. Joe DeGaldo, you're out. Folks, this new would cost about $40, $45. Right now it's at $30, and it's on green vinyl. Tracy Chapman's at $450, and Mad Season's at $450. Brandon Jones at $30 on Metallica. Make sure Thomas Hujar gets Joan Jett for $30. Thomas Hujar, Joan Jett for $30. And then we have Elvis Gold Records Volume 2. They actually gave this one a title. 50 million Elvis fans. Boy, talking about a lot of labels. Elvis Presley. There's a billion different labels because of how many were made. This was pressed in 1977, the year he died. It was like full steam ahead. Folks, the king is dead. We got to make records. They were just making Elvis Presley records. Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, $24.99 RCA. Should be on an orange label. Plus, I looked at it earlier. I'm not psychic. But also, if it's from 1971, it's going to be on an orange label. $24.99. And the Righteous Brothers, Soul and Inspiration, $9.99 for the Righteous Brothers. What is the Disney info? That was back here. It's essentially Disney trying to keep the kids educated about operas and classical music. So it's a gatefold, and it's opera music set to Mozart, of course, and it tells stories and all kinds of different stuff here about the great operas and their stories. It's gatefold. It's actually from the 60s, 67 it says on the front. This is right here, purple Disney label. So that's a right purple label for 67. And always check the wax. That's true. If you really want to know when something was made, the DNA of the record is right in here, okay? That's what people run on Discogs. That matrix number, that's what you run on Discogs. A lot of people ask me for catalog numbers. That doesn't help because this same catalog number right here, that catalog number, they use that for 2 decades, and there was many different years. So you can't go by catalog numbers. I mean, that might help you narrow it down, mono, stereo. That little E helps you a lot. but you don't ever go by catalog numbers either, okay? The Disney opera record is $14.99. Here's a quick update. Tracy Chapman hit $500. Mad Season hit $475. Wow, 2 air horns. Tracy Chapman's at $500. Mad Season's at $500. Metallica's at $35, now $40. 2001 Space Odyssey, that is sold for $16 to Brian Thurman, and Julian gets the Disney record for $12. All right, so final call to get a bid on the Hollywood Bowl Beatles. This does not have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Metallica's at $42. This is at $500, and this is at $520. So $520 on Tracy Chapman, and Mad Season right now is at $500 of Aaron Andrus. I think it's up to Rob Fordham maybe. Metallica's at $42, Metallica $45, and the poor Beatles over here getting slammed by everybody else. Richard Yeager has that at $35. Those other 2 auctions are still getting bids. Folks, we got some slobber knockers on the table. This is like when Mankind and The Undertaker was in that cage match. Boy, I missed a bunch of Beatles bids. My bad. I missed some Beatles bids. Oh, I did. My bad. Okay. Beatles. Peter Haas, 35. Randy Seibert, 35. Okay. And then now we're at 40. My bad. Okay. There was some bids, but we're still going. Now it's at 40. Okay. Sorry, I did miss some bids. That's why I didn't hammer. I was about to make it a buy it now. That's why I always double check. All right, let's go through another crate. These are all buy it now best offer. I still got 2 more just like the ones we went through. I think everybody's liking these. And guess what? This one's going to be check condition, and I'm going to go ahead and take offers. I haven't done this in a long time, but it's Friday night. This is the last night I'm going to be here. Paul's going to be here tomorrow. He's going to have another full-length show. Laura's actually going ahead and working on auctions right now. She's working on Paul's auctions tomorrow for tomorrow's show right now. So that's what we're doing. Just FYI. And hope everybody's ready for some buy it now. We're going to go ahead and take offers. It's Friday night. I'm here to sell records, and let's do this, okay? Let's do this. And what just fell over there? Oh, a Black Sabbath record. It's okay. It landed safely on some posters. John left me this to auction. It's a green Warner Brothers OG copy of Paranoid. We'll put that up in just a second. Okay, so here we go. We got Tracy Chapman, Mr. Sacco. We got Tracy Chapman over here, $550. Mad Season. The last bid was, what is the last bid? Mad Season is, Rob's out. MS, we're looking for, I guess it's at 500 even, right? Yeah, Aaron Andrus, 500. I could have swore Rob bid 525, though. That was on Tracy Chapman. Okay. The Metallica here, Josh has that for 50. Josh Jones, oh my gosh, 2 Josh Jones are bidding on Metallica. No, that's Brandon Jones. Okay, I was about to say Brandon, our local customer, and then Josh MFer Jones, hard to get that name wrong. He's out, so Brandon Jones has it for $50. Now the Beatles is at 60. And let's go through this crate best offer. And when I walked up front last night to, I lost my train of thought. When I walked up front last night after the sale, I found a few air fresheners. I found another Megadeth, a different design with the nuclear fallout symbol, and I found a Motorhead. So I found 2 more air fresheners I hadn't shown this week. Those are $7.99 each, by the way. All right, check condition, best offer. Check condition, best offer. Paul Brothers wants a Megadeth with the nuclear symbol, and I have more if anybody else wants one. I washed my vehicle today on my way to work, and I vacuumed it, and my Aussie air freshener was hanging. It sounded so good. It smelled so good. What is Metallica out? $50, and the Beatles is at 60. It's green vinyl. It's green vinyl, okay? Green vinyl. And we're about to sell Mad Season for $500 to Aaron Andrus. These are puzzles, $24.99. Urban Cowboys soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. Urban Cowboy VG Plus, $14.99. Jeff Brindley got the Motorhead air freshener. That, unfortunately, is my last one, Scott. And then I've got one Megadeth here, okay? There's this. We got Eagles, their greatest hits, VG, $14.99. One of the best-selling albums of all time. VG, $14.99. More music from the Big Chill. This is an amazing compilation. Bad Moon Rising, Wouldn't It Be Nice, When a Man Loves a Woman, What's Going On, In the Midnight Hour, Give Me Some Lovin', The Wait, VG Plus, $14.99, and Charlie Daniels, Saddle Tramp. What's inside of it? Feels like it's got a EX. Oh, there's a piece of tape stuck to the back of the... I was about to say, what's inside of that? It's on the orange original Epic label. This is... Well, or was this on Kama Sutra? No, this is the... yeah, that's the OG label for that. Okay, there's that. And here's the deal. Here's the deal. Before we get too deep in this crate, because it's going to be a good one, I got to go ahead and take Mad Season off the table. This is no more bids on this. I'll tell you officially what happened on that in just a second. But first thing... John, you have dibs on Urban Cowboy, but it will be sticker at $14.99. If not, it goes to Rob and Glenn. Gabriel Chavez wants the other Megadeth air freshener. All right, that's sold to Gabriel Chavez. And then Joe DeGaldo, you were third on Urban Cowboy. Amanda Darby first on Big Chill. And now, Mad Season. Let me give you the details on that. Mad Season is officially sold to Aaron Andrus for $500. And you know what that qualifies for? An air horn. An air horn is coming out. And I hope this, once again, Linda's right around the corner with headphones in. Laura's in the back. She knows what's about to happen. But fair warning to all involved. Here comes the air horn before it scares you half to death and you fall out of your desk. This is sold. Awesome. Big. We're going to have more air horns tonight than we did last night. Done. Sold. See you later. Whoa, that was loud. All right, there's that. Mega Blast does get the Urban Cowboy at sticker. And Brandon Jones, you get Metallica for $50. And we're almost done on the Beatles. The last bid on the Beatles that came in, was Richard Yeager at $60. Kevin's out. This is sold to Richard Yeager for $60. Yeah, we got all the auctions from the flip video too. I mean, I hadn't touched those since like, what, 6:30? 6:30? I'm still trying to do the Metallicas and all the high-end stuff over here. So, good golly, Miss Molly. Holy moly. And now we've got an epic auction going on for Tracy Chapman. We're down to the wire. Gabriel's out. Aaron Andrus has that for $575. Gabriel's out. $575. $575. And also, if those air fresheners piqued your interest, I have another Megadeth that looks like Countdown, Grateful Dead, and Ghost. Trying to sell these out so I can order a bunch more. Charlie Daniels is EX, $22.99. And the first time in a while, I'm doing best offer on the check condition stuff. We still got the Eagles. There's Charlie Daniels. Let's put up another Metallica. And the other Metallica we're going to put up is this one right here. Let's do another bootleg. We have Ride the Lightning demo. Oh, boy. The demos from Ride the Lightning, which was bootlegged in 2010 in Japan. So this was made in Japan, a 2010 unofficial. Ride the Lightning demos. Wow. $35 start. $35 start on that. Next is James McGuire on the Eagles. That is sold to James McGuire. And then over here, Charlie Daniels, Josh Brown gets that for $20. Okay? There's that. And then Tracy Chapman. Not a promo. Nope. Just a beautiful near mint minus and pristine copy. Okay, Metallica's a $35 start. And then over here, Metallica's $35. And then let's pull something else from the high-end bin. I still got Metal Massacre, Godsmack, Smashing Pumpkins, Rob Zombie, In This Moment, Linkin Park, Sleep Token, In This Moment, Perfect Circle, Baroness, In This Moment. Plenty of Metallicas, all the Japanese stuff. And over here, I got to bring these closer to me. I still got Lita Ford, Motorhead, Scorpions, Black Sabbath, AC/DC, Beatles, Anvil, Mr. Big, Led Zeppelin, Stryper, Crocus, April Wine, The Clash, Black Sabbath, TKO, Crocus, Wasted Youth, Axe, Savatage, Kiss, Def Leppard, Miles Davis, and then plenty of Kiss and other surprises. But I probably won't do too many Kiss tonight, okay? That's usually Monday night. So come back Monday for those. But here's our next auction that was just asked about. Mr. Big 10. Mr. Big is a 2024 Euro OG, shrink, near mint minus, $15 start. Let's go ahead and sell Tracy Chapman. Thank you, Aaron Andrus. Wow, back-to-back, big auctions here. Aaron Andrus, thank you. This is so to you, $575. Thank you on that, Aaron Andrus. And he got the Mad Season. Wow, big stuff there. Grails, done. Thank you on that. Let me get that in a new sleeve for you. And we owe him an air horn. So I hadn't took off my headphones. It sounds really weird. I can hear myself talking. I haven't took off my headphones because I knew what I was about to do. I've heard myself talking this entire time. Pretty crazy. All right. Here we go. That's done. And here comes the air horn. Thank you again. Air horn warning, air horn warning. Who knows? Wow, I can hear myself now. Everything was sounded like I was underwater there for a while. I left those on for like the last 2 or 3 minutes. That was weird. Oh. Okay. Man, in this crate so far, everything we've shown, we've sold. Let's move this over here. Metallica's at 35 with Brian Campbell. I got lots of requests. Those are coming up. Mr. Biggs at 20, 28. There we go. And here comes this. Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph. EX condition, $17.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. Mr. Buffett, $17.99. Also, the specials, nice. VG Plus, $34.99. Didn't expect to see that in here. The specials, VG Plus, $34.99. We have Bobby Gentry, Ode to Billy Joe. Bobby Gentry's in EX condition, $19.99 for Bobby Gentry. And we have Steely Dan Gaucho, Hey 19, VG Plus, $24.99. We're about to sell the Metallica. Really cool bootleg here. Ride the Lightning Demos. It has a high bid of $35 of Brian Campbell, and he's about to get it. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what's the deal with the Smashing Pumpkins here. The Smashing Pumpkins here is a 2012. I don't recall seeing this one too often. It's a 2012 OG, and yeah, it's out of print. It's out of print, and it's EX, an $85 start. Mr. Big is a 2024 Euro OG. So it's a 2024. The most recent bid is $35 with Jeff Brinley. Jay Castillo, you're first on the specials, but you essentially got out-offered. So it's yours if you want it, but it would be $34.99. If not, it goes to Diego. Did I miss something else? Yeah, Julian got Jimmy Buffett for $15. That's sold to Julian for $15, okay? Next is Black Oak, Arkansas. VG Plus $14.99 for BOA, Black Oak, Arkansas. And we have Johnny Cash, the best of Ring of Fire. Johnny Cash, VG Plus, first label 2i, $17.99 on that one. So Castillo passes on the specials. This is sold to Diego Sanchez then for sticker. Metallica has a new bid with Adam for 40 and now 41. Smashing Pumpkins is already at 85. And then Mr. Big is moving at 38 right now with Javi. And then Jeff Brinley, 40. Metallica, 41. Mr. Big, 42. Michael Freiberger got the Johnny Cash. Flip Kiss on Horizon or Monday after volumes win. Flip Kiss on or Monday. We're having another auction. Billy, I bet you're here for the Elder, aren't you? Do you want me to run the Elder? I bet Billy's here possibly bid on the Elder, or at least see what it is. But yeah, we're still going to have a Kiss sale on Monday. Yeah, we'll still have a Kiss sale on Monday for sure. Okay, next thing in here is Purple Rain, Purple Rain, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. This is in shrink with Hop with the original inner sleeve, $34.99. And John Cougar, Nothing Matters, and What If It Did? John Cougar, EX, $17.99. It does have the original inner sleeve. Everything in here is best offer. So the next bidder on Metallica to move would be Adam what did I call you earlier? I think I said Adam Metcalf. It's Adam Mattal, right? M-A-T-A-L, Mattal. And Metallica is on black vinyl. Yep, black vinyl, and then seam splits on covers. No seam splits on covers. Nope, and it's black vinyl VG+. Black vinyl VG+. Smashing Pumpkins is about to sell for one bid for $12. Sean Bailey got John Cougar for $12. We also have Bad Company, self-titled, VG Plus $17.99. Thanks for spending your Friday night with us. Over the next couple hours, you're going to be seeing a lot of vinyl. It is 9 o'clock right here. I'm probably going to stop the show around 10 or 11, but maybe keep going. I do have to leave pretty early in the morning to go to a football game, but we're going to try to sell all the auctions at least and get through all the vinyl new arrivals. And we got a ton of auctions left. $14.99. Early Steppenwolf is VG Plus $17.99. And we have Hawkwind, Warrior on the Edge of Time. Hawkwind is a 1975 Presswell, VG Plus $49.99. Hawkwind, Warrior on the Edge of Time, and that one does have Lemmy on it. All right, so over here, Metallica has a new bid for $45 with Paul Bryan. So Paul Bryan is in on this at $45. That's the Ride the Lightning demos, an unofficial from Japan. Demos from the album Ride the Lightning, VG Plus condition. Paul has it for $45. In the middle is an out-of-print original pressing of a Smashing Pumpkins album called Oceana. Oceana is a 2012 OG near mint, and it's with Aaron Andrus at $90. Aaron Andrus at $90. Darren Johnson's out. And then Mr. Big here, the last bid, Javi went out, and that was after Jeff Brinley bid $45, and we're about to sell it, okay? Next is Smashing Pumpkins $90.90, and then what's your best price on that price? And then Metallica on the Prince. Prince, what it was in March, VG Plus 30, I'll do $28 on it. The cover's nice, shrinking hop. Vinyl's not bad either, $28. Metallica 46, Smashing not humping, Smashing Pumpkins, and then we have Metallica 50 and Hawkwind. Hawkwind, Warrior on the Edge of Time, a 75 Presswell, VG Plus $49.99. Topographic on Bad Company for $12. You got it. We have not sold any Scorpions album. ELO's greatest hits is VG Plus $12.99. However, Neil Young Trans was just asked about. Neil Young is a Japanese pressing of Trans. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Neil Young with Obi. Don't recall seeing this too much on Japanese. Does have the insert. There's the cover in Obi. There's the inner sleeve, and here's the insert. There we go. There it is. That's now for bid. Also, we have tracks from the Vaults, Horse Lips. Wow, what an interesting one there. VG Plus $14.99. And this is VG Plus $12.99. New breed of country, which is Restless Heart, The Judds, Juice Newton, Earl Thomas Conley. And this is VG Plus $12.99. Joseph, if you want ELO, I'll do it for $10. Not only was that going to be my counter, but also Rob and Glenn offered $10. The Metallica, the last bid was Paul Bryan at $50. Everybody else is out. Smashing Pumpkins $126. We can sell Mr. Big, though, to Jeff Brinley. Jeff Brinley, the Mr. Big album is sold to you for $45. Neil Young $35, and now Neil Young $40. Might have some competition on that one. Next thing is Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, VG Plus $9.99. This one has taken care of business. This one has taken care of business. And Let It Ride on it, $9.99 for BTO. So ELO is sold for $10 to Rob and Glenn, and Karen was going to say $12, but I've already promised on that one. Next is Neil Young 41, 42 with David Johnson. Jay Costello, Hawkwind 37. If you do $40 on this, I'll sell it to you. That's $10 off. Mike Quadrini wants Prince for $28. Let me make sure whoever asked doesn't want it. $28 on that. Robert Warner wants, first though, Michael Freiberger gets BTO. Robert Warner got tracks from the Vault. Smashing Pumpkins at $130. Neil Young 46.47. And then Metallica is now in jeopardy of being sold, $52. The other bidder on Metallica was Paul Bryan. Right now, Brian Campbell. Paul Bryan, you've been outbid by Brian Campbell, who has it for $52 on that. And then Robin Glenn said she would do 10 on the New Breed of Country. That's sold. And we have Alice Cooper, Love It to Death, VG Plus, $19.99. That's on a later label, no embossed cover. The original cover is on a green label, and he's sticking his thumb through his pants. That's on a white label, actually a third label. Nice, not bad though, $19.99. Jay Castillo, if you don't want Hawkwind for $40, Ed Riviera does. We got some pending stuff sold over here. Great check condition crate. We're going to end up selling most of everything in here. Looks like all the auctions are still getting bids. And here is our next thing right now. We do have a Metallica up, okay? Well, let me try something else then. Let's try Godsmack here. This could be pretty big here. I mean, it just came back into print, but this is the OG copy from 2014. Take a look at this. This is a real OG copy of Godsmack, one of 2014's most anticipated albums. A real, true OG sealed with hop sticker. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $230. We're starting this one at $150. We're going to start this one at $150, okay? Next is Neil Young 50, Neil Young 46, Neil Young 51. And then Kathy wants Alice Cooper, okay? And then first thing is If on Hawkwind, The Outer, Pimp the Outer, Please. Okay, so let me tell you everything I can tell you on Hawkwind. Warrior on the Edge of Time is a 1975 Presswell press. VG Plus condition, it's VG Plus. Matrix is ST-C753369-A. And then it has AT-GP, which is George Piros. It also has PR over here at 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, which means Presswell. John marked it VG Plus, $49.99. You offered $37. I said I would take $40. Someone said if you don't want it, they'll take it for $40. The cover is probably VG. It has a little bit of signs of ring wear. It is a notched. It was a cutout record at one point. Hawkwind is $40. Now, I don't know who asked first on Prince, but somebody else said they would take it. I didn't hear back from the other person, I don't think. So go ahead and sell this to Mike Quadrini for $28. Right now, I also had put Metallica in jeopardy of being sold, which had a high bid over here with Paul Bryan for $55. I asked Brian Campbell if he wanted to bid again. I lost him. So let's go ahead and sell this to Paul Bryan. He's had it for 4 minutes now. He gets that for $55. Edwin Riviera gets Hawkwind for $40. Jay Castillo's passing. Smashing Pumpkins is at $150, now $151. The last bid on Neil Young was Kevin J. Reitz at $51. David Johnson, everybody else is out. Godsmack's $150 start. That's the real 2014 OG pressing. I don't know if I've already shown this, but I'll show it again. This is Steppenwolf live in 1967 at the Matrix in San Francisco. VG Plus $17.99. Brian says he's done on Metallica. I'm glad because I just sold it. Also over here, I have the following. Let's put up another Metallica. And this is Metallica live in Germany, in Oberhausen. Live in Oberhausen, Germany, sealed. Let's put this one up for just a $35 start. There's Rob Trujillo on the cover. And somebody even has the original ticket stub. Wow, look at that. A real ticket stub that comes with it. It's a sealed bootleg. It is unofficial, made in Sweden. It's on blue vinyl with ticket stub from the actual show. Metallica is going to go up for a $35 start. Neil Young's at $60. Smashing Pumpkins is at $160. All right. Moving on, we're in a new arrival best offer bin, and everything in here is check condition. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. There is some writing on the cover. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. I would immediately have to say the cover's VG. This is a great album, though. $14.99 for Gary Wright's Dreamweaver. Nice. Thin Lizzy, Jailbreak. Tonight's going to be a jailbreak. Thin Lizzy, VG Plus, $24.99. The Boys are back in town. That looks like it's OG. Here's Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. This is VG, $12.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. And Styx, The Grand Illusion. And it includes the poster. That should be worth $19.99 by itself. That's the price of this album. This also has Come Sail Away. Come Sail Away with Me. Yes, Close to the Edge. VG Plus condition, $14.99. It is a 4-digit 1841 Broadway. Also a George Piros mastering. That looks pretty nice for just $14.99. All right, so Godsmack did not get a bid, so somebody can pick that up for the minimum bid of $150. $150. That looks pretty sweet. Seems like it's a great price too. Open copies. Looks like they're selling for just about that. Gary right here is sold to Jason Widener for $12. The last bid on Neil Young, David Johnson went out after Matthew Cabot bid $60. There was one other bidder, and that's Kevin J. Reed, so it's up to him. Metallica has already jumped up to $75, and the Smashing Pumpkins is between Aaron Andrus and Thomas Hujar. Aaron, you're out. Hujar has it for $163. He also gets Godsmack for $150, and Kevin Cassidy wants Yes, Siberian Cathatru, and You and I, Close to the Edge. Nice. Led Zeppelin 3. It's a 5-digit. It's a Presswell press. John didn't give me a year, but I bet I can figure it out. It's a 75 Rockefeller address. It even has So Moat Be It in the dead wax. That's always a good sign, but it's not first press. It has Mastercraft in the dead wax, AT. So we're looking at a Presswell 75. This could be 1975. I think it is. This should be a 1975 pressing. VG, $22.99. Alice Cooper Show. This is VG, $12.99. And Boston's debut album, EX. OG label should be orange. $32.99 on that one, okay? Smashing Pumpkins, $165. Neil Young is officially sold to Matthew Cabot. Matthew, that's sold to you for $60 on that. There's Smashing Pumpkins. It's still getting bids, and so is Metallica. Let's put up some other auctions that was requested. Not before I put Neil Young in a sleeve. Got some other stuff to run here tonight. Very nice stuff in here. We got another crate of best offer, and I've told y'all the agenda. After we go through all the new stuff, we're going to start doing discount vintage crates, probably some nonsense half off. And I've promised a couple people, and I'm sure it'll interest everybody, we're probably going to run through most of our new vinyl inventory because we do $8 in limited shipping. So for the people that's not too new, $8 limited shipping, and you'll probably get a chance to see about everything we have in stock because I kind of need to go through them, kind of memorize what we have in stock. I do all the ordering here, and I keep up with everything basically in my head. And I know we're low on some stuff, but I'm going to see exactly what we still have in stock, try to keep it all together, and then we'll do some half off. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities to keep adding to your order for $8 limit shipping, both OG vintage stuff, really cheap, half off and best offer, and probably going to see about everything new we have in stock, which would be a great thing. So the last thing was Alice Cooper. Robin Glenn offered 10. And then, so Robin, was that for Alice Cooper Greatest Hits or the Alice Cooper Show? Okay, let me ask you that first. Smashing Pumpkins, 168. Diego got the Led Zeppelin. Jay Castillo got Boston. And then Robin said AC Great. Okay, she already answered. So Alice Cooper Greatest Hits, that's sold to Robin for $10. Smashing Pumpkins, 175. And then I hadn't updated Metallica in a while. This is with Paul Bryan for $75. It's sealed on blue vinyl. It's about to sell, okay? They're still getting bids on that. Next thing is this. We have a request for Lita Ford. And yeah, let me move some crates around so I can get to our auctions better. This is Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. Lita Ford is a 1984 USOG. USOG. We have a couple marks we need to check here. So it has a feelable mark right here. See that? It has a feelable mark, probably will cause a click. The other side is beautiful. So Lita Ford does have a feelable mark on it right here. So that's immediately going to get it down to probably around the VG range. And that's going to go up for a $10 start because of that. Lita Ford's now up for bid. Okay, next in the crate was Steve Martin, Comedy's Not Pretty, EX $12.99. Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood, VG Plus $14.99. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus $24.99. Columbia 2i. And now Metallica is officially sold. This is sold to Paul Bryan for $75. Smashing Pumpkins is at $177. Lita Ford is a $10 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do another Walmart exclusive colored vinyl. This is Metallica Load, Pour Twisted orange vinyl. Metallica Load. This one is on Pour Twisted orange vinyl, sealed. A $25 start on that. Jethro Tull Benefit. VG Plus $14.99. Jethro Tull Benefit. I love this album. Some great songs on here. Nothing to Say. Inside for Michael Collins, Jeffrey and Me. Teacher $14.99. Also, Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, VG Plus, $24.99. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, VG Plus, $24.99. Neil Young has an original on her sleeve, even though it's a little crinkled. I was about to say, something's wrong with this. Oh, man. This one got really dinged up. The inner sleeve's pretty crinkled on that one. It's a textured cover. It is OG, though, $24.99. I'm going to leave that right there. We need to get that probably in a new sleeve. Robin Glenn. Next thing is Roxy Music, price and condition. Roxy Music over here is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Metallica has a bid for $10. Lita Ford has a bid for $10. Metallica has a bid for $35. Robin Trower, VG, $9.99. Aaron Andrews says, Smashing Pumpkins out. Enjoy Thomas without my taking of Grails from that and signing off. Thanks, everyone. I'll have to take a month off to recover. I hope not. Hopefully you're on here tomorrow because we're probably going to have some crazy auctions tomorrow with Paul. So Aaron Andrews says Smashing Pumpkins at 175. And this is going once, going twice to Thomas Hujar for 177. 177. Aaron's out. We're about to sell it. If you were waiting for one of them to get done, you better bid right now because I'm about to sell it. Next is Brogan Scones on Robin Trower. So Roxy Music here is VG Plus $14.99. Also Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida, VG Plus $14.99. The Judds is VG Plus $14.99. And Foreigner Head Games, VG $9.99. Is John Wesley Harding stereo? Yes. Mono copies, very difficult to come by. VG Plus $24.99. It is in stereo. Columbia 2i, yes. All right, Thomas said he would do 12 on Roxy Music. That's sold. Thomas Hujar also gets Smashing Pumpkins for $177. Lita Ford, one bid. It does have a fillable mark. $10. We're about to sell it to Andy Lane. Metallica's at $35. Mortgage Guy Rob, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Motorhead, and that is Motorhead on parole. This is Motorhead, a 1986 US EMI of America label in shrink, VG++ or better, $20 start on that. Alicia wants the Judds. That's so to Alicia. Another quick read through here from our check condition crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Very quickly, all check condition titles. Let's read them one more time. Bobby Gentry, Ode to Billy Joe, EX $19.99. Steely Dan, VG Plus $24.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, VG Plus $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, VG Plus $14.99. Steppenwolf, VG Plus $17.99. Fleetwood Mac was VG Plus $14.99. Wow, Thin Lizzy still available. VG Plus $24.99. Metallica 36. Joe DeGaldo on Iron Butterfly for $10. That's so to Joe DeGaldo. Alice Cooper Show for $9 with topographic. Let's go ahead and sell this for $9 to Mike Bartlett. It's Fools on Motorhead. Scorpions Request. Lita Ford is sold for one bid for $10 to Andy Lane. That's surprising. Even with that mark, it looked like it was near mint. It was going to play fine. He just got an absolute steal. Metallica 36. Motorhead on parole is, somebody wants to know, does it have the song? Is Fools. Is Fools. It is. Second track on side 2. Metallica 37. Also over here, we got Styx, The Grand Illusion. VG Plus $19.99. Steve Martin, Comedy's Not Pretty. EX $12.99. Jethro Tull, VG Plus $14.99. Neil Young is VG Plus $24.99. Bob Dylan, VG Plus $24.99. And Foreigners, VG $9.99. Our next auction's a Japanese pressing of Michael Jackson's Thriller. Michael Jackson Thriller is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Michael Jackson Thriller. This one should be really nice. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. Also over here we got a gatefold jacket. It also has the book with a insert, and the book kind of folds out with the poster here. Very cool. And that is near mint minus and pristine, and that's a $35 start, okay? Wes Wilt gets the Thin Lizzy. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Now Motorhead's at 20, Motorhead's at 25, and Metallica's at 37. Thomas said he would do 7 on Head Games. Thriller's a $35 start. We have another crate of buy it now or best offer to go through. Let's do it right now. Our next auction is the Scorpions, Crazy World. This is a 2009 Euro reissue and shrink with the original on her sleeve. Scorpions is in VG condition. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Anybody else on anything in here? MJ35, NJ35, and Metallica. The Metallica album. Mike Quadrini, $37. He outbid somebody. Mortgage Guy Rob, he's out. We're about to sell that. Motorhead all of a sudden getting new bids. Now Michael Jackson and their Scorpions. All right, there it is. let's go ahead and do this right now. I'm going to go grab this other crate of best offer. Let's do it. Dun, 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 dun. I got that Styx song. That Styx song that's stuck in my head from that album we had earlier with Come Sail Away. What is that one called? It's left me. Right. Okay, here we go. This is this. Another crate, all new stuff, best offer. Metallica is officially sold. Paul Bryan for Mike Quadrini, $37. Mike Quadrini, $37. The last bit on Motorhead that came in, MH, Michael Snare, $30. That's what we're looking at right now on this. The Scorpions is at $34 with Alicia. And now MJ, the Japanese pressing, a Thriller, very nice with Obi, $45 on that. Let's move those over here. And let's go ahead and sell this. This is Metallica. This is, you're going to like it, Effers. Spell Fuckers. This is a 1990 vintage Metallica bootleg. It was made in 1990 from a 1988 show, and this is live in Brussels, 1988, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Here we go. Everything in here. Here we go. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. First thing we have is The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and Rip Van Winkle, read by Boris Karloff, $19.99. Ichabod Crane, Legend of Sleepy Hollow, read by Boris Karloff. Climax Blues Band, Reel to Reel, $19.99 on that. Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in the Land of Plenty, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. The Stone Ponies featuring Linda Ronstadt. This is actually pretty cool. It is a reissue label, but it has a hype sticker mentioning early Linda Ronstadt. They started reissuing those when her solo career really started taking off. The last bit on Motorhead that came in was Clay Moore at 40, and that means that he's now the high bidder on that. Scorpions at 42, then 47, MJ 46, MJ 48, and then we have Boris 15, Boris 15, Boris 15, and then we have Sleepy Hollow, a sticker price claim. So guess what? This is up to you. If you want it, JK, it's yours for sticker price. If not, then it goes to Mitch at sticker price. If not, it goes to, no, it's Mortgage Guy Rob. It's Rob's for sticker, then JK, then Mitch, if not Matt Nichols. We're going to have to go down the list. That might take a while. But first thing we're going to do is Linda Ronstadt is $24.99 topographic. We also have Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio. That's $14.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, that is $14.99. Car Over the Lake album. The Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, $19.99. Mortgage Guy Rob passes at $19.99. That means JK, you can say sold or pass at $19.99. Next is Sade Promise. Sade is $49.99. A really nice copy. It has the original on her sleeve. It's near mint, $49.99. So JK is going to get the Boris Karloff record at sticker price. That's sold to JK. Last thing on Motorhead and Bob Riger got Donna for $8. Let me go back, or hold on a minute. Let me check that one. Bob, let's do a $2 bump on that. I'll do that for $10, okay? MJ's at 52. And then over here, next thing over here is this. We got Motorhead. The last bid was Michael Snare at $41. The last bid on MJ's at $50, and the last bid on the Scorpions is at $57. Next is Jerry Lee Lewis High Heel Sneakers, $9.99 on that. And we had the Blow Monkeys Animal Magic with a promo press release, $19.99 on that. Also, the best of Tommy James and the Shondell. And this has the original Unipack design sleeve, so this will be the first press. There is some spine damage, and Tommy James and the Shondells is $19.99. Crimson and Clover, over and over. And I want my $2. So, buddy, this is sold. I'll let you win on another one. I'll do $5 on that, sell that to Bob Riger for $10. He's like, Chad got my $2. Next thing is staying out late with Beat Rodeo. Beat Rodeo is $19.99. Fred Cardell got Blow Monkeys for $15. Next thing is Glenn Fry Soul Searching Gold Stamp Promo Hop Sticker, original inner sleeve, and it has press materials. Wow. It's got photos of Glenn Fry. This is a full press kit that comes with this one. Glenn Fry, $19.99. Gold Stamp Promo of Soul Searching with a press release poster and photos. That's pretty cool if you're an Eagles fan. Sade is $49.99. Alicia has the Scorpions at $65. Clay's out. Are we done on MJ? We're not. David, you got outbid by Mike. Mike Quadrini, 52. Nobody's bid on Metallica. You're going to like it. Fuckers. And this is live. No bid. Looking for a $55 start. The last bid on Motorhead is now a final call. That was Michael Snared at 41. I'm going to make sure Clay Moore is done. Mike Quadrini gets the Glenn Fry with the press material. Scorpions is still getting bids. The Georgia Satellites Open All Night is another promo copy. And this one, wow, a lot of these have press kits, and John's not even marking it. He's just saying, hey, you're going to get some free materials. This is another one with a press kit. It's a white label promo, too. I bet there's more in here that hadn't been marked. And it's on, look, it's on audiophile vinyl, white label promo. Let me hold this up to the light. Yep, it's on brown translucent audiophile virgin vinyl. White label promo, Georgia Satellites, $34.99 on that one. Also, we have the Lounge Lizards from 1987, $34.99 on the Lounge Lizards. The Metallica is on black vinyl. Which Motorhead? Motorhead on Parole is a 1986 US VG++ in shrink. Motorhead on Parole. I wasn't bid on Motorhead, just Scorpions. Okay, somebody's out on Motorhead then. We're going to have to sell it very quickly. Michael Snared, 41. Who was at 40 then? Somebody was at 40 then. Clay Moore. Oh, you put Scorpions. Okay. Motorhead, it was Josh Jones. Okay. Maybe. Somebody was. But right now, it's a final call because he's about to get it. And Georgia Satellites is sold to David Polkey for $30. That's sold to David Polkey. Fred Carnell was second. And then is the new sealed crates up next or more used? We'll probably run through some new stuff next. Yeah. This is going to be this, and then we'll knock out some new, and then we'll do some half off and stuff like that. We got Duran Duran, Too Much Information, 1993 blue vinyl. My gosh, I don't think I've ever seen this before. $49.99 for Duran Duran. First time ever seeing that one. We have Greg Ken Band, $14.99, and Los Chicanos is a 1970 Mexico press, Mexico record, $24.99 on that. All right, Motorhead is sold. Motorhead is sold. Motorhead is officially sold. Motorhead. Michael Snared, $41. That's done. Nobody bid on Metallica. $55 buy it now on Metallica. It's on black vinyl. Metallica, $55 buy it now if anybody wants that one. Scorpions is still getting bids. Josh Jones is out. It's up to David Johnson on MJ. I'm going to make sure he did say out. The last bid on MJ was Mike Quadrini for $52, and we're about to sell it. I'm going to lay this right over here, and then next thing is Scorpions, and then over here we have Lounge Lizards details. Lounge Lizards was right back here. The Lounge Lizards is a 1987. No Pain for Cakes. No Pain for Cakes is $34.99. Doug Reeder gets Metallica for $55. Thank you on that one. Let's put up another Metallica. The album, their debut, Jump in the Fire, Hit the Lights. Sealed. Fire Engine Red, Jump in the Fire, colored vinyl, $25 start on that. Yep, we still got some high-end stuff over here to run too. Let me get these air fresheners back off the table. Yep, let's go ahead and get back into some of this stuff. Man, we still got some crazy albums over here to run, like Linkin Park and Sleep Token. Here we go, Linkin Park. This is a pricey one. Linkin Park, Road to Revolution, live at Milton Neves. Keeves, K-E-V-N-E-S. It's a 2016, first time ever on vinyl, record store day exclusive, limited to 3,000 numbered copies on red and black splatter with a DVD and insert. Linkin Park is $125 start. Metallica's already got a bid for $45, or no, maybe that was an offer. If that was an offer, Thomas, then I've already sold it. Scorpions is a new bid for $80. And then we have MJ. I lost David Johnson. That's unfortunately. He must have fell out as a recliner. This is sold to Mike Quadrini for $52. That is sold for $52. Thank you, Mike Quadrini. That's sold to you. Still got some Japanese over here to run. They're still bidding on the Scorpions, though. Alicia has it for $80. Josh Jones, you are officially outbid on that one. And we have Metallica for a $25 start. Let's keep going through this crate. First thing I have is, here's the man, the dynamic Bobby Bland. Bobby Bland is a 65 UK flipback cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover has some discoloration and staining on the back, but look at that. Vocal Lion, UK, $49.99 for Bobby Bland. Lincoln Park does have a bid for $125. Next thing we have over here is Metallica has a bid for $25. Duran Duran is called Too Much Information. It's a 12-inch single. It's a 12-inch single. Too Much Information Transmix, Too Much Information Transmix Instrumental, Too Much Information Deptford Dub, and Too Much Information Club 2 Mix. $49.99. Yes, 12-inch single. Metallica 25, Metallica 25, Metallica 25, and we have Dimensions of Sound. Dimensions of Sound's a 1987 German Garage, $19.99. Josh Jones, do you want backing on the Scorpions? Alicia has it for $80, just FYI. Alicia has it for $80, just FYI. Next thing over here is Bobby Bland sold for $42 to Patrick Lear. Thank you on that. Next thing is this. Miners of Muzo, Beauty is Pain, an 86 French pressing, a garage album, $14.99. Also, we have Walt Disney Presents The Great Composers, another Disney record documenting people like Bach and Beethoven and Chopin, and that's $14.99. Fred Carnell says Sound, Dimensions of Sound, sell that to Fred Carnell for $15. So Metallica's got a three-way tie. Brian bid 25, Paul bid 25, Brandon bid 25. The Scorpions, I'm making sure Josh Jones is done. We're about to sell it though. He did say out, and this is sold to Alicia for $80. And now Lincoln Park and Metallica is what we're down to. Lincoln Park's at $130. Our next auction, let's go ahead and run at least one of these in these moments. Here's one of them. In this moment, Beautiful Tragedy. In this moment is a 2016 first time on vinyl, limited edition. They only made 200 on clear vinyl with poster and insert. In this moment is a $65 start. Okay, first thing we have is this. Duran Duran, Javi Soto, $41. That's sold to Javi Soto for $41. Lincoln Park at $135. Julianne gets the Disney for $10. And then we have Stereo Tommy, the Alan Parsons Project, $19.99 for that. And All Too Soon, Quadrant Toast, Duke Ellington, $14.99. Lincoln Park still getting bids. Metallica still getting bids. In this moment now getting bids. And let's go over here to our other crate of crazy stuff we got to put up. And I actually did promise this to somebody earlier. I think I'll go ahead and put it up just to see what we got going on here. Kiss, Music from the Elder, is a 1981 USOG Hot Pog, HRM. It does have the original plastic inner sleeve. Bad cover damage, especially on the back. It's wavy. The vinyl's VG, VG++. Actually, the grade here is VG+, VG++. The vinyl's not bad. It does have that plastic inner sleeve, but it looks like the jacket got water damaged at one point. Looks like it got a little wavy and a little wet. So just a $20 start on Kiss, Music from the Elder, okay? Lincoln Park's at $150. Donna Turner on Duke Ellington. That's sold to Donna. And then down here on the end, the Metallica is at $27 with Brandon Jones. Everybody else is out, by the way. Bill Evans, the Paris Concert Edition 1. Bill Evans is $36.99. Bill Evans, also BG's Gold, $9.99. Good Night Tonight by Wings, $19.99 for Wings, Good Night Tonight. Disco single, of course. And then Kool and the Gang, Emergency. Kool and the Gang is $14.99. We have Jimi Hendrix, End the West. Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid is $19.99. And Graffiti Blues by Blue Mitchell. Take a look at that. 1973 press, Blue Mitchell, $49.99. We got a $28 offer and a $27 offer. Let's roll Bill Evans for $28 to Donna Turner. Samuel Kopich, You Were Next. Deep Purple in Rock is $29.99. And the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks is a audio manufacturing press from 1971, $44.99. Nice. You got to have Hot Rocks. You got to have Hot Rocks. Robin Glenn on Kool and the Gang for $10. Sold to Robin Glenn for $10. Metallica did not get another bid. Sold for $27 to Brandon Jones. Next thing is Lincoln Park still getting bids. It's at $155. In this moment, just got one bid for $65. Sold to Brian Thurman. If you want to bid on Kiss, you got one more chance to bid $20. The next Kiss, the next Metallic auction is going to go up right now. And this is Master. Master of Puppets. This is the sealed Walmart exclusive battery brick, kind of orangey red colored vinyl. Master of Puppets, Sanitarium, $25 start on Master of Puppets. Next is the Who Live at Leeds, complete with all 12 documents. This is a really cool set if you've never seen it before. It's complete with, well, hold on a minute. Does it have the R&B poster? Yeah, there it is. Okay, usually that sticks out at the top. So this comes with all the... Have you ever seen that episode of Pawn Stars where that guy brings us in to Rick on Pawn Stars and he thinks these are real contracts? I mean, they look real. Look at that. I mean, they're such good copies. It looks like set list, and then it has a replica of their Woodstock contract here. See, that's where they played Woodstock, Aquarian Festival grounds, what killed August 16th. I mean, it looks just like the Woodstock concert, you know. And this is $49.99. It's the original Decca press. It has a photo insert. I mean, look at that. It looks so legit. They did an amazing job on this. But this is a complete, there's the lyrics to My Generation. People try to put us down. Yeah, looks real. But there's an episode of Pawn Stars where a guy brings all this into Rick, and he's trying to tell Rick it's all real. And Rick's like, what? I think it's Pawn Stars. It should be, yeah. I think so, unless I've went crazy. Because they do look real. Like if somebody just brought me that Woodstock document and said, Chad, I'd have to look underneath a loop and make sure that's not live ink, you know, because it looks like a live ink signature. That's so to Chris Ferrara, nice pickup there. Really hard to find that nice with all the guts in it. And then we have Lincoln Park. The last bid, Tony Samuelson went out, so did Fred, so final call for $162. Nobody bid on Kiss. You can pick that up for $20. There is water damage on the cover. The vinyl's not bad, and it has the original under sleeve. $20 on that. $20 on that. And then we have Metallica. And Michael Freiberger got Kiss for $20. Metallica's a $25 start. Let's grab something else over here. Let's do a Sleep Token next. Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden on Gold Nugget colored vinyl. This is a 2023 OG. $85 start, limited edition Gold Nugget colored vinyl. So this is the OG pressing of this album from a couple years ago on Gold Vinyl. $85 start on that. There's different ink color on the font, leads to blue, black, red. Ah, I forgot about that. Yes, you're talking about on the label, right? And I think, of course, the UK copies look different too. Sleep Token 85, Kiss 20, and Ray Red Blue Mitchell 30. Blue Mitchell. Right now, if you wanted at this moment, I'll sell it to you for $40. It's marked at $49.99. Also, we have Los Lobos by the Light of the Moon. Los Lobos $14.99. Mitch is at $27 on Metallica. There we go. Okay, sorry, there's so many Metallica's going up one after another. The bids are getting blended. There is a bid on Metallica with Mitch T at $27, okay? Hello Dolly, Louis Armstrong, $9.99 for Louis Armstrong, Hello Dolly. And guess what? It's time for a Japanese pressing. This is a new Arrivals Crate Buy It Now Best Offer, but also we have going up for bid right now a Japanese pressing of Madonna, Like a Virgin, and other big hits. Now, this should be pretty desirable because the other night we had a pink vinyl Record Store Day reissue of this. It was on pink vinyl, and it was a Record Store Day edition. And it looked just like the Japanese, and it was pretty expensive. So this has Like a Virgin on it and Holiday, and it also has Lucky Star and Borderline. And I don't think I've had too many of these. The original, actual, true Japanese pressing, $35 start on that. Sleep Tokens at $87. We have Bobby McFerrin, $14.99. It is like a four-track like promo. It's like a four-track promo. No, it's not a promo. Yeah, it is. 33 not for sale. Okay, there's that. What we're going to do right now is sell Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park is sold to Mike Quadrini for $162. That's sold to Mike Quadrini for $162. Metallica all of a sudden getting new bids. It's a 2021 Walmart exclusive on battery brick colored vinyl. Okay, then Sleep Token over here. JetBlue has it for $90. Now Metallica's at $35 all of a sudden. And Madonna already has a bid with $37 with Fred. Now there was another offer. Larry Smith put LL10. For Larry Smith got Los Lobos for $10. And also over here we had Mortgage Guy Rob on Bobby McFerrin for $10. Okay, there's that. And now we need to start a crate. We have filled up a full crate here of vinyl. Oh. Awesome. Let's fill this up. Let's take care of business on this. And let me grab another one here. Taking care of business every day. Here we go. So we got Metallica, we got something out of there, and we got something out of the Japanese crate. So let me go pull something from that other crate with like the Stripers and the Black Sabbaths and the Kiss. And let's go ahead and put up Clash. That definitely interests some people. Let me see if I can get this green price sticker off the front without damaging it. Sometimes these old yard sale stickers peel right off. Yeah, perfect. All right. So this is the Clash Combat Rock. I just peeled a sticker off of it. It is, let's see what we have here, an 82 US repress. VG Plus or better with just like light scuffing. Combat Rock, a classic album. Probably their most, should be their most commercially. Well, that first one's pretty popular, but Should I Stay or Should I Go and Rock the Casbah back to back. Probably, did this sell more than their first one? It's got to be close. Big album. Combat Rock, an 82 repress, $15 start. That's up for bid. We have not sold Crocus yet. Crocus is not sold yet. Madonna 41, Metallica 38, and then over here, what about Sleep Token? Janet's at 90. Who was the other bidder? Fred Cardinale, you're out on Sleep Token. Let me know if you want back in or anybody else. Keep going here. Nice. Yusef Lateef, Hush and Thunder, a 73 Monarch pressing, has a promo sticker. Yusef Lateef from Atlantic, $19.99 on that. Warren Hardin, make sure you put Clash if you want to bid. No poster. I've never seen a poster, but it does have an inner sleeve with it. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. The Killer Rocks On. We have The Vampire at the Harpsichord. The Vampire, Dracula Lives. 1974. Interesting. Never seen that record before. Should have put that out a little bit closer to Halloween. $36.99 on that one. We also have Pat Metheny, Ornette Coleman Song X, $29.99, and UFO Mechanics. UFO is $29.99. All right. Donna offered $14 on Yusef Lateef. That's sold to Donna for $14. Tommy's out of Metallica. Is there a Rob Zombie coming up next? Madonna 46, Clash 16, Clash 20, Vampire 30. Sell that to Vlodarchek for $30. And then Vampire had another $30 offer. What about Metallica over here? Brandon Jones had it for $38. I want to make sure Mitch T's out. So Brandon Jones has Metallica for $38. Sleep Token here was already a final call. I'll probably need to go ahead and pull that off. And yeah, Sleep Token is sold to JetBlue. She's had it for 3 minutes now. Sold to Amanda Darby for $90. That's sold. Madonna over here is with Chris Gardner at $47. And then we have the Clash now getting new bids. It's at $20. Okay, and then Pat Metheny for $18. Donna, if you want this, I'll do it for $20 right now. $20, one-time deal, right now in this moment. Bill Evans, special guest John McLaughlin. Bill Evans is $19.99, gold stamp promo. And here's that Rob Zombie somebody just inquired about. This is Rob Zombie Hillbilly Deluxe, a special limited edition picture disc. And this is a 1998 USOG limited edition picture disc from 1998. 1998. That's when this album came out. $95 start. Sleep Token is sold to me. Yes, Sleep Token is sold to you. Okay, Sleep Token was sold to Janet Gray, JetBlue. Yes, okay. And then I'll take Pat. I hadn't heard back from Donna on that, but it's her decision. And then Bill Evans, I'll say Bill Evans for $16, Donna. You got 2 decisions to make now. Johnny Cash Arden Blossom Special. Johnny Cash is a Columbia 2i, $24.99. Doobie Brothers Stampede is $14.99. And Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $29.99. And Joe Cocker Stingray, $24.99. Brandon Jones, you do get Metallica, the colored vinyl here, $38 on that. The last bit on Madonna that came in was going once, going twice to Chris Gardner at $47. Everybody else looks like they're out. $47 on that. The last bit on the Clash that came in was a final call to Warren Hardin for $20. He's about to get that for $20. Rob Zombie, $95. Donna, was that sold on both? So Bill Evans for $16 sold, and Pat Metheny sold for $20, both to Donna Turner. UFO's $29.99. I'm reaching for more records, but there's not any. So let's go ahead and put up another Metallica. And I'll tell you what, we're going to breeze to those one more time. Let's do another Walmart exclusive, this time a black album, and they did it on some blacker marble vinyl. So it kind of looks clear and smoky. So they just didn't do it on plain black vinyl. They kind of did it on clear and smoky colored vinyl. That's a 2021 sealed Walmart exclusive. It is on colored vinyl, technically. $25 start on that. All right. I figured they would do the black album on like orange vinyl, something just like totally, you know, like just white. You know, it'd be something like completely opposite of the cover, but I guess not. Melanie Clausen on UFO for $25. Melanie Clausen on UFO for $25 sold. And we still got Climax Blues Band Reel to Reel for $19.99. Omar and the Howlers, $19.99. Stone Ponies, Linda Ronstadt, $24.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Carl Over the Lake was $14. We have Alan Parsons for $19. Topographic on the Stone Ponies for $18. Sell that to Mike Bartlett. Next thing we have is Shaw Day for $49.99. That's OG. Don't hesitate to make offers. I'm here to sell records, not to hoard them. That's y'all's job. Well, I hoard records too, but I got to sell these, so I have money to hoard other records. Best of Tommy James. I personally recommend it. Some of my favorite music from the 60s there. We have over here Madonna officially being sold for $47 to Chris Gardner. $47. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you on that one. Holiday. That's my jam, folks. Holiday. That's what I sing like in the way here on to work every day. And then Clash over here is $20. And that's sold just to Warren Hardin for $20. And then Nobody Bid on Rob Zombie, so that's a $95 buy it now. No Bid on Rob Zombie, $95 buy it now. And Metallica has one $25 bid with Tommy Call. What is the Bill Evans album? It's already sold. Donna bought it earlier for $16. Beat Radio, staying out with Beat Radio. Greg Ken Band Rock and Roll. Los Cachanos, The Lounge Lizards. Also Miners of Muzo. Alan Parsons, Stereo Tommy, BG's Gold, Wings Goodnight Tonight, Hendrix in the West, Alan Parsons Project, Pyramid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is this, a Star-Crossed Wasteland in this moment. In this moment is a 2017 limited to 300 on bronze white swirl vinyl, $55 star. Vogue, you got to strike a pose, you got to dun-dun-dun. Next thing we have is Deep Purple in Rock, $29.99. Wow, Hot Rocks. Don't make me read the track listing. Okay, I'm going to read the track listing. This is the Rolling Stones, Hot Rocks, a 1971 gatefold 2 LP, very little cover wear, nice vinyl. Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, Gimme Shelter, Honky Tonk Woman, Satisfaction, Painted Black, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Street Fighting Man, Midnight Rambler, live of course, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Let's Spend the Night Together, Mother's Little Helper, 19th Nervous Breakdown, Ruby Tuesday, Hey You, Get Off of My Cloud, Play with Fire, Time Is on My Side, Yes It Is, Heart of Stone, Under My Thumb, Sympathy for the Devil, As Tears Go By. Golly. Now, how could you not buy that after that? $44.99, a beautiful copy of Hot Rocks. Metallica, yes. Metallica is a some blacker marble vinyl, Walmart exclusive. One bid, final call, $25, unless a bid comes in. In this moment has a bid for $55. Zombie is sealed. Zombie is sealed, a 98 USOG sealed. Looking for a $95 on that. Shaw Day 30. I'll sell you Shaw Day right now, one time for $37, Eric Dog. One time, $37 on that. Next, Graffiti. I've already told somebody I would take $40 for Blue Mitchell. Maybe another jazz album there that just got looked over. That's $40. I already said it was $49.99, but I would take $40. Hello Dolly, Louis Armstrong, Jerry Lee Lewis, Johnny Cash, the Doobie Brothers, Joe Cocker, and Eric Clapton with an amazing set list on that. Let's put up another auction right quick. This next auction is going to go up right now. And guess what it is? I'm putting it up right now. Hope you're ready. It's Striper to Hell with the Devil. With the original cover, The vinyl is around VG condition. It's uncensored artwork. It does have some scuffing, maybe VG minus, just a lot of superficial marks on it. Striper is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. We have one offer on stones for $30. You're getting closer, Scott. You're getting closer. 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 In this moment, 65, Metallica 27. Price on Tommy James. Tommy James and the Shondells greatest hits. The best of. $19.99. It does have some spine damage, but it's the original roulette unipack sleeve. Ball of Fire, Crimson and Clover, Moni Moni, Hanky Panky, I Think We're Alone Now, Crystal Blue, Sugar on Sunday, Mirage, Sweet Cherry Ryan, Baby Baby, I Can't Take No More, $19.99. Stephen For You gets the Rob Zombie for $95. Is there a Sade in here? There's one pending to Eric Dog. I told him I would do a one-time price of $37. Edwin, we've already sold Rob Zombie for $95. What in this moment is it? What Jimi Hendrix is it? In this moment is called a Star-Crossed Wasteland, a 2017 U.S. limited of 300 on bronze and white swirl-colored vinyl. What Jimi Hendrix is in the bin? The Jimi Hendrix that's in this crate right now available for sale is Jimi Hendrix, Hendrix in the West, $29.99. Now Metallica has a new bid for $30. What bin is this? New Arrivals best offer. Chad, did you mention AC/DC earlier? I did. Scott Arnold gets the Rolling Stones for $35. Robin Glenn put TJ for $15. There's already been 3 or 4 other people ask about it. And okay, yeah, how's the condition? This is beautiful. It actually couldn't get any better. It actually could not get any better. It's near mint minus. It's a beautiful cop. If you want it, just say sold. Can't believe no one bought that the first time around for sticker price. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. I can't believe no one bid on Striper. This is a $25 start on this, okay? Blue Mitchell has no condition notes. No condition notes on the vinyl. EX or better. EX or better. VG Plus cover. Okay? Wings info again. Pass on TJ. Pergy. Okay, so who offered 15? Robin Glenn, you're getting this for $15. Thank you. That's so to you. Final call on Striper. In this moment, to my knowledge, has one bid, and that's about to be sold then to Brian Thurman. He's the only bidder for $65. Metallica is at $35. That's got a new bid. Do I have in this moment? No, you don't. The high bid is Brian Thurman at $65. Fred Cardinal, you're out. It's at $65. It's at $65. Samuel Kopech offered $15 for Johnny Cash. We're still moving vinyl here. Johnny Cash is sold to Samuel Kopech for $15. Striper has a bid for $25. Eric Dog, everybody's looking at you on the Sade. All you got to do is say sold if you want it. If not, that's okay. But if you do, that's all right too. But if you don't, that's okay. But if you do, that's even better. Striper has one bid, VG minus, in this moment 67. And the last bid on Metallica, Tommy Call went out. Brandon Jones has it for 35. We're about to sell it. Now in this moment it's 66. Now we got 3 new bidders. Now we got new bids coming in. Now we got people thinking about Blue Mitchell. We also have people thinking about Jimi Hendrix. We also have people thinking about Joe Cocker, Eric Clapton, Doobie Brothers, Jerry Lewis, Doobie Brothers, Louis Armstrong, Deep Purple, Alan Parsons, Wings. Somebody asked about Wings. Wings is near mint minus. It's a 12-inch single. Good night tonight. Who asked about that? $19.99, right? Julian, yeah, 12-inch single. Now another thing. Eric Dog says he'll take it for $37. If not, 2 other people just said they wanted it. All right, that's sold to Eric Dog. And then over here, how much is Joe Cocker? Joe Cocker Stingray, one we don't see as often. Gatefold jacket, $24.99. This is a buy it now best offer. Buy it now best offer crate. Striper, just one bid, $25, sold to Sean Bailey. Unbelievable. In this moment, it's at $75, and now Metallica is officially sold. Metallica is sold to Brandon Jones for $35. All right, here's what we're going to do. So there's going to be more vintage records tonight, but here's what we're about to do. I've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've got about 16 crates of new vinyl I'm going to try to breeze through between now and whenever I sign off tonight. When am I going to sign off tonight? When all the auctions are sold. I've still got about 5 Metallicas. I've still got the high-end bin. I've got the other bonus crate, and I've still got about 10, 12 Japanese pressings. Probably not going to sign off, but I am going to a football game, University of Tennessee versus the UAB Trailblazers, Knoxville. It's a 12 o'clock kick. I've got to pick up my sister at 6:15 in the morning, okay?
Now, where I live to where my mom lives is probably about a 50-minute drive. So you can do the math. For me to get up and leave and pick her up so we can meet the rest of the Vols crew and head to Knoxville, I've got to get up around like maybe 5 a.m. and I'll be like rushed, okay? So I'm probably going to be live for another hour or another 2 hours, or I'm just going to stay up all night and not go to bed. Jim B, I've got bad news. You're not going to be making any money off us this week, okay? You probably can go ahead and go to bed. All of lure crates are sold. You're not going to cash in this week, okay? I'm sorry. You can go ahead and go to sleep. But maybe come back next week. We have Joe Cocker. This is sold to Brian Call for $20. In this moment, 76. In this moment, 77. Jim B is so disappointed. He usually makes $5,000 to $10,000 a week watching our sales. And he's kind of struck out this week. And he's very upset. He's made over $1 million this year already watching our sales. So, sorry, Jim B. See you next week. We got Metallica Death Magnetic. Now, whenever he goes to bed, we'll bring out the good stuff half off. Metallica is a Walmart exclusive magnetic silver vinyl, $25 start on Metallica Death Magnetic, $25 start on that. I do need some sleep, so I'm going to try to. One thing, though, when I end the sale, I got to clean up and I got to film those videos for y'all in the mornings. So everybody's like, going to be waiting for the video. So I got a lot to do before we end the sale. And then we also, you know what else we got a lot to do? We got to sell a lot of stuff. We got to sell a lot of auctions, okay? So there's that. And in this moment's at 80. Jim B is so disappointed. His kids aren't going to get fed this week. They're going to come repossess his vehicles. His lights are going to get cut off. He depends on Coletco to pay all of his bills. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Metallica 25, Metallica 35. I'm doing a little crate condensing here, and let's get started, okay? We're about to do some rapid fire action. Rapid fire action. Let me go ahead and get these out of my way. I've got 2 sealed copies. If you want to bid on these, put sealed, Mamas and Papa's Soul Train by the Classic 4, and Any Which Way You Can. These are sealed albums, $10 start for both of them, okay? Metallica's at 82. Our 4th auction is Black Sabbath Paranoid. I'll put up Crocus in just a second. Black Sabbath is an OG green Warner Brothers label, gatefold jacket, the cover's VG, the vinyl's VG. Black Sabbath is going to go up for a $30 start. Good luck to everybody bidding. 2 sealed records, $10 start. We got In This Moment at $83. Metallica's already at $35. I'm working on condensing some stuff. I'm condensing a little bit of this. I'm condensing a little bit of that. I'm moving all this over here. We're doing all this. Jim B's kids are crying because they just found out there's not going to be any food on the table because Jim B didn't get any half-off lure records this week. Daddy, how did you not get any half-off lure crate records? Now we can't eat. Now we're going to go hungry. Dang, you make me feel bad, Jim B. Holy moly, now I'm starting to feel bad. All right, sealed 10, sealed 10. Black Sabbath 30, In This Moment 86. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh. How'd you not get any Laura half-off records? What are we going to eat? Chad's a monster. By the way, this is a total dramatization. I'm just joking about Jim B and his family, I hope. We hope so, right? We hope so. All right, here we go. All right, let's do this. I've there's gonna be pictures of me on Facebook. It's gonna be like a black and white evil looking image of me. This guy causes my kids to starve every day. All right, In This Moment. This is called a Star-Crossed Wasteland, a 2017 bronze white swirl colored vinyl. In This Moment's at $91. The last bit on Metallica that came in was Michael Snared at 35, and that tied, let me see here, that 35. Brandon, did you say out on this? I got Michael Snared at 35. The 2 sealed records I'm still showing at $10 of Donna. So Chris Gardner, you're out, and Black Sabbath has 1 bid for 30. Very quickly, we're going to go through a lot of records quickly that are new and sealed, and we're going to do some half-off stuff, okay? I've got Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. 180 gram, $29.99. Rush Moving Pictures is $36. Also, we have Jethro Tull Live in Newport Pop Festival, $69. That's $29.99. Neil Young, A Letter Home is $34. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is $44. Abbey Road is $36.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, A Half Speed Master, $39. The Kinks Journey Part 1, which is a 2 LP Anthology Volume 1, $39.99. Halloween Giants and Monsters, $54.99. Joy Division Unknown Pleasures is $29. And Black Sabbath Paranoid's $29. Donna, you've been outbid on the 2 sealed records. Now they're at 11. In this moment is at 90 with Fred Cardinale. Brian Thurman, 91. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Over here, Metallica. It's a sealed 2 LP, Walmart exclusive. It's at $35 with Michael Snared. And then the OG Green Label Black Sabbath VGVG, there's only been 1 bid with Jim Cooper, and he's about to get it for $30. Here's a new remaster also for $30. Also, we have the Archies Greatest Hits on Friday Music, $39.99. Amanda Darby, JetBlue on Black Sabbath Paranoid, sold. Led Zeppelin's debut, $33.99. Led Zeppelin by Led Zeppelin. Ed Sheeran's newest album, Pink Vinyl, $33.99. Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99. Smooth Criminal, $24.99. Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark's a 2 LP, $44.99. Ace Frehley 10,000 Volts, that is on clear with red, blue, and silver splatter, $29.99. Jimi Hendrix First Rays of the New Rising Sun, $29.99. Carole King Tapestry Gatefold, $24 on Tapestry. Iron Maiden Live in New York, yellow vinyl, $29.99. In this moment is sold to Brian Thurman for $91. Janet Gray got the Paranoid. Janet Gray, who do I keep saying? Janet Gray got the Paranoid, $29.99. Metallica has a new bid for $40. Chris Gardner, you're out on the 2 sealed records. Now they're at $13. Donna's had them for $13. You're out. Jim Cooper, you get the Black Sabbath record for $30. Thank you on that. Next is this, Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue, $39.99. Bolt Thrower is $39.99, cream white colored vinyl. Pink Floyd Animals is $34. Pink Floyd of Wall is $49. And we have Led Zeppelin Into the Outdoor is $33. Led Zeppelin 4 is $33. And Led Zeppelin 3 is also $33. So right now in stock, I got Led Zeppelin 1, 3, 4, and Into the Outdoor on that one. All right, let's put up another auction. Next thing is this right here. Let me get the rest of these out of this crate. And we have going up for bid right now, Baroness Stone. So this is going to go up for auction. Baroness is a 2023 OG web store exclusive, limited to 500 Beneath the Rose with a signed inner sleeve by the full band. Signed inner sleeve by the full band. Baroness is going to go up for a $75 start, and that one's called Stone with signed inner sleeve. The sealed at $14, now $15. And anybody else on anything in here, we got Led Zeppelin 1, 2, 3, 4, In Through the Outdoor, Pink Floyd The Wall, Pink Floyd Animals, Bolt Thrower, Alice in Chains, Iron Maiden, Carole King, Jimi Hendrix, Ace Frehley, Iron Maiden, Michael Jackson, Ed Sheeran, The Archies, Joy Division, Halloween, The Kinks, Queen, Abbey Road, Elton John, Neil Young, Jethro Tull, Rush, and Black Sabbath. If you decide you want anything else in there, all you got to say is, Chad, I'll take everything you got left in there. Go ahead. I'm wild tonight. I'm a loose cannon. I am feeling good. Go ahead and give me everything in that crate. And I'll be like, holy moly. All right, just calm down. Next thing is Anthrax, not the metal band. Anthrax is $29.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style, $34. Ballistic Occult Spectres was $39. DRI Crossover is $29. Twisted Sister now playing Orange Vinyl, $24. Demue Bigore is $38. 38 Special, their newest album that comes out today. That's out today. $29 on that. Nina Simone and Newport's $36. Cat Stevens on the Road to Find Out. New compilation 2 LP clear vinyl. That is $44.99. Atreyu Baptized. Atreyu is $33. Cannibal Corpse Eating Back to Life is $39. Blue Smoke colored vinyl. And the Kinks is $39.99. Chris, you're back out again on the sealed records. They're at $15 with Donna. You're out. Metallica is at $43. So to Chris Smith. Michael Snared's out. Baroness does have 1 bid for $75. That is the final call. Let's move these over and let's go ahead and put up another Metallica. The fan favorite, Saint Anger. Some kind of orange colored vinyl. Metallica, Saint Anger is a 2 LP orange vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $25 start. And we have the new reissue that comes out today of the Descendants. Milo Goes to College, $31.99. So Descendants, Kinks, Cannibal Corpse, Atreyu, Cat Stevens, Nina Simone, 38 Special, Demue Bigore, Twisted Sister, DRI, BOC, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Anthrax. I got several Descendants, Kinks, Cannibal Corpse, Atreyu, Cat Stevens, Nina Simone, 38 Special, Demue, Also, we got Ken Granger on the Descendants. Thank you on that. The sealed albums are at 17. Donna Turner, You're Out. Metallica 25. Metallica 25. Baron is 77. Fred Cornell. And then Fred, You Were Outbid. Fred, You Were Outbid. Fred, You Were Outbid. Fred, You Were Outbid. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate right here. Let's run through some of these and see what we can find and see what's in here. Now the sealed records are at 20. Let's put up a new Japanese pressing. I know David Johnson, some out there are getting very uneasy right now. So let's go ahead and put this one up. This is Bananarama True Confessions. The vinyl is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Bananarama True Confessions. It has this insert, that insert, cover and Obi. Bananarama, $35 start. A lot of options in here. Let's see what we got going on. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, Rhino High Fidelity, what am I trying to say? Rhino Reserve copy, $38.99. Also, Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith, $36. Van Halen Balance, $39. 2LP Van Halen. Jimmy Page Black Crowes, $38. Van Halen 2 is $33. A sealed OG copy of David Lee Roth Skyscraper, $28. Darkness Permission to Land is $33. Metallica Death Magnetics, $44. Metallica Reload, $46. Darkness Motorheart is $36. Black Sabbath Debut is $33. Spinal Tap is $36. The Other Spinal Tap is $36. And the Beatles Revolver is still available. Giles Martin Stereo Remix, $36.99. Donna gets both of these sealed records for $20. Let's get those in new sleeves. Sell those to Donna for $20 and $20. Might as well just go ahead and put them in for $10 and $10. Those are sold to Donna, both being sold together. Both being sold together there. And now Baroness is at 100. Fred Cardinal, You're Out. Fred bid 82. Metallica's at 35. Josh Brown and everybody else is out. And Bananarama's a $35 start. Prince, Live. Rock Over Germany, 1993. Yellow Vinyl, $29.99. Also, we have The Clash, a 3LP remaster of Sandinista for $49. Metallica Garage Inc. for $59. I got a couple of those in stock. Kiss Dynasty is $33. The Analog Productions Alice Cooper, 2LP, $59.99. Van Morrison Moondance is $34. Jane's Addiction's $44. 9 Inch Nails is $46. Queens of the Stone Age is $44. All right, we got to sell at least one record in there, so I hope somebody picks something out soon. If not, the whole show's over. I know there's 233 people watching. Not everybody has every record in that bin, and I know there's some in there you need, like the Beatles and Black Sabbath and the Fleetwood Mac and the Van Morrison. I just know it. So hopefully somebody picks out at least one on this read-through. So let's do it together. Here's what's left. Queens of the Stone Age, 9 Inch Nails, Jane's Addiction, Van Morrison, Alice Cooper, Kiss, Metallica, The Clash, Prince, The Beatles, Spinal Tap, 2 different ones, Black Sabbath, The Darkness, Metallica for the 3rd time, Another Darkness, David Lee Roth, Van Halen, Jimmy Page Black Crowes, another Van Halen, Motorhead, and Fleetwood Mac. Baroness is officially sold to Matt Nichols for $100. Let's get that repackaged for him. The Metallica Walmart exclusive. Metallica Walmart exclusive is with Josh Brown at $38. That's going once, going twice to Josh Brown. There we go. David Polkey says, give me a Valance, Chad. I at least got to see the show continue. You do. That's sold to you. Van Halen Balance. This is sold here to Matt Nichols for $100. Van Halen, Metallica sold for $38, and nobody bid on Bananarama, so that's a $35 buy now. Let's go ahead and pull out David Polkey's Balance, and folks, that's the ticket for the show continuing. That's all we need. We got to sell at least one out of here. I'd like to sell half of these crates whenever we get through, you know, when I read through these new vinyl crates, I typically expect like everything in here to get sold. I should be like, sold this, sold that, sold this, sold that, sold that. Bob Reiger's like, I've already bought everything in here. We need to see some new stuff, Chad. I'm working on it. Bob Reiger, oh, he says he already sees 2 or 3 for next week. There you go. He's got his eyes on them. He's like, I'm waiting for those things to come back up so I can grab them. All right, let's get some new auctions going. Let's get a new crate over here. Let's get some new auctions going. Let's get a new crate over here. Let's get some new auctions going. Let's get a new crate over here. Okay? Let's get some new stuff over here. Let's get a new auction going. Next thing we have is this. We have In This Moment. In This Moment may be the most expensive one of the night. This one's called Ritual. In This Moment is a 2017 USOG limited edition Go Vinyl with insert. Some of these have sold for as much as $225. We're going to start that one for $125. In This Moment, $125 start. Next is Metallica, the Walmart exclusive orange vinyl of Hardwired to Self-Destruct. This one's actually opened. You can see the really cool orange vinyl. Hardwired is a $25 start on that. Metallica, that is now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Billy Joel, An Innocent Man, a Japanese pressing. Billy Joel is in shrink with Obi, has the insert, it's near mint minus and pristine. $35 start on Billy Joel. There's this, there's that, there's the insert. It's near mint, and it's with Obi, and that's a $35 start. Somebody said they want me to run a Def Leppard. Let me see what I can find over here for you. Black Sabbath, AC/DC, Beatles, also Anvil, Led Zeppelin, Crocus, April Wine, Black Sabbath, TKO, Crocus, Axe, Sabotage, Kiss, Def Leppard. Here it is, and let me go ahead and put up this Crocus because I know somebody's waiting for it as well. Wow, all of a sudden we got 4 auctions up, and here is Def Leppard On Through the Night, a 1980 USOG Presswell with the inner sleeve, but the vinyl is really bad shape. It's actually G or G+, $5 start on that. Margaret on CS. Margaret, what was CS? Was that for Cat Stevens from one of the previous bins? And let's knock out this one right here. The new 21 Pilots. That one's called Breach. It's on red vinyl. 33, that's the new 21 Pilots. Wayne, Chocolate and Cheese. Wayne is a 3 LP 30th Anniversary Deluxe, $79.99. Metallica, Selling Peace. Metallica's $38.99. Ozzy, Live in Montreal, 1981. I think somebody needs one of these. Let me go ahead and set that out. I got at least one left. Ozzy Live with Randy Rhoads, $34.99. Nirvana Under the Covers, which is a 2 LP live Nirvana, unofficial, or not a live, it's an unofficial them doing covers. Some of those are some of those I think are live, but I'm not for sure. I've got 3 copies of that. Justin Garrett wants an Ozzy. Margaret Gerho does want the Cat Stevens. Yeah, that was that compilation, that new 2 LP, right? That was from a previous bin just a moment ago. That was in the first crate, wasn't it? What happened to that? You're talking about this right here. Yeah, the On the Road to Find Out. And this is on clear vinyl. The black vinyl was a few dollars. There's that. Mitch T. Was it you that needs one, Mitch? I know I have a note somewhere, maybe. Somebody needed one of these. Maybe. Okay, but Justin for sure got one, and then Kevin J. Reitz, you're going to be on a waiting list, and then In This Moment's at 130, Metallica's at 31, Billy Joel at 35. All right, so it's Mitch T. All right, so this is sold to Mitch T, and then Kevin J. Reitz, if you want on a waiting list, you'll be number 1. We have Kenny Burrell, KB Blues, a Blue Note Tone Poet, cut by Kevin Gray, $34.99 on that. The Allman Brothers, Idle Wide South, Allman Brothers is $29.99. Midnight Rider, nice. Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas soundtrack, Bone and Aqua Colored Vinyl, $29.99. And we have Study and Brown, another jazz acoustic sound series from Verve, $34.99 on that. Great live concert here, Soundgarden at the Artist Inn, 4 LP Splatter. It is on Splatter vinyl. It's a box set, Chris Cornell, $59.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. Rush is $34.99. Fear of God, Within the Veil, a music on vinyl press and limited to 1,000 on silver vinyl, $38.99 on that. Wasp, Eldorado was $33, and Tesla, 5-man London Jam, $34.99 for Tesla. All right, In This Moment's at 135. John Kaiser and Fred Cardinal, y'all are out. Metallica's at 31, and we're about to sell it to Mortgage Guy Rob. Nobody bet on Billy Joe, it doesn't look like. So let me just go ahead and sell this for a bot now of $35. That's Billy Joe. Margaret on CS. Is that for Cat Stevens again, or was that something else? Let's go ahead and sell Chris Ferrara, the Clifford Brown, Chris Smith on Tesla, and now Metallica's at 35 In This Moment. And then over here, the Def Leppard's in really low grade. It's pretty beat to death. We've got 2 $5 bids. Mortgage Guy Rob bid 5, and Greg Bendiger bid 5. And the year on the Metallica, it's an orange vinyl Walmart exclusive from 2021. Billy Joe is our first, is our only bot now, right now. A Japanese pressing, near mint complete. Shrink and Obi, 35 on that. Also, Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, and I Won't Back Down. Free Falling. 36, Running Down a Dream. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. So Logical, Magical, $38.99. OG copies of David Lee Roth, Skyscraper, $28. And Lords of Acid, Voodoo You, 2 LP red vinyl, $44.99. Information Societies on clear vinyl for $19. Beetlejuice, $34.99. Beetlejuice. Also, we have Jaws soundtrack, $33.99. Elton John, Empty Sky, $36.99. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan's $33. Zach Top, Ain't It For My Health is $34. And U2 Live on Air, a live U2 unofficial, $34.99. Fred Cardinal on Lords of Acid. That is sold to Fred Cardinale. Next, Def Leppard has a new bid for 6. In this moment, John Kaiser, 140. Have not heard back from Lothel. Making sure he's done. I know Fred Cardinale's done. Justin Garrett on ZT for Zach Top. Thank you on that. And now Def Leppard has a high bid of $6, and we're about to sell it. Anybody else on anything landing on that? Anything else on that? So I'm talking really fast, trying to go through as much of this stuff as possibility. Trying to knock all this out as possibility. As possibility. Tron. We are sold out of Tron. Yep. I sold that last one not too long ago. Well, it wasn't tonight, but it was last night. All right, let's take this off the table. We got to keep rolling. Let's do it. Let's keep rolling. Got to sell some stuff. I'm going to do 2 more. We're going to do 2 more, and then we're going to do probably a half-off vintage crate. Okay, and that would probably nearly put us halfway through going through all the new vinyl, all right? Next thing is in this moment. Margaret did get Cat Stevens. Yeah, she got it. I did pull it for her. Margaret, you did get it. Yes, you did get it. In this moment, it's sold to John Kaiser for 140. Metallica here is sold. Metallica is sold to Chris Smith for 35. Def Leppard sold for 6 to Greg Beddinger. And we still got stuff to sell. Here is Crocus. Crocus is going up for bid right now. Pay it in metal. It's a 78 USOG. No pressing plant listed. VG++, $15 start on that. Next thing is a Perfect Circle. Almost forgot about this one. And it's OG. Wow. An OG Perfect Circle. This is a 2000 USOG in VG condition, a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Next thing we have is a Japanese pressing, and that is the Rolling Stones here. Volume 2. Should be a really great track listing here on the Rolling Stones. $35 start for the Rolling Stones. There's that. There's that. There's the cover and Obi. Here we go. I've got Rammstein. Reese. Rammstein is $49.99. Perfect Circle's a $50 start. I may have misspoke. I hope not. A $50 start on Perfect Circle. 5-0. Everybody's starting to say, holy moly, I'll bid 15. 2000 USVG, 50. My bad. $50 start. I definitely said 15 because everybody's bidding 15. That's on me. Sorry. $50 start on Perfect Circle. Sorry. $50 start. It's probably going to get there anyway. If I could probably say $1, it's probably going to bring the same thing, but sorry about that. All right, there's 3 auctions. Also, Slipknot Volume 3, $36.99. The Subliminal Verses. Slipknot's $36.99, and Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Maiden is $33.99 for Peace of Mind. We also have Municipal Waste. This is The Art of Partying. Municipal Waste is $38.99. Flotsam and Jetsam, Blood in the Water is $29. Promise, Pork Soda. Promise is $39.99. Also, Harry Potter and the Order of Phoenix soundtrack. Clear vinyl too, $39.99. Crocus has 1 bid for 15 technically. Now a Perfect Circle has a bid for 50. And the Rolling Stones is a $35 start. The Cult Pure Singles, a 2 LP. The Cult is $38.99. Metallica and Justice for All, 2 LP remaster, $44.99. Flotsam and Jetsam, that's a 2 LP sealed. Clear vinyl, $33.99. And then Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. Poison is $34.99. New sealed copy there. So a Perfect Circle's at 50. Crocus is at 15. Those are now final calls. And the Rolling Stones is at 35. Judas Priest, Rock-A-Rolla, embossed cover, remastered, $34.99 for Priest. Rammstein Schenzutz, $49. And we have Judas Priest Stained Glass for $33. Iron Maiden Seventh Son is $33. Metallica Ride the Lightning is $33. And Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction, a 2 LP remaster, $44.99. Chris Smith on Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. That's sold to Chris Smith. Also in here we got Iron Maiden Live After Death, $44.99. Overkill Taken Over is $33. Got a couple copies of that. Corrosion of Conformity is $44. Music on vinyl pressing. Ozzy Diary of a Madman, $29.99. Limp Bizkit, It's Just One of Those Days. Significant Other, $39. Doc and Breaking the Chains is $33. Wilco AM, all analog Rhino Hi-Fi numbered, $39.99. There's another Dawkins for $33. That's on red vinyl. The newest reissue of this Deep Purple album from 2005. It is called Rapture of the Deep. It's a 3 LP blue vinyl, 45 RPM, $69.99. Jack Johnson, music from Curious George, and the other Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, $46.99. And then a Perfect Circle. This is a 2000 US OG pressing. VG vinyl, VG plus cover, one bid, $50. We're about to sell it. Crocus also got one bid, $15. Jim Sedal. And the Rolling Stones is a buy it now for $35. The old Rolling Stones there, that's a buy it now for $35. The old Rolling Stones there, you can pick that up for $35. We did sell something out there. We did. All right, let's knock out this other one then. This other one's fast because half of the crate is acid bath. But a lot of metal in there. That's where I ordered a bunch of metal for a Thursday night metal sale. And those have been in there for a while. Probably because I've sold dozens and dozens of the same copies. And I think everybody that's got one has got one. And that's what I'm left with, a bunch of great metal titles. So if you don't have them, I'd love for y'all to knock some of these out so I can reorder them again for the next metal night. It's weird. It's like, well, if they don't sell, I got to reorder them. And then when I reorder them, they sell. So it's a bizarre phenomenon, right? One second, please. Bum bum dun 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 dun. Okay. Next, RS and BJ. Rolling Stones and BJ. Sell these to Kevin for $60. You got it. So you get this one, and let's put that in a new sleeve. So he gets both of those. That's BJ and RS. That's Bila Joe and Rolling Stones for $60. You got it. Let's put those away, and let's finish up some more auctions. All the In These Moments are gone. Justin Garrett gets Ride the Lightning, okay? And he says, never mind. That's okay. Okay, and then A Perfect Circle, now 52, Chris Smith, you're out. All right, let's do this last one over here. No problem, Justin. Yeah, I hadn't even pulled it out of the crate. But hey, you can't go too wrong with 2 copies of that record, right? All right, let's knock this one out right quick. And then we're going to do a half-off crate, okay? We're going to do a half-off vintage crate. After we do that half-off vintage crate, I've got 2, 4, I've probably got another 6 or 8 of these we can knock out. And probably by the time we do all that, probably be about time for me to wrap up this show, which is probably in about an hour or less. But we'll see what happens, okay? We still got stuff we can auction, including Duran Duran Japanese pressings. So let's go ahead and put up another one. This is Duran Duran's debut album. Probably my favorite songs by them are on here, like Planet Earth and Girls on Film. This one's going to go up. It's closer to EX. It actually just needs a cleaning. It's got some of those like humidity spots on the vinyl. Usually we get these and they're kind of already cleaned and ready to go, but this one could use a cleaning, just FYI. So because of that, and because I'm calling it EX, let's start this one for $25. It does have some spots on the cover, just $25 start on that. I've got Acid Bath, When the Kite String Pops. Acid Bath is $39. Acid Bath, Pagan Terrorism Tactics. I've got 3 Pagan Terrorism, and I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 copies of When the Kite String Pops, okay? Phil Collins, this is called The Singles. Phil Collins is a 2 LP, $44.99 on Phil Collins. Rush Clockwork Angels is $44.99. That's a Rush, their last studio album. There's that Billy Idol reissue of Charmed Life for $39, and David Bowie Heroes Remastered, $33. A Perfect Circle's at $56. No more Sleep Token. No, far as all the high end and all that, we're down to like one more here, and then I've got all the like metal and hard rock over here from that other video, and then we got some Japanese, but all the 90s and 2000s alternate rock and stuff, all that is gone. Here is Metal Massacre. This was the web store exclusive they did on clear vinyl. Metal Massacre. That's a $55 start on that one. There's another David Bowie Heroes. Phil Lynott, you may know him from Thin Lizzy. Thin Lizzy, Phil Lynott, Grand Slam band he was in. $34.99, a live concert. Also, Sleep Token Sundowning. Hey, there's a Sleep Token in the bin. Sleep Token Sundowning, $36.99. I still never did figure out who got this or who we ordered this for. Olivia Dean, Messy. Ed said he didn't order it. I don't think Laura ordered it, unless we ordered it or I ordered it, and I don't remember who it was for. Olivia Dean, Messy, $44.99. We have Rubber Soul Remaster, $36. Antonio Villanueva wants the Phil Collins Singles album. Janet wants the Sleep Token album. There we go. You asked, and there it was. A Perfect Circle, by the way. Scott Beebe has it for 56. Ryan Eaton, you are outbid. Ryan's back in at 58. Duran Duran has one bid for 25. Metal Massacre's 55. Stevie Ray Vaughan live in Norfolk, Virginia, 1980, just $24.99 on that. Grateful Dead's Terrapin Station on green vinyl. Grateful Dead is $39.99. The Best of Bauhaus, that is $38.99. Yes, live in Knoxville. That's where I'm going tomorrow. 1972 at the Knoxville Civic Auditorium, 3 LP, $59.99. And then we have a live, y'all been seeing me sell a lot of Metallica bootlegs, right? $100, $125. Well, here's a 4 LP complete soundboard recording, awesome live show, Market Square Arena. You can get a volume 1 and a volume 2. They're $44.99 each. So essentially $89.98 for both volumes. Might as well say 90. It is a complete show with bonus tracks. You also get where they played one at the Grammys, and then it's got a couple interviews. But you do get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full sides of music. And then interview with Lars and James, their performance of one that they did at the Grammys, which is awesome, and then another interview that takes up the entire side D. But that's awesome. Chris Smith said he'll take a set, and I've got another set if anybody else wants it, okay? Y'all have seen me sell dozens of those. Perfect Circle still getting bids. Let's sell Duran Duran, one bid to Mike Johnson for $25. Mike Johnson, thank you, that's so to you. Another Johnson buying Japanese pressings. This time, Mike. Better watch out. David will be jealous. Next thing is Metal Massacre. This is a $55 buy. Now, speaking of Metallica, first time they did 2000, a limited edition 2000, when they reissued that from Metal Blade. That's an iconic metal compilation there. A Perfect Circle's at 60. Hey, how about another Duran Duran? This time, their album 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Duran Duran is also near mint, and we're going to start this one as well for $25. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the insert with it, cover and obi. Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger, $25 start on that. Let me slide over this crate here because this has got all kinds of stuff in it. It also has a few things I need to figure out. And let me do this right here. So we still got Metallica. We got a Yes, Bauhaus, Grateful Dead, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Beatles, Olivia and Dean, Phil Lynott, David Bowie, Billy Idol, Rush, and there's the Acid Bass. And I know over here's 2 more Acid Bass. So yeah, here's another copy of Pagan and another Kite String. All right, and then Duran Duran is a $25 start, and he's done on Perfect Circle, so Ryan's about to get that for $60. All right, so we've been through that one. We've been through that one. Can't believe no one bought any Limp Bizkit. Let's see what's in here. I throw a lot of stuff in here, so there's no telling. There might even be unsold auctions. Grateful Dead was a 1980 U.S. Yeah, I think this is something somebody was thinking on, and then I never did take it out. So you can make an offer on this. VG Plus, $29.99. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. All right, that's an offer record. Lord Pure Heroin, this is brand new and sealed. We just got this in today. That is $38.99. Okay, and then we got 2 copies. This is new for today. Thelonious Monk, and this is Thelonious Monk Quartet, Monk's Dream, Jazz Classics, $24.99. Also, 3 Days Grace, one available, $29.99. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP. Here I Go Again on My Own, $39.99 for Whitesnake and the Still of the Night. And then we sold out of Aqualung. We sold a copy of this, a Steven Wilson mix, 2016, of Jethro Tull's Stand Up album. That's some of the newest stuff that came in tonight, $29.99. The Acid Baths are $39.99 each, $39.99 each. I'm getting those straight from Rotten Records now. Perfect Circle, Ryan Eaton is gonna get that for $60. And Duran Duran's a no bid. You can pick that up for a $25 buy now. Nice. All right, let me grab this other crate of auctions over here, try to knock out some of these tonight. Let me see if this Kiss is tagged. I have a Kiss Destroyer over here we might try to run right quick. Or we can keep that for Monday. How about we keep that for Monday? Kiss is Monday. We're not too far away from Monday. Monday's about to be here. All right, somebody's asked about 100 times for AC/DC. Sorry, just a lot going on. There's AC/DC, and let's also go ahead and put up Led Zeppelin. Nice. You ever heard of these bands? AC/DC and Led Zeppelin. This is Led Zeppelin Presence, Achilles' Last Stand. You got to have it. It's a 1976 USOG. It is is got a couple marks on side too. Let me see what this. Okay, so yeah, it's got a couple of those pressing bumps out there. Yeah, this is actually really nice. This is a really nice record. Okay, it's got a couple of those pressing bubbles, but they're nothing to worry about there. Zeppelin's a $25 start, and then this is Let There Be Rock. It is a 2003 US 180 gram VG Plus $15 start. All the advertised auctions gone. Not technically everything. Well, I posted stuff two different places. I posted stuff in the Collectco page, and then in Whole Lot of Records, there's a post with 2 flip videos and all the gallery. The stuff from the flip video is still available. So if you go Whole Lot of Records, some of the stuff from the flip video is still available. It is. Some of it is. Some of it is. Okay. So there's that. AC/DC, there's this. Duran Duran is sold to Mike Quadrini for $25. Did I already sell that sold to him? Mike Quadrini got that Duran Duran for $25. I think I've already sold that. Disturbed is gone. Yep. I'll take an offer on this Titanic soundtrack from Music on Vinyl, $49.99, and I still got Grateful Dead in the best offer. I got Mary Poppins. I'll take an offer on that now, $19.99. Mary Poppins Returns. I'll also entertain an offer on Baroness Yellow and Green as a picture disc. That was about the only record left over yesterday from Laura. And Pulp Fiction. I'll take an offer on this remastered EX $22.99. Garrett says he'll take When the Kite String Pops. Awesome. That is the one with the demented clown on the cover, which I think was that serial killer. Yep, Acid Bath. This is sold. When the Kite String Pops. Thank you on this, Garrett. That is sold to you. AC/DC 25. Next is Indiana Jones. This is over here because it's damaged. I'm going to do $5 off because of the seam splits. So $31.99 for the John Williams Classic. Has that main theme from Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford. $31.99 on that one. Heston said he would do $19.99 on Baroness. Can't do that. I would do $29.99. It's Mark 34. I would do $29. AC/DC 25. Led Zeppelin. Chris Smith, you're out. So Josh Brown bid $25, and then you tied them. Okay. Let's also go ahead and put up another Japanese Duran Duran. This one's called Arena, and this is Around the World with Duran Duran. 1984. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It has the book and the video solicitation card. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi, and that's a $25 start. We already sold one of these last night at sticker, so I'm in not too much of a discount on that one. Okay, I had never tagged that. Let me show that, and then I got to figure out Youngbloods. Let me look some of this stuff up, and then okay, let me just wait on that. That's a damaged Buckingham Nicks, and then these are damaged. I'll go ahead and offer these. So these have very light seam splits on the Demu Bigors, but if anybody wants them, let's see, $39. Let's make them $35. $34.99. I mean, they have light seam crackles. $34.99, and that's a brand new release. Light seam crackles. So that's damaged. This is damaged. I mean, I don't know if anybody wants Buckingham Nicks, but I mean, it's really bad. And plus, this is a limited edition record. I mean, I can't get any more pink. I've heard they're done with pink, but they're going to make blue. So, I mean, I don't know if I really want to discount it because it could be something that gets up kind of crazy. But I don't know if anybody wants a completely smashed in cover either. So, and then let me see what's going on with the sleep. Did I only get one of these? Is that how allocated this was? I think this was a pre-order. Sleep's Holy Mountain. Let me try to find this. And then we're about to do a half-off crate, a vintage, a nonsense bin. Let me see. Holy. Was this a pre-order? Here it is. Due out August 15th. I got one copy, and this is the first one I've got in. It goes to Joshua Cross. And so I still got several people on a waiting list. So I don't know if we're not getting these or what happened, but only one to Joshua Cross. Okay, so he gets that. And this Youngbloods is silver vinyl, and it has the autograph. I just don't know if we have a waiting list for this. Let me go through my sticky notes over here. Heel, Mitch T. There it is, Mitch T. I've already pulled that for him. I hadn't ordered Teddy Swims yet. I hadn't ordered Aussie Ducks. I hadn't ordered that. Leon Thomas, I hadn't ordered that. I hadn't ordered those. Buckingham's is $29.99. I'm going to set these over here. We might be needing one of those, or I missed somebody, or a wait list hadn't made it, okay? The Sleep was a pre-order for $34.99. And there might be more on the way, but right now that's the only one I got. Led Zeppelin's at 30. AC/DC 25, which means Scully Mac is out. This is sold for $25 to Josh Brown. And Duran Duran. So Led Zeppelin's at 28, now 30, okay? And then Duran Duran's a bot now for $25, okay? Next is how much Buckingham? 29. Sleep was 34. I'll take the damaged pink and a blue one of the Buckinghams. Okay. Discount on damage. There's no discount for the damaged pink one. There's no discount. But Donna, if you want it, it's yours. And Wayne Carr, I've got you down for a blue one. We're starting a waiting list for blue. Actually, I need to go through the comments right now and see who all replied to me. Let's see who's all replied to me. Here it is. Because I had what did I do with those? I had a stack of them that I set aside for those that was going to claim them. Okay. And okay. So what happened here? Zeppelin 31. It's up to Donna on the Buckingham Knicks. And Duran Duran, let's put this in new sleeve. Zero Megadeth. Zero Megadeth. I feel like we've sold a truckload this week, which we about have. Unbelievable, honestly. Okay. So Donna gets the pink damage cover. Okay. Sticker price on this. That's so to Donna. Now, Wayne, I've got you down on, make sure Wayne Carr goes down Buckingham Knicks blue waiting list. Youngblood is $39.99. And I don't think there's any other waiting list. Okay. I've got two, $39.99. It does have a signed insert with it. Led Zeppelin is up to one person, which is Josh Brown. Chris Smith has it for $31 right now. The only other thing I have in here are signed Chevy Chase photos, $125. Christmas hat and Crazy Chevy. Crazy Chevy and Christmas hat, $125 on those if anybody wants one. $125. Led Zeppelin's at 32, still getting bids. I got to start a new crate right quick because this one's pretty full. And I got to figure out what I did with the rest of those Buckingham Knicks because I'm going to start pulling people's copies that has already replied to my questions. And let's get a new crate here. What have I done with the extras? I had 4 or 5 extras I set aside for that purpose. What have I done with those? What have I done with those? What have I done with those? Should be 4 copies somewhere. Like I laid them somewhere. I might have put them down in tonight's new vine. I bet I did. I bet they're right over there. All right, so both Youngbloods are sold. Danny Thomason and Janet Gray, and Zeppelin still getting bids. So the only thing left in here, Chevy Chase, of course, the Demuse that have light seam splits. I said I'd do those for $35. Also 5 off Indiana. I don't think we scratched or reached a deal with anybody on Baroness. I said I would take $29 for that. Jethro Tull, White Snake, 3 Days Grace, Monk, Lord, Pulp Fiction, Titanic, Mary Poppins, and Grateful Dead was Go to Heaven. Paul marked this as a 1980 USOG VG Plus, $29.99. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. Okay, Youngblood is contingent on the signed insert. Danny, you have yourself a legal agreement. It is contingent. He's throwing out like we're under a legal contract here. I'll read you the sticker so my lawyer is familiar of what's going on, okay? Hopefully you can pin in your lawyer too for this conversation. Youngblood Idols is an exclusive retail version. Supermoon Silver Vinyl includes signed artwork, print, and collectible photo lithograph. Includes signed artwork, print, and collectible photo lithograph. Now, if it's not in there, I'm going to refer you to Capitol Records. Let your attorney know Capitol Records are located at 1750 North Vine Street, Hollywood, California. If it's not in there, you got to take up litigation with them, okay? If it's not in there, hopefully you can reach out to them and your lawyer can send them a nasty letter. To my knowledge, it's in there. And that's where I walk away. I wipe my hands clean. I'm under an assumption it's in there too. So are you. My hands, I'm out. You'll have to take it with Capitol if it's not in there. Led Zeppelin is at 35, sold to Chris Smith. Done. Okay? I'm walking away, Danny. Next thing is a new auction going up right now. This is Culture Club. This is going to go up for a $25 start, color by numbers. This is near mint minus and pristine. $25 start. It does have the insert. It does have the cover and obi. And over here, Grateful Dead was $29.99. It's a best offer record. Waiting for Kevin J. Reitz or Ivan R. to make an offer. We're not done. We're about to go through a half off. We have sorted through a bunch of stuff. I've created an absolute maze over here of new vinyl. I'm trying to find those dang other Buckingham Nicks records that I set aside so I could start tagging them to everybody that's already applied. I have no idea what I've done with them. Usually I lay something like that on top of another crate or down in a crate, and they're gone. I don't know what's happened to them. Oh boy. Here we go. So let's do a half off vintage crate. And let's see, I hadn't gone through that crate yet. And we're going to do that and then maybe try to knock out some more of these. Maybe. Let me shift these down because I know I hadn't gone through those. I've been through all these. And I hadn't been through these. Okay. Aha, I found them. What is it? Oh, there's another crate of new vinyl. All right, so I can go ahead and start tagging some of these. So here's the waiting list we have. This is, so Pink is sold out. I think just a few people didn't get one. I don't know if they're coming back in. And then, of course, the deal on the hi-fis are more coming in November. So I replied to some people. There was a few people left. And the first person is Darren Wallace, and he said he'll take a blue, okay? And that's going to hit the thumbs up button. Fred Cardinale hadn't replied to me. Joshua said, Chad, you can have Fred have my copy. That's going to highly complicate things, so I'm going to pretend I don't even see that. Cheryl's passing. Stacy Brown said she wants a blue, but make sure she's still on the wait list for pink, okay? And then Philip Holt. Brent, we already took care of Brent there in the sale. We took care of Jamie Butler, okay? So I haven't heard back from Tracy Yother. That's one of them. And I haven't officially heard back from Fred Cardinale. But Joshua said, okay, so I just got to wait, yeah. Now, we have a waiting list going, because I told people these are probably going to be spoken for. And Laura checked earlier, these are relatively available. They have pressed a bunch of blue. The pink was limited edition. That was the indie exclusive. They're gone. They're sold out. So, are they going to make more pink? They hadn't let us know yet. They haven't let us know yet. Evidently, the hi-fi version is coming out in November, or more are being pressed in November. So, if you missed that discussion, we spent about 15 minutes on it when the show started because I really had to get that figured out. So we've already got waiting list on blue, and we got waiting list on hi-fi. And Justin Garrett, add him down for Teddy Swims, part 1 and 2. Justin Garrett on Teddy Swims, okay? Let's pick out a great half-off crate. Let's try to sell everything in there, and let's do that right now, okay? Probably try to find the best looking nonsense crate I can find. I love nonsense. Let's try to find one and do it. Let's try to find a great nonsense crate. September 15th, check condition stuff. That sounds pretty nonsensical to me. Let's do this. This is going to be a half-off vintage crate, no more, no less, check condition titles. Michael, I think you're on the pre-order for Hi-Fi already. Mother Love Bones. I can look that up. But Michael, I think you're on the pre-order already for Hi-Fi. Let's go find that for you. Hi-Fi. So the people still waiting for a Hi-Fi are the following. Here's the people still waiting for Hi-Fi. Cheryl Poldis, Philip Holt, Manny Ray, Sherry Darnell, Tim Graham, Colette Whitworth, Rob Bobby, Kevin Wheels, Brent, Randy Klein, Blaine Zapnick, Lillian, Kathy, Jamie, Michael Nath. Yeah, you're in line. You're in line on that one. And I'll put you on a wait list for a blue one. It looks like these are going to be spoken for, and they'll be in next week, okay? Culture Club is a $25 start. There's that. Let's get some more stuff going. Let's knock this crate out, and let's put up a Black Sabbath album. Technical Ecstasy, an Ozzy album. It's in around VG condition. Technical Ecstasy is a $15 start. Technical Ecstasy, VG, OG, $15 start. All right, here we go. ELO on the third day, EX condition, $9 for Electric Light Orchestra. EX, $9, Electric Light Orchestra. EX, $9. Also, we have the Blues Project, Planned Obsolescence. The Blues Project, also EX condition, $9 on the Blues Project. We have Nielsen, Pandemonium Shadow Show. Nielsen's in VG Plus condition, $7.50. I usually don't discount check condition, so I never did take offers on these, and now they're half off, so that's pretty much what we call nonsense. They never was discounted, I never did take offers, and now they're all of a sudden they're half off, and usually most of the check condition stuff gets grabbed anyway. I also got 2 box sets to tag. Almost forgot about these. Let me knock these off the waiting list. One more thing of new vinyl business. The new Phil Collins No Jacket Required 4 LP box set. The new Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, 4 LP box set. There was 2 people on a waiting list. This was originally sold to Troy Robinson. It was originally sold to Paul Brothers and then Troy Robinson. Nope, it was originally sold to Jerry Stone, and Troy Robinson and Paul Brothers was on a waiting list. So Troy and Paul, I've got y'all down. Troy Robinson, Paul Brothers, boom, okay? So these 2 are sold. If anybody else wants one, they're $134.99. Whoever's tagging the sale, I'm going to lay them right here on top of this crate. Y'all probably have moved them since then, but that's what's in those brown boxes, okay? Next thing is this, Michael Nath, and we got Black Sabbath 15, Michael Nath on the Blues Project, another $15 Black Sabbath, another $20 on Black Sabbath, and Kevin Cassidy on ELO. That right now just leaves Nielsen. Back to the half-off quick action here. ABBA, The Visitors, VG Plus, $7.50. ABBA, VG Plus, $7.50. Eric Clapton was here. VG Condition, $5. Eric Clapton was here. VG Condition, $5. Bob Dylan Desire with Hurricane. VG Plus, $7.50. Original Inner Sleeve. VG Plus, $7.50. Surf and Safari, The Beach Boys, VG Plus, $10. We got Black Sabbath at $20, Black Sabbath at $25. Donna gets Eric Clapton. Matt Nichols was next. Bob Dylan sold to Potman65. I'm not familiar with that Twitch handle. Who's Potman65? Nobody been on Culture Club. Karma Chameleon, a.k.a. Color by Numbers album. That's a near mint Japanese pressing. Just a $25 buy it now on that. Just a $25 buy it now on that. Phil Ott. Okay, Phil Ott. That's Potman. Phil Ott. P-O. P-O. Phil Ott. Gotcha. You get that? And that was Bob Dylan, Black Sabbath 30, and Eustace Cedars was second. Moving right along, Stevie Wonder, VG, $6.50. Inner Visions, it's a Tomla Motown original. Next thing over here, we have Saturday Night Live, the classic comedy album. Dan Belushi, Chevy Chase, VG on that, $5. Next auction, let's try another Duran Duran. We've sold several tonight. Duran Duran Carnival is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. The vinyl is beautiful. It's a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Saturday Night Live is sold to Donna, Black Sabbath 35, Blondie, Auto American, EX condition, $9 on Blondie, original inner sleeve, $9 on that. Pink Floyd Animals, dang, OG Pittman press, VG condition, now just $15. Unbelievable. I can tell this was a crate I didn't take offers on, or a lot of these would have already been sold. Now they're half off. That's why we call it a nonsense crate. What is going on? How about Pete Townsend? This is VG Plus, $5. John Kaiser on Animals, Pink Floyd, sold. Matt Nichols, second. Mortgage Guy Rob, third. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Folks, I read about this album last night. I talked about this album last night, and I listened to this album last night. $11.50. Next on Pink Floyd was Chris Smith, then Mike Quagini, then Useless Eaters, then Thomas Clark, then Josh Brown. Wow, that woke everybody up, didn't it? Next was Peter Haas. Black Sabbath is at 40. We have Olay ELO, which is a pretty solid compilation. VG just $5. And I can't get it out of my head. Evil woman. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, so did Tom Sullivan. Nice. Also, Blue Cheer, new and improved. Blue Cheer is $10, new and improved. That is pretty surprising to see that, honestly. Mary Poppins, Walt Disney, VG Plus $7.50, and Bruce Springsteen, Born in the United States of America. This is in VG condition, $5, a gold stamp promo. American, Bruce Springsteen, Joseph Ellis, ELO, sold. Joe was next on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And we have Neil Young, VG Plus, American Stars and Bars, $12.50 on Neil Young. American Stars and Bars on Neil Young. Next thing over here is this. Useless Eaters on Blue Cheer. Sold to Useless Eaters. Next is John Kaiser on Bruce Springsteen. Nobody bid on Duran, a Japanese pressing. You can pick that up for $25. C-Note has Black Sabbath for 40, going once, going twice, going twice, going three times, going three times, going four times, going five times, going six times, going seven times, going eight times. Duran, $25 buy now, but Black Sabbath is at 40 at this moment, okay, in this moment. Let's put this right over here. Sweet Caroline. What's next? Boston, third stage, VG Plus, $12.50. Eagles, their debut, VG $7.50 for the Eagles. Queen, The Game, another one bites the dust. VG Plus, original and foil cover, $12.50. And The Who, another classic album. Who's Next? Bob O'Reilly. We Won't Get Fooled Again. Dun, dun, dun. Monkeys, instant replay. It does have the Obi. It just needs to be put back on the cover. Always been a tougher Monkeys album to get. Nice. $25 start on the Monkeys. Next thing is Mike Quadrini. Got Boston. Folks, $8 in limited shipping. I'm live tonight for a little longer. Paul's going to be here tomorrow. Anything you buy tonight and tomorrow, last chance, it's all going to ship for $8. I don't care if you buy 3,000 more albums. All $8 in limited shipping. Mike got Boston. Eric Van Leuven on the Eagles. Matt Nichols, you did get Queen. This is right up Matt Nichols' alley. Check condition, half off. He's like, yes, sir, I'm in. Queen, John Kaiser next on Queen. Jerry Rock on Neil Young. Chris Smith was next on Queen. Edwin next on Boston. Jerry next on Queen. Ivan next on Queen. Somebody surely is going to get The Who. Meet the Searchers, Needles and Pen. VG, $5. Black Sabbath is officially sold. Black Sabbath is sold for $40. The C-Note, that is done. Also, Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. VG Plus, $12.50. Neil Young after the Gold Rush. Southern Man, won't you? Dun, dun, dun. $12.50 on Neil Young. Michael Jackson, wow, Thriller. VG Plus, just $12.50. Just beat it. Next is Neil Young Harvest. VG Plus, $12.50. Neil Young, VG Plus, $12.50. Jerry Rock says he wants to pay for Neil Young and send this to Guy Shard. He wants to pay for it and send it to Guy Shard. We can take care of that. We can take care of that. We can work it out. That's Paul McCartney, of course. The Beatles. We got John Kaiser on Joan Jett. That's so to John Kaiser. Now, James Allen put just. I bet that was for Joan Jett. So that's 2 on that one. Chris Smith put H. And Chris Smith, your H comment was for Joan Jett, so you were third. But Donna was first on MJ. That's so to Donna Turner. John Kaiser second. Joseph Ellis next. Chris Frazier put N. Now there's 2 Neil Youngs, Chris, and that will give you dibs on both, okay? You can have dibs on both. And then Brogan, and then Jerry Rock, and then who did invoices on Silver Shows? I think Tanner did. And then over here, Chris Frazier just wants Harvest, okay? That means next on Neil Young is Brogan Scones. Brogan, your dibs on those, okay? Or your dibs on after. If not, then it's definitely sold to Jerry Rock, okay? Nobody bid on the Monkeys. That's a $25 buy now for instant replay. Wow, I'm starting these a little bit lesser, hoping they'd get a bid. And right now, 0 bid on the Monkeys, so 25 on that. But Brogan, you have dibs on after because it wasn't clear which one on that. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. Oh, wow, this is going to be a busy half-off crate, isn't it? Yep, this is going to be a busy half-off crate. Let's put that right over here. And the next thing I have is Eric Clapton Slow Hand, Cocaine, $6.50. Oh, so did we have a problem on the invoicing? Let me know, and I maybe can address that tomorrow to them. ELO Time, VG Plus $7.50, and The Animals, Animalization with Hop Sticker, nice, just $7.50. Brogan wanted Harvest. So, Jerry Rock, you do get after the Gold Rush, okay? Jerry Rock, you do get after the Gold Rush. Mike Quadrini on EC for Eric Clapton. Scully Mac second, then Matt Nichols. And then over here, Justin Garrett. So Mike Quadrini. So Mike Quadrini, Clapton, Scully Mac, then Matt Nichols. Justin Garrett fourth. Cheryl Smith got the Who from earlier. Thank you, Cheryl. What is the Animals? No House of the Rising Sun, but if you do want it, that's okay. And we also have Useless Cedars next. Please send both Neil Youngs to Guy Shard, okay. And then Peter got ELO. So that other Neil Young, which was after the Gold Rush, he also wants to send this to Guy Shard, okay. Get that to Guy Shard. So this Animals is sold to the Useless Cedars. Rob, I've got you tuned in, okay. How about the next Eagles album? I'll say this has House of the, or next Animals, I'll say this does have House of the Rising Sun on it. I know exactly what you're thinking before you even thinking, Kristen and Robert Barnett. I know your every move. Eagles, I'll be watching you. Okay, that sounded kind of weird, but we have Eagles, the long run. That's a $25 start. $25 start on that. Christopher Yoakum, third on the Animals. Don't Bring Me Down is a great song, though. Bum, 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 bum. They got some great songs. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. I hope y'all are ready. We got a Miles Davis coming out of nowhere, folks. And this is a mono US repress. Here's the exact notes from, here is the exact notes from Seth. Mono repress, US. A Columbia 6i early issue per Discogs. Vinyl is really rough. A $1 start if you want to sell it. Looks like a typical Miles Davis record. They're always like destroyed. That's why whenever we have EX stuff, I'm like, are y'all not going to bid on these? I mean, it's going to pop. There's no gouges, but buyer beware. Miles Davis, $1 start. $1 start, tiny handwriting. He's got a bunch of problems. Seth's loaded with problems. He's loaded with problems. That kid. How he got through pharmacy school. I said, dude, if you got through pharmacy school, I could get through there in a week. I'd be like, just go ahead and give me the test right now. We have Bob Dylan. Wow, look at this. This is now just $19. Columbia 2i and shrink wrap, $19 on that. $19 in shrink at Columbia 2i. Wow, that's a nice one there. That's sold to Shakedown. Miles Davis 1, Miles Davis 2, Eagles 25, John Kaiser next on that one. Sticks Crystal Ball, $9.99. No disrespect to any pharmacists that may be watching. I think there's one that used to watch. He watches a lot in the group and the videos. Jimmy Ball up in Knoxville. I would say, yeah, these pharmacists are a bunch of scam artists. He'd be like, Chad, I'm a pharmacist. And I'll be like, oh, my bad, never mind. I'd be like, you bunch of pill pushers. Chad, I'm a pharmacist. And I'll be like, oh, my gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean you. I meant Seth. We have the left bank. Why don't you walk away, Renee? This is a good one. VG Plus 15. Does have some cover damage. $15 on that. Sticks Crystal Ball. Sticks Crystal Ball, EX $9, and the Vapors Nuclear Days, VG Plus $9. I'll mess with Seth. I was like, Seth, you know, you just walk in this store like you own the place. I was like, what if I walked in Hackett's one day, Hackett's Drug, and I went back there and I grabbed one of those big things of Percocets that's probably worth like $20,000, and I just walked out the door with it like you do records here. He's like, you'd probably be going to jail. I'd be like, well, why can't you go to jail? You just come in here and just grab stuff and you think it's yours. I was like, I'm going to go in there and start grabbing the Quaaludes and the Percocets. Next thing is the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, VG Plus $5. We have the Golden Voyage of Sinbad. Wow, cool soundtrack here. Look at that. VG Plus $9. Next thing is Miles Davis 345 Ivan on V for the Vapors. We're doing a half off crate right now. No more, no less. James Allen on IB and LB. LB was for Left Bank. That's so to James Allen. Half off crate, no more, no less. Music from the Valley of the Dolls, a John Williams soundtrack. Same guy who did Star Wars. VG Plus $7.50. Pretty cool there. Also, Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. I think this is an OG label, too. It is VG Plus $5. What did I say? Percocet Quaaludes. We have Moody Blues. That's so to Peter Haas. Also, we have Bruce Springsteen, The River. VG Plus, $12.50. 2 LP with the lyric insert. Bruce is $12.50. Also, Irene Reed, A Man Only Does What a Woman Makes Him Do. 67 promo, yellow Verve label, $7.50. Kaiser on Springsteen. The Eagles just got one bid, and that's $25, and that's sold to Chris Smith. $25 sold to Chris Smith. Sold for Chris Smith. All right, that was no, I've got a Japanese Kiss over here. I'll try. Probably could save it for Monday night, but it's technically was in the shipment for tonight, and it was in the video for tonight. So let's go ahead and do that one. First thing, this, and let's move this over here. We got this, and okay, so first thing is Kaiser got Bruce, Ivan got the Valley of the Dolls, Miles Davis 6, Ed Riviera next on Bruce. I'm rewatching Silver Show, already found 2 albums, one for Michael Rudolph, one for Joy. There's going to be more, though. Interesting. Okay, Eric Van Leuven on Irene Reed, Michael Knapp second, Kevin Cassidy on Simon & Garfunkel, Jay Castillo next on Bruce, and Cheryl Smith does get the Styx album. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. Matt Nichols, Sinbad is $9, $17.99, so 18, yeah, $9. A half off bins always no more, no less. Always no more, no less. These are the final prices. Next auction is Kiss. And this is Rock and Roll Over. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is really clean, as you would expect. Near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi. This is a $35 start. $35 start on that. Miles Davis is a mono repress, but it's really low grade. Really low grade. It's like buyer beware. It's like G plus condition, okay? So Sinbad is sold to Matt Nichols for $9. It is in mono. It's an early reissue on a 6i. Kiss is a $35 start. Santana 3 is VG Plus $7.50. And Our Man Flint, music by Jerry Goldsmith, VG $5. Thomas Clark wants the Duran Duran Carnival from earlier, right? That's sold to you for $25. Right now, there's only 2 no bids tonight. That's the Monkeys Instant Replay for $25 and Culture Club Color by Numbers for $25. So 25 and 25 on those. 25, that's our only 2 no bids. They're beautiful Japanese pressings. Next is Larry Smith on Sand for Santana. Kiss has 1 bid for $35. The Miles Davis is a final call to the Useless Eaters for $6. Everybody else is out. Next is Warren Zevon, his debut album. VG Plus $10 on Warren Zevon. $10 on that. And Jimmy Buffett is VG $5, a white sport coat and pink crustacean. Next is Ivan on Warren Zevon. Half off crate here, no more, no less. The Oscar Peterson Trio, Bursting Out, with the All-Star Big Band, 62 mono, VG Plus $12.50 on that. Nath second on Warren Zevon. Miles Davis has a new bid for $8. Justin Garrett on Jimmy Buffett. Tommy Flowers next on Jimmy Buffett. Donna on Oscar Peterson. Next is Daryl Hall and John Holt's War Babies in shrink wrap. Vinyls VG Plus $7.50. Michael was next on Oscar Peterson. John Fogarty, center field. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Center field. EX 1150. Joe Castillo, third on Oscar Peterson. Nielsen Schmilson. VG Plus for Harry Nielsen. Lyman the Coconut, $7.50. And Leonard Skinner, one more from the road, VG Plus $12.50. Also, we have Santana Abraxas, VG Plus $8.50. Rolling Stones is VG $7.50. And Alan Parsons is VG $5. Wow. Did I claim the other Oscar Peterson? No, I don't think I've had that one recently. Miles Davis is at $9, new bid. The Flint soundtrack, Our Man Flint. Michael, that's $5, VG condition. Next thing we have is, do you come around sticks very often? It's on my checklist. Not too often, because it doesn't come through too often. Leonard Skinner sold to John Kaiser. Chris Frazier second. Kiss has a new bid for $37. John Kaiser, you're out. Jim Ciascio third on Leonard Skinner. Rick Perrine on the Rolling Stones. And Chris Smith on Alan Parsons. Wow, great half off crate. We've almost sold everything in there. Michael Rudolph on Our Man Flint. Surely somebody grab Abraxas. Joe DeGaldo next on Skinner, Miles Davis 10, and Kiss 39. But let's read through these again. Half off crate. We've almost sold everything in here. That would be great. That would be great. Let's go ahead and try that again, okay? The first record that was left was Nielsen, Pandemonium Shadow Show, VG Plus 750. Also, we had a Nielsen here unclaimed. Let me go ahead and show that again. Nielsen Schmilson. So those are both VG Plus 750. It's basically like buy one, get one free. Shakedown on Santana Abraxas. That's so to Shakedown. Thank you on that. Very cool. That was the first Santana album not on a 2i label. Back-to-back Nielsen's there. Kiss is still getting bids. Details on the Monkeys again. That's a Japanese pressing of Instant Replay. It's an Arista reissue. 18RS-34 is the catalog number. The vinyl is near mint minus. The Obi's here. It needs to be put back on the cover. Sometimes that can be a little painstaking. It's $25. Next thing is Kiss is at $45. We also have ABBA, The Visitors. VG Plus $7.50. This is an earlier copy of the Beach Boys Surfing Safari. It is in VG Plus condition, $10. VG Plus $10 on Surfing Safari. Also over here, we have Stevie Wonder Inner Visions, VG Plus $6.50. Blondie Auto American EX $9. Also, Pete Townsend, Ronnie Lane Rough Mix, VG Plus $5. Michael Freiberger on the Beach Boys Surfing Safari. Miles Davis at $11. Kiss is at $45 with Chris Frazier. Mary Poppins, Julie Andrews, and Dick Van Dyke, VG Plus $7.50. Meet the Searchers, Needles and Pens. VG Condition $5 on Meet the Searchers. Hall & Oates War Babies, VG Plus $7.50. And John Fogarty, Center Field, EX $11.50. Shrink wrap and hop stickered, folks. John Cassidy said sold. And he got the Monkeys over here for $25. Thank you on that. That leaves Culture Club. Miles Davis is at 11 with the Useless Eaters. That means somebody's outbid. Michael Freiberger, you're out of Miles Davis. Now he says he's done. And then Thomas Clark on Twitch got BL. And BL was for Blondie, right? If not, let me know. Kiss is at 47. Michael Rudolph on Poppins. And then Sean Bailey on Searchers. That's a great song. Needles and Pens. Needles and Pens on that one. Chris Frazier, I think Blondie already got claimed. Wow, not much left. Melanie on Clausen. Melanie on Clausen. Psh. Melanie Clausen on John Fogarty. Wow, we're so close to selling everything in there without even bundling them. And I'll probably go ahead and do another one after that performance. Holy moly, how can I stop after that? We got to keep going. I guess I'll cut into another hour of my sleep. All right, Culture Club is sold to Tim Graham for $20. Useless Cedars gets Miles Davis for $11. We're almost sold out in here. James Allison on Stevie. Stevie Wonder is sold. Kiss is still getting bids, but he's out, so let's sell this to John Kaiser for $47. Joel, you just missed Stevie Wonder. Somebody just beat you to that one. Let's go over here. Let's put up a couple more auctions, though, to also keep that entertained back there. Mike can finish out this whole crate back here. Amanda said she claimed Culture Club. Boy, oh, she did. Amanda Darby. Well, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. To keep that fair, I got to sell this to Amanda Darby. Amanda Darby. Sick, right? Over on, let's go ahead and sell that to her for $20. She claimed it at $25, and then I I took an offer, and she was going to pay full price, so I just shot myself in the foot. Let's go through another one. Let's bundle these last few, okay? We've got Hall & Oates, Pete Townsend, ABBA, and the two Nielsen's. So these were $750, $750, $755, and $750. So how about we just do, well, first of all, Donna wants to do this. VG Plus $750 on Hall & Oates, okay? We'll see what she says about that before we do another bundle, okay? And VG Plus, yeah. So here's the deal right now. It is 11:03. I'm taking, of course, we have a Tennessee game tomorrow. We're going to Knoxville. It's an early game. It's an early game, too. We haven't had a game this early all year. Y'all know, like last week, I stopped at 10 o'clock. I stopped at 10 o'clock last week because we had to get up and, go. Well, this game is 3 hours earlier. We're actually meeting at 6:15 in the morning. And I'm taking my sister to the very first. We're taking my sister her very first Tennessee Vols game. So I'm meeting Seth and crew in about 7 hours, okay? So that doesn't seem too bad, but where I'm meeting them is almost an hour away, and I still got to go home. I still got to get ready. I still got to sleep. I still got to eat, and I still got to film all the videos like I do in the morning. But we're going to do at least one more. Donna gets Hall & Oates for $750, and let's see what we got here. We've got, so these were, the half off prices were $750, $750, $750, and $5. So let's do $5, $10, $15, $20. $5 a piece. Let's do $5 a piece, and that will take another $750 off the half off price. Just $5 across the board on those, okay? All right, there's that. So let's get another crate. Let's do this. Linda just left. Shout out to Linda. She was watching last night's sale. She's quiet. She's been around the corner all night. I hadn't even really heard her. She's had headphones in watching the sales. She just left. There's waiting lists. There's all kinds of stuff. Wow, look at all this stuff she's tagged. Holy moly. She does a great job. Everybody here does a great job. This operation essentially does not stop. My cousin, my nephew, is coming in at midnight to work a night shift on shipping. He's coming in at midnight, from what I understand. So probably he'll be here when I show up. And this operation here, folks, does not stop. If it does, then I start getting dizzy and I start hyperventilating. And I'm like, why isn't anybody at the store? That's literally what I sound like, okay? So, yep, that's real. That's what I sound like. I'm like, oh my gosh, nobody's at the store. Nothing's going on. No tape guns are going. No shows are being watched. No LBC. What is going on? Here we go. Half off crate. Folks, this is going to be pretty simple. It's going to be no more, no less. Half off. Let's do it. If you don't like it, you can call 1-800 I don't like it, okay? Here we go. I'm painting my face tomorrow. Yeah, Michael Rudolph gets these last four. Put these in for Michael, 5555. Okay, that's $20. Dennis should not be going to bed right now. This is the kind of stuff he waits for all night. Half off Blues Records. Half off Blues Records. All right. All right, here we go. Next auction is going to be this right here. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you need to get ready. Next auction is this right here. If you're not ready, you need to go ahead and get ready. Crocus Headhunters. Crocus Headhunter. Crocus is an 83 USOG, strong VG, maybe VG plus, $15 start on Crocus. Next auction is Kiss. No, it's not. My bad. Let's just leave that up for right now, okay? Here we go. The Electric Horseman soundtrack, music by Willie Nelson. If I don't say anything about condition, it's half off. That's Robert Redford. Rest in peace. He just passed away. $10 on the Electric Horseman soundtrack. $10 on that. Over here, Norman Greenbaum with Dr. West's Medicine Show and Junk Band. Norman Greenbaum is $12.50. Of course, he had the big song, Spirit in the Sky. The Arbor sing Valley of the Dolls. It's a promo. $5, got a promo strip, green date label, $5 on the Arbors. Stephen Steele's Right By You. Stephen Steele's is $10. Mink DeVille, Savoy Fair, $10 on Mink DeVille, Savoy Fair, Savori. Also, we have Eric Clapton Backless, nice copy in shrink wrap. Promises, $12.50 on Eric Clapton, $12.50 on that. The best, get the best of Ray Stevens. Ray Stevens is $7.50. Richie Havens, Mixed Bag. Richie Havens, Woodstock, Handsome Johnny, $10. Matt Nichols on Clapton, sold. Crocus is already at $25 with Matt Nichols. We also have the new Brubeck Quartet, Dave Brubeck, A Cut Above, $17.50 on that. $17.50. Mick Jagger 12-inch single, $5. That one's called Just Another Night. Beyond the Bible, Martin Gould and his orchestra, $5 on that. Cross Country, this is a 73 Presswell, $12.50. Has a promo sticker and hop sticker. Tom Sullivan on Richie Havens, Handsome Johnny. Flying Bird, I can't make it anymore. That's a good one. I Can't Make It Anymore by Cat Stevens. That's so to Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan also got, no, that's another Twitch handle. Brubeck, that's so to Michael Freiberger. Michael Remza was next. And then we have Encore of Golden Hits, The Platters, $5. And David Peel on the Lower East Side, The American Revolution, $17.50. All right, Crocus is moving to a final call. The next auction is this right here, TKO, Let It Roll. TKO is a 1979 US, Gloversville Press, VG++, $15 start on that. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Also over here is this. We have the Best of Ray Charles, $10 on the Best of Ray Charles, and the Who Sellout is $25. This is an OG Decca pressing. There is some writing, but it looks like it's got radio station type markings. Like it says side 1, 2, something, something. You know, it's like it had like informational writing on it. 25. Crocus is at 28. TKO has a bid for 15. The Cannonball Adderley Quintet, a 1967 Scranton. Cannonball Adderley is $15. Todd Saw on Ray Charles. That's so to Todd. This is a half-off crate. Pretty simple. No more, no less. All right, also over here, we have Donna on CB, and that was for Cannonball Adderley, of course. That's sold to Donna. Next thing is the incredible Jimmy Smith back at the Chicken Shack. 1985 pressing, $15. Jackson Brown Lives on the Balance is $10. And Bob Return Overdrive Head On is $7.50. All right, so I think we're done on Crocus. Michael Freiberger, 28. Matt Nichols, it's up to you. Matt went out, so that's a final call for 28. And then Chris Smith, you're out on TKO. We sold Ray Charles, we sold Cannonball Adderley, and Gary Donovan Knight wants Who, and that's sold to him for 25. I'm going to make that the last record in this crate, so let me swap out right quick. Swapping out. And let's fill up this one right here, shall we? All righty, so first thing I have in here is Jimmy McGriff, Organ and Blues Band, Step 1. Jimmy McGriff is $12.50. Also, we have Badfinger, that's $10 for Badfinger. Grand Funk, we're an American band. Now, this is on gold yellow vinyl. It has like a Unipack designed to sleeve. The cover has some of the wear. You can see some of the foiling starting to wear, but the OG pressing here was on this gold vinyl. We're an American band. We're coming to your town. Something, something. But that is available, and the half-off price on that was $15, okay? Next is Cheryl Smith on BTO. That's sold to Cheryl. TKO has a new bid for $20, and Michael Remza picking up the Grand Funk. Crocus is sold for $28, and that's sold to Michael Freiberger. Let's move TKO over here as it continues to get new bids. Nice. Getz and Gilberto. No condition notes for Getz and Gilberto 2 at Carnegie Hall. Clean copy. $20 on that. Jackie Reynolds on Badfinger. So to Jackie Reynolds. The soundtrack to Born Free. The original soundtrack recording, Born Free, that is $10, and Gets is sold to Donna Turner. TKO's at $22. It's time for another auction, and that other auction is going up right now, and that is Anvil. Anvil is called Special Limited Edition 4-song 12-inch EP. A 1982 UK OG Limited Edition EP, 45 RPM, EX Plus, $15 start on Anvil. Okay, Donna got Gets, Tom Sullivan second, Michael Remza was third, and then Eric Van Leuven wants Jimmy McGriff. Half off crate, no more, no less. My Lord, what a morning. Harry Belafonte, RCA Living Stereo, mid or early 70s reissue, $5 on that. Dire Straits, just $15 now. Love Over Gold. It does have an original under sleeve. Dire Straits, nice, $15 on that. Very clean, original under sleeve, $15 on that. Tom Sullivan on H for Harry Belafonte. Mick Ewan photo on Dire Straits, TKO 25. And we have Weather Report, a half-speed master, now $25. That means it's $25 off Weather Report. Also, the Grateful Man Working Man's Dead, $17.50. That's a third label, I guess. So it's a late 70s press, but nice, $17.50. Michael Remza was second on Dire Straits, Dennis fourth, Gary fourth, and Michael Remza, though, first, though, on Weather Report. Wow. No bid on Anvil. Final call for 15, and TKO has a new bid for 27. Michael Remza picking up Weather Report and Grateful Dead in the half-off bid. This is a half-off crate if you're just hopping on. No more, no less. Ness, nice. The best of Sam Cooke, $17.50. RCA, clean copy. I'm pretty sure I turned down an offer the first time I showed that for more than $17.50, but that happens sometimes. The Who Odds and Sods is $12.50. Anvil does have a bid for $15. Basie and Sarah Vaughan. Count Basie and Sarah Vaughan, just $5 on that one. Michael Remza hits 3 in a row with Sam Cooke. Michael Nath was next. Beach Boys in concert. Beach Boys is $10. In concert, Green Capital reissue. Also, we have, I remember showing this. This was cool. It's a German press of the Dave Clark 5's greatest hits, $7.50 on that. Donna gets the Basie, Sarah Vaughan, Michael Freiberger next, and then Tom Sullivan was third. We also have Procol Harum, Exotic Birds and Fruit. Procol Harum is $10 on that. We have ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Dancing Queen, $10 on that. $10 on that. Larry Smith on BB for Beach Boys concert. So to Larry Smith. And Dire Straits Extended Dance EP. DS again. Dire Straits $12.50. Freiberger on ABBA for the Dancing Queen. Anvil, one bid. John Kaiser $15 sold. TKO was the 27. I got to make sure Chris Smith says out before I sell that, John. This is a Bryan Adams interview picture disc. It's an interview picture disc from Bryan Adams, $12.50. Lonnie Jolly next on ABBA. Useless Eaters got David Peel. The Useless Eaters gets David Peel. This is sold to Useless Eaters. Mike Quadrini was third on ABBA. Andy Griffith, Just for Laughs. It's a spoken word. Andy Griffin, $10. Yeah, it has What It Was Football. Very funny comedy record. Also, Santana Welcome, $10 on Santana. And The Doors, Greatest Hits, nice. Now just $17.50. Hopefully somebody jumps all over that like Stank on a Monkey. Tim Graham gets Bryan Adams. That's sold to Tim Graham. Over here, TKO is sold, and that is sold for $27 to John Kaiser. And Justin Garrett on Andy Griffin, that was sold to him. Now, let me take a inhale of oxygen. That way I can go ahead and put up another 2 auctions. We're going to do April Wine, and we're going to do a Black Sabbath. Yeah, Black Sabbath. Here's April Wine. I don't see this one as often. Walking Through Fire. Hop sticker and gold stamp promo. Nice. EXEX Plus condition. April Wine, a $15 start. And Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, the first Dio album, an OG VG condition. Maybe even VG Plus, a $15 start on that. Michael Remza gets The Doors. Gary Donovan Knight on Santana, Larry Smith next on Santana, and Nick Bargeron was next on The Doors. We also have Santana's Greatest Hits, $10 on Santana's Greatest Hits. If you don't hear me say anything about grade, that means the vinyl is like EX Plus or better. Also, Propaganda, which is a soundtrack or a compilation with poster. Propaganda is $10. It has The Police, Joe Jackson, the Garanti Brothers, the Reds, Bobby Henry, Shrink, David Kubanek, and Squeeze. $10 on that. Josh Brown's going to go ahead and get the Dire Straits Extended Dance EP. That is sold to Josh. April Wine 15, April Wine 15, Black Sabbath 15. Lonnie Jolly picking up the Santana Greatest Hits, Black Sabbath 16. Also, the Who's picture disc. Who Are You? Who? It's a picture disc, an original too, from 1978, $17.50. Black Sabbath is at $16. Jefferson Starship Spitfire. Starship is $7.50. April Wine and Black Sabbath get new bids. Chicago's first album, very cool. Chicago Transit Authority is $28, so $14 on that. $14. It is a 2 LP on the second label. Here's a weird occurrence. So there's certain records, when you own a record store, there's certain records when people put them back in the bin, they always put them the wrong way. You can count on flipping through a bin of records, and that one's backwards. It always has. It's like amazing. I'll flip through records, and I'm like, dang, somebody did it again. Because they's like, why did you make the small the front? But that's actually the front, the little small logos. But that happens all the time. First on the Who picture disc was Michael Remza, Guy Shard, a close second. Donna got Chicago, then Gary, then Mike Quadrini. April Wine, 25. And Black Sabbath, Eric Van Leuven has it for 20. Everybody else is out. Next is Greg Kihn Band Conspiracy. This has the song Jeopardy on it. $9 on Greg Kihn Band. ELO Discovery. ELO is $10. ELO is $10. Mark Fallon's Waking Up from his nap. Dean Martin's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Dean Martin is $5. Greatest Hits Volume 2. Two-tone label. Also, we have Chet Atkins Picks the Best. Picks the Best in Shrink. Really early price tag there from Alexander's. $5 on that. Scott Oman on Greg Kihn Band Conspiracy. I think we're done on Sabbath. The last bid was $20 with Eric Van Leuven, and it looks like we're about to sell April Wine for $25 to Todd Saw. Next thing was My Way, Frank Sinatra, $7.50. My Way, Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Webb Pierce's Golden Favorites, $6.50. Also, Tim Graham got Chet Atkins Picks the Best. Dennis over on Twitch gets ELO Discovery. Great album there. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $21. Ray Charles, The Genius Hits the Road. Ray Charles is $10. Ray Charles, $10. Also, we have ABBA, Super Troopers. ABBA, clean copy, $10. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey, $17.50. Has the original Warner Brothers inner sleeve, $17.50 on that one. Hank Williams Jr. is now $15. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, 24 Greatest Hits Volume 2. April Wine is sold to Todd Saw for $25. Black Sabbath has a bid for $25. Todd got April Wine for $25. Michael Freiberger on ABBA, sold to Michael Freiberger. Van Morrison, so to Tom Sullivan. Also in here we have Steve Miller, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle Till I'm Free. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Take the money and run. Do, do. Dilly Mack was a detective down in Texas. Axe, off for ring. Axe is a 1982 USOG specialty press, VG condition, $10 start on that. Moving along with this half-off crate, we got Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready. Jeff Beck Group, clean copy, $10 for Jeff Beck. Also, Robin Trower Live is $7.50. Also, Yes Drama. Yes is $10. Drama. Yes, drama. A lot of that goes on at high schools. We have Allman Brothers, $10. The Allman Brothers, great comp there, $10. Michael Remza on Jeff Beck Group, sold. Jay Nutra on Robin Trower, sold. Black Sabbath, $26. And Belinda Carlisle featuring Frida Payne, Band of Gold, 12-inch single on yellow vinyl, $10. Let's go through this crate again. Jay Nutra on Almond. Jay Nutra on Almond. 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 Sold. Michael Remza next. Todd Saw and Ray Charles. The Genius Hits the Road. All right, let's read through these again. Everything in here is half off. No more, no less. Okay, that's it. They're no more, no less. Okay, moving right along. We got Sherry Darnell on Steve Miller Band and Matt Nichols on Yes. All right, let's read through those again. First thing we have is Black Sabbath. I hope we're done. I think we are. Sold to Useless Cedars for $26. Nobody bet on Axe. That's a $10 buy it now. Here we go. One more read through here. The Electric Horseman soundtrack. That's $10. Willie Nelson. Music by Willie Nelson. Also, Norman Greenbaum is $12.50. Dr. West Medicine Show Band. The Arbors is $5. Sing Valley the Dolls. Stephen Stills is $10. Right by You. We have Mink DeVille, Savior, Fair. $10. John Kaiser gets Axe for $10. Sell that to John Kaiser. Get the Best of Ray Stevens, $7.50. Get the Best of Ray Stevens. Let's go ahead and put up 2 more auctions maybe. Next thing is Wasted Youth, and let's go ahead and run a copy of, what do we have here? What do we have here? Not that. What do we have here? What do we have here? Not that. Let's see what else we have here. What do we have here? What do we have here? Not that. So let's do these 2 right here. Let's do this, and let's do this. Here comes the sun, shooby-dooby-da. Bum, bum, dun, dun. Here we go. We have Wasted Youth, Girl. Wasted Youth, Girl. A 1982 USOG VG Plus condition, $15 star, and a 69 Jacksonville OG pressing of Abbey Road, VG $15 star, okay? Next is Amanda Darby on Ray Stevens. That's sold. Gene Brown was second. Guy Shard wants the Belinda Carlisle with Frida Payne Band of Gold. Thank you. Next is Mick Jagger, Just Another Night. Another 12-inch single, Gold Stamp Promo 5. Morton Gold, Beyond the Blue Horizon, $5. Cross Country, 73 Presswell. Land, Air, and Steam. Land, Water, and Air, Cross Country, $12.50. Also, Golden Encore of Hits by the Platters, $5. Jimmy Smith, can't believe this didn't get grabbed. Blue Note reissue from 1985, just $15 on that. So Girl has bids for $15.15, and now Beatles has bid for $15. Tim Graham wants MJ, and MJ was Mick Jagger, that's sold. And then Donna Turner on Platters, that's sold. And then over here we have Jackson Browne and Shrink Wrap. Jackson Browne is $10 on that one. Over here we have Born Free. $10 soundtrack, Sam Joff and Paul Rodden. I think the music is by John Barry, who did, of course, the 007 stuff and a lot of other big ones. $10 on that. Also, The Who Odds and Sods is $12.50. Next is the Dave Clark 5 Greatest Hits, $7.50. Adam Bernardi on the Born Free soundtrack. Michael Remza on JS, and JS was for Jimmy Smith. Nice pull there. The Beatles is about to sell for $15. Girls at $20. Ed and Riviera. Dennis, you're out, and John Kaiser, you're out. Procol Harum Exotic Birds and Fruit is $10. The Propaganda soundtrack, a Gold Stamp promo, $10. I'm curious what this poster looks like. I've never seen the poster. Let's take a look at it. Well, it looks like something you would see hanging. Looks like it's actually pretty cool, but it looks like something you'd see hanging over in China. A blatant attempt to influence your musical taste. Propaganda. Looks like old Chairman Mao there is letting the people finally listen to some rock and roll. He's like, y'all can now listen to rock and roll. I'm outlawing it. Or you can now listen to it. The Beatles has a bid for $16. Peter Haas, you've been outbid. Next thing over here is this. We have Jefferson Starship, $7.50. Dean Martin is $5. My Way, Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Wasted Youth has a new bid for $22. Webb Pierce is $6.50. And Hank Williams Sr., Greatest Hits, Volume 2, 24 tracks, $15 on this. $15 on this. Beatles is now at $17. Wasted's at $22. Ed Rivera, everybody else is out. Wow. Awesome. Okay. Looks like a propaganda. Yeah, it looks exactly like it says it's supposed to. Chairman Mao letting them finally listen to some Beatles. You say you want a revolution. That song's basically about him. He mentions his name. And I'll gotta be free. Dun dun. I guess it's about all revolutions, knowing John Lennon. Da-da, what a Beatles song. We forget about that one. That's a rockin' Beatles song. That sound on that guitar is amazing. Peter has the Beatles. Randall, you're out. Dennis gets Hank. Michael Remsa next. Greg Bendinger on Dean. And Christopher Yoakum, what's Webb? And Dave Clark 5. Nice pickups there. All right, and then Wasted Youth is about to sell to John. I got to wrap this up pretty quick, so Randall, let me know. And anybody else, before we try to offer these as a bundle, Electric Horseman soundtrack, Norman Greenbaum, The Arbor, Stephen Stills, Mink DeVille, Martin Gould, Cross Country, Jackson Brown, The Who, Procol Harum, Propaganda Comp, Jefferson Starship, and My Way. What else is Frank? Frank's covering Mrs. Robinson. Of course, he's covering Yesterday, For Once in My Life, which was made really famous by Stevie Wonder. Did Stevie actually write that? Who wrote that? Who wrote? Probably, no, Ronald Miller, Orlando Morton. If You Go My Way. Paul Simon wrote Mrs. Robinson. Watch that happen. Yesterday. Hallelujah, I Love Her So. That's a Ray Charles song. Yesterday, Lennon McCartney. And My Way, Day in the Life. What's My Life? All right. Okay. Wasted Youth. Here's going to be the last thing. That's sold to John Kaiser for 22. Nick, this is a 69 USOG Jacksonville press in VG condition. Now, that was going to be the last auction of the night. And if you don't want to bid, I'm going to sell it to Peter Haas for $17. And I'm about to bundle these, and that's where I got to stop the show. I've got to wake up in 4 hours. Okay, I've got 4 hours of work to do. I'll be lucky to leave my house on time after everything I've got to do between now and then. I've got to wake up in 4 hours, and I got 4 hours of work to do. So Frank was $7.50, half off of $14.99. We're going to count these and do a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're going to sell the rest of these. That was the last crate of the night. Trust me, I know we can keep going. We got to stop sometimes. First thing is this. Donna gets the Frank Sinatra. That's sold to Donna for $7.50. Peter Haas, you get the Beatles. That's sold to Peter Haas for $17. And here's what's next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 records left, okay, folks? Here's going to be the price to buy everything that's left. Are you ready? $55 buys the last 12 records. 55 divided by 12, $4.58 each. 55 buys the last 12 records. That's only $4.58 a piece. Any unsold auctions. I've got an amazing announcement. All the stuff from the grid that Laura posted, all sold. All the Japanese stuff from the video, all sold. The flip video that I posted with bonus auctions, they're all sold except the Kiss stuff. And I said I wasn't going to sell that anyway tonight. So we sold 3 entire crates of auctions tonight. There's no leftovers either. 3 entire crates of auctions. No leftovers. Everything from every video and post sold. It's all gone. It's all gone. Amazing. About 3 full crates of auctions sold. Let's get this bundle sold and wrap up the night. I would love to. We got to end on a high note. I'll blow the air horn the last thing for whoever buys these last 12 records. I'm asking $55. I'm trying to get these sold, and then we're done. But what an amazing night. What a way to end my selling. Don't forget about Paul tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be here. And I think Laura's already sent me pictures. Y'all want to see tomorrow night's auctions? I'm sure y'all want to see tomorrow night's auctions, right? I have tomorrow night's auctions. How about Madonna, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, Bob Dylan, Michael Jackson is OG. Michael Jackson's OG. Next is Judas Priest, Poison, DC Talk, David Bowie, Korn, Wasp, AC/DC, Lee Hazelwood, Disturbed, Talking Heads, Willie Nelson, Neil Young, The Lost Boys, The Doors, Close Encounters, Van Halen, 7 Seconds, Townes Van Zandt, Muddy Waters, Rolling Stones, 10,000 Maniacs, Aliens, Nina Simone, Johnny Cash, Alice in Chains, Slayer, Carmina Peace, Hellcats, Marilyn Manson, Sleep, Kicks, Sacred Child, Kevin says he wants the last 12. Well, Adam made an offer. Adam, you still got dibs if you want them. If not, I'll sell the last 12 to Kevin for just $55, and we'll call this a wrap tonight. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I would love... What time is it? It's still early, isn't it? It's like 11:30. Yeah, I could easily... That's amazing. We could easily go for 2 more hours and probably sell 4 more crates, but I think some of y'all were already getting sleepy. I think I got the best out of the time we had tonight for sure. So let's sell these last 12 to Kevin then. I think that's what he meant, right, Kevin? You want the last 12 bundle for 55? I'm going to make sure because they're going in the crate right now. I'm putting sticky notes around them. And boy, what a clear slate. That's amazing. And pretty much we sold all the new vinyl from tonight. We sold all the auctions. It's been a very efficient sale. We even sold some air fresheners as usual. We even sold some air fresheners as usual. Show must go on. It could. I got to stop. I'll be back. Far as the Sunday sale, I highly doubt it, honestly. But y'all know me. Sometimes I show up here and it's like 9 o'clock and I have a ton of stuff to do. So instead of doing my stuff, you know what I do? I go ahead and go live and sell more stuff. So I have more stuff to do. So Kevin J. Reitz, you put last 12. I hope he wanted those last 12 for $55. If not, he just got them. If not, he just got them. I think that's what he wanted, though. And I got to go eat a parfait. I got to film some videos. I wish I could just leave, but I know y'all are going to be expecting a few videos in the morning, so I better go do that, especially the 9. I don't know if I'll make any 6 a.m. videos. We've really not had much new vinyl to show, but I'll try because I know people's going to be waiting for them. So, yeah, we better at least make a couple. It doesn't take that long. It's just getting them all up there and videoing them and waiting for them to upload. And luckily, I got Seth tomorrow to drive back. I'll drive up there to Knoxville tomorrow because I'll still be pretty awake, but on the way back, I'll be out of it. I will be asleep. Asleep. Shoo. All right. Lights out. What a great way. Please tune in tomorrow and support Paul. Just like I'm there, okay? Bid and buy just like it's me. You got to get them motivated. You got to be like, Paul, another half off. Paul, best offer. Paul, this. You got to keep them busy, okay? Some obscure 45s. Yeah, if we spend a Sunday cleaning this place up, every Sunday we do that. We dig out crazy cool miscellaneous stuff for bonus auctions. And I think we're going to have a really good week this week because I haven't sold too much miscellaneous. Eventually, we got to sell all that stuff, but it actually sometimes hinders our LP sales unless it's really good miscellaneous. But I think next week we're going to get back into that. Got to find 45s. About time to buy a 45 collection. I can't believe there's not more people out there with obscure 45 collections. Of course, you got to have thousands of them to make it work. You got to find somebody who has like a whole building full of 45s. So I do owe Kevin an air horn. Yeah, let's end with an air horn. Let's end with an air horn. Yep, that's true. That's very true. I do owe him an air horn. I promised that. I said if you buy these out, we'll do it. Thanks. Also a big week. Guy Shard picking up the Taylor Swift guitar. Wow. Sold what else this week? Taylor Swift. We had what? 3 air horns tonight for Tracy Chapman. We had an air horn for Mad Season. We had an air horn for Tracy Chapman. I feel like we had an air horn for something else. What else did we have an air horn for? Oh, Guns N' Roses. We sold the Guns N' Roses for $9.95. Tracy Chapman for $5.75. We sold Mad Season for $500. We sold the Taylor Swift guitar this week for $10,000. Wow. I mean, that's some big stuff. Monday night was Kiss night. All those Kiss bootlegs. Tuesday night was Iron Maiden. All those Iron Maiden records. Wednesday, we had a lot of great stuff. Last night, we had a lot of great stuff. Of course, it was Metal Night. All the Metallica stuff we had tonight. Plus all the Grail records from the 90s. Gosh, yeah, it's been a huge week. I mean, we have moved some merchandise. We've Sold every Japanese record from 2 big shipments. And I don't have anything else to say except good night. I'm moving this sold crate over here. I'm going to send Tanner a picture. I'm sending Tanner a picture of the stuff we sell so he can come in the morning and start organizing it for Linda and G and Jake and whoever else. We're done. Thank y'all. Good night from Coletco. If I don't see y'all Sunday, I'll see y'all Monday. Good night and see you then. Appreciate it. Time to go eat a